He was the greatest assassin of the empire, until he fell at the hands of a loved one. But death is not the end, but the beginning. He returns to the past to change his fate and take revenge. Will he be able to rewrite history, or will he again become a pawn in someone else's game? Let's find out. This story begins on the battlefield, namely with the protagonist's memories of his father's words. Live for your family, that's what he always said. He meant that he shouldn't have his own desires, staying by his brother's side like a shadow. The knights surrounded him from all sides, and he didn't even have the strength to fight. Boris came out of the crowd of enemies, and looking at the protagonist, Cyan Vert, he said that it was a magnificent sight, especially how he was bleeding. A knight fighting alone against the strongest commanders of the continent. As befits his brother, this is very interesting. Cyan looked at him with hatred, to which he only laughed, and he, taking out his weapon, asked who made him do this. The emperor? Streams of dark energy began to emanate from him, and Boris covered his face from the wind, saying that this sickening black fog only confirms that the rumors about him were not lying. After all, he's a killer from the darkness. A red aura flared around Cyan and many blades appeared, and Boris said that for the Knights of Light, the organization of darkness is like fog. He will report to the higher authorities that he got rid of the wicked heretic. But Cyan didn't care, and told him to do it, if he still had the opportunity to speak, of course, because he guaranteed that when he was done with him, he wouldn't even have any teeth left. Boris told him that if he was going to use the secret power, he had better surrender right now. There was a magical barrier of the ninth star here. Concentrating on a way to get out of here, Cyan thought that he needed to find the culprit of what was happening together with his brother. He was about to rush into battle. Even the barrier would not have stopped him if his brother Ashel hadn't appeared next to Boris, who told him to stop. His gaze immediately changed, and he again remembered his father's words. Live for the sake of the family, and your brother Ashel is its continuation. Ashel Vert's success is Cyan Vert's success. He looked at his brother and couldn't believe his eyes. He realized that he was the one who started it. Seeing him approaching him with his sword at the ready, he fell to his knees in shock, and Ashel said that he seemed to be taken aback by his appearance. Cyan looked at him with a puzzled look and asked what this meant. His brother said that he had done his duty well for the family, for the people, and for him. These words made him shudder, and he added that he was only trying to lift the burden from his shoulders. But Cyan didn't understand. Did he do something wrong? Ashel frowned and, noticing this ominous fog around him, said that he was nothing more than a murderer. He could no longer call him a man. He pointed his finger at him and exclaimed that he had deceived them for a long time. Could he say that he didn't know all his sins? But Cyan didn't understand what sins he was even talking about and became very angry because of this. The struggle for the throne of the empire, the raid of the Demon King's army, the war to unify the continent. He helped him achieve everything he wanted because serving him was his life. But now he decided to abandon him? His hands broke the ground in rage, and he, starting to slowly rise despite the pain, thought that he had been digging the earth like a dog for 20 years under his command. The fog around him began to thicken, blood flowed from his wounds, but he was so angry that even if his body was torn to shreds, he would give everything he had right now if he could destroy him. A red aura flared, scattering across the battlefield, and one of the knights asked in surprise, did he have that much mana left? This is impossible, he is not a human. Meanwhile, the red fog completely captured Cyan, and he, preparing for battle, said that this is so stupid. A hero tries to kill his little brother because he is afraid. Isn't he ashamed? The veins on Ashel's face bulged with anger, and at that very moment, Cyan rushed to attack and rushed past his brother with lightning speed, delivering a couple of blows. He continued to run around him while he tried to keep track of his movements and thought that just once would be enough. He needed to hit him in a weak spot so that he could not regenerate. He rushed towards him, and at the moment when he had already gotten close to him from behind and wanted to strike, a barrier suddenly appeared, preventing him from doing so. Seeing Boris casting a spell, he cursed, and then Ashel pierced his stomach with his sword, causing him to drop his weapon and could no longer move. Ashel called him a poor idiot. He wanted to do him a favor and grant him a painless death. After all, he was his brother. But he showed his true colors. He knew it from the beginning. He was a demon. It's good that he never trusted him. The red haze slowly began to evaporate, revealing Cyan's shocked face, and then his brother kicked him off his sword and ordered his warriors to leave. That's how Cyan was left lying on the ground in a pool of his own blood. He was already slowly losing consciousness and, like all people before death, he wondered if this was his end. What a stupid life he had lived. It seemed like he was about to die, but he decided to make his last push and rushed towards his brother with a furious cry. His blade almost touched Ashel's neck, but he quickly reacted and swung his sword, dealing a fatal blow. And then darkness appeared. Through his sleep, Xian began to hear someone calling him young master, and he, dripping with cold sweat, immediately grabbed his neck. His maid Emily asked with displeasure, "How long will he sleep? Let him get ready. He should be ready by now." He said her name in surprise and exclaimed, "Why is she here?" His sudden cry scared her, and he suddenly realized that almost 20 years had passed since he last saw her. But she had not changed at all. He paid attention to his surroundings. He remembered this place, this room he lived in when he was younger, and the furniture arrangement was the same. He began to feel his face in shock and wondered if he had really become a child again. Emily thought that he was just stalling for time because he did not want to go to training, and asked him discontentedly to finally pull himself together, and he asked in bewilderment, what kind of training? When he went outside, he realized that he was now in the Vert Duchy, and he had returned to the past. Was this how his life flashed before his eyes before his death? He remembered today it was 27 years ago, 985, March 1st. There were 12 months left before entering the academy. Every year, the duchy holds dueling training, and his father, Duke Willius Worth, attends this event, which makes it a very important event. His opponent is Cransworth. He is his age and half-brother. His mother, Margaret Erzet, is the wife of the Duke. For this reason, Crans received much more attention, despite the fact that they were both younger. He was an illegitimate son, and after he was humiliated in this duel, he also became a laughingstock. Because of this, his father stopped paying attention to him. Now he had to relive that day again. Emily simply asked him to surrender, and he, taking out his weapon, told her that everything is fine, he needed to win. After her words, he sighed heavily. Even the maid looks down on him. But when he took the weapon, he was surprised. He had an ordinary rapier in his hand, but so heavy. After all, his strength matches his age. A strange feeling came over him. After all, this was not a dream or a memory, but he had never heard of magic spells that could create such powerful illusions. Did he really go back to the past? His opponent asked mockingly, so he still wouldn't run away? Xian ignored him and thought that he would still be able to change the future, and turned his gaze to his father, and he raised his hand, announcing the start of the duel. Noticing that he was distracted, Krantz rushed to attack and asked where he was looking. With a smile on his face, he raised his sword, but all his movements were very slow for little Xian. He took only one step to the side and Krantz, almost losing his balance, missed. He immediately turned to his opponent and displeasedly called him a coward since he dared to dodge, but Xian immediately knocked the sword out of his hands, and then hit his leg, which made the boy feel terrible pain and fall, clutching the sore spot. His mother was of course worried, but the Duke seemed interested in Xian. He looked at his half-brother in the meantime and thought that if he put the sword to his throat, the duel would be over. But that was not enough. When he was that age, he always bullied him for fun. This bullying continued in the academy, so he needed to trample him so that he would never even think of baring his teeth. In this life, he would forge his own path. Swinging his foot, he struck the prone Krans, causing him to burst into tears, and that was how the duel ended. Krans lost, and the Duke ordered Xian to meet him, and even cleared his schedule. Was his victory in the duel really that impressive to him? He was even assigned a high-class knight, Yulkin, to accompany him. On his way to the Duke's he met Margaret, and thought that it looked like she had just been talking to him about her son. She looked like she had screwed up big time. He asked if his half-brother was okay, and she gritted her teeth in rage and asked if he had the nerve to ask such a question after he had beaten up his brother. He was an unfeeling blockhead. Xian immediately walked past her and said with a smile that that was the whole point of a duel. But suddenly she said that that was why bastards couldn't be treated like legitimate children. Like mother, like son, what else would you expect from that filthy woman? He should be out on the streets begging for food, but he dares to fight? Let him be grateful for what they give. She was the Duke's wife, and she made such statements which made Xian very angry. She had clearly crossed the line. He even had a thought in his head. Maybe he should kill her? But he immediately threw that thought aside. He knew better than anyone how to make her suffer, and would torture her slowly and as thoroughly as possible. In response to her words, he only smirked and asked, did she know that he was going to the academy with her son? She did not understand what he was hinting at, and he said that he was sure she wanted her son to graduate with his limbs intact. Or did she not care about him so much anymore? She became very angry and raising her hand to hit him, exclaimed, "How dare he say such a thing?" The knight immediately covered the boy and apologized to the Duchess, but they had to go. The Duke ordered them to arrive as soon as possible, so they could not delay any longer. Before leaving, he gave her a stern look, leaving the Duchess perplexed, and Xian laughed quietly and thought that the Duke's orders were absolute. He was protected by the Knight of the Guard, who received this order. He is someone who does not obey even the Duke's wife. He soon found himself in his father's study, and greeted him with all due respect, and thought that it had been almost 15 years since they had met one-on-one. Duke Williusfurt is the great feudal lord of Velius, the western fief of the Ushif Empire. He is known throughout the world as the guardian of the continent, the hero who stopped the demon invasion for a long time. With his remarkable magical power and worldly wisdom, this man bore the responsibility that no one had placed on him. Until his death, he fought the Demon King's army. All he wanted was peace on earth. But his memories of him are different. He was a man who decided to spend his entire life serving others. He was a foolish man. After the Duke told him to sit down, he sat down opposite him and said that his eyes accurately followed the sword, and he deviated. Cyan was distracted from his thoughts and did not understand what he was talking about. And then he explained to him that the moment Kranz lunged at him, he was looking directly at the trajectory of the sword swing and turned his body to dodge it. When did he learn to fence? Cyan was slightly surprised. His father, as usual, did not miss anything. He told him that he would not say that he learned to fence, he just trained on his own in the evenings. The Duke said that as far as he knew, he had never been interested in swordsmanship. Why did he hide such excellent skills? He awkwardly scratched the back of his head and told him that he did not want to attract the attention of others. His father thought for a moment and pointed out that despite this, he really gave it his all to defeat his opponent. But wasn't what he did after that unnecessary? Thinking back to how he hit the lion Kranz, Cyan thought that his intentions in this matter were not entirely obvious. He is trying to understand what he is capable of. He answered him that he wanted to prove that he is better, even though they are of the same blood. This, as it seems to him, is the meaning of a duel. His father laughed and then said that this was an excellent, clear and concise answer, demonstrating his level-headedness. He did not know that he was talented. Someday he will become a hope, an indispensable support for Ashel. After his words, Cyan's face distorted with horror, and he thought, why should he become his assistant? Nothing has changed. He is still obsessed with Ashel. He nervously clenched his hand into a fist, and the Duke said that it was not exactly a trophy, but he wanted to reward him. If he needed anything, he could tell him. His son was filled with confidence to destroy everything Ashel tried to do and told him about his desire. When he told the maid about his conversation with his father, she was shocked, because he told him that he wanted to go to the battlefield. She began to scold him, because he didn't even know what kind of place this was, and told him that the battlefield was teeming with vicious and terrible demonic creatures. Velius, the western fief of the Ushif Empire, is the only place on the entire continent that can be called a battlefield. At the same time, the Limay Valley, which can be called the front line, is a fierce place where battles with demons have been going on for 100 years. That's why his father, who was stubbornly opposed to this from the very beginning, gave him a condition. Within a month, he must become worthy and go to the valley. He doesn't yet know what the standard of his worthy will be, so he just needs to raise his physical strength as much as possible in the time allotted to him. He is weaker than his peers. At least he is lucky that he still has the fighting sense he had before the regression, and those crumbs of magic that are smoldering inside him. If he trains this body according to its capabilities, he will be able to use it to good effect. He decided to start training from today, but suddenly his older sister Alice burst into his room, but for some reason she looked unhappy. She immediately grabbed her brother by the collar, completely ignoring the maid, and began to shake him, after which she shouted that she heard that he asked their father to send him to the front. He asked her to at least let him explain, and she, letting him go, said that it seemed that the victory over Kranz deprived him of his mind. Deciding that things could not go on like this, she dragged him to the roof. It had already gotten dark outside. Despite this, Alice decided to test his strength personally. She said that they would start when they drew their swords. She would let him go to the battlefield if he could withstand her attacks for 3 minutes. He asked tiredly, "Is this really necessary?" She frowned and said that she did not want to hear anything. Let him just answer the question. He wants to become the heir? He thought, that's why she acts like this? He was not interested in this nonsense at all. Taking his silence for an answer, she took out her sword and told him to get ready for battle. Poor Cyan had no choice and thought that not even half a day had passed since his duel with Krantz, and a new one had begun. He was tired. The whole day had been so chaotic. As soon as he took out his weapon, his sister immediately ran to him. From his face, it seemed like she caught him by surprise. But he immediately parried her blow, and she was very surprised by this. He gritted his teeth and thought, is she seriously trying to fight her brother, who was 7 years younger than her? She immediately increased the distance between them and, feeling her sword trembling, thought that the rapier had a very light blade, and yet he parried the attack of her sword. Maybe he was just lucky? She smiled discontentedly and said that his intuition was better than she thought. He immediately realized from her expression that he was finished, which made him very nervous, and then she went on the attack with renewed vigor. He parried all the blows, and at one point, when she pounced on him in a jump, her sword collided with the blade of the rapier, and it slid up, causing the blade to end up right at her neck. She was scared for a moment, and Cyan, realizing what this could lead to, clenched his teeth, and then twisted the sword and immediately jumped back. He landed on a stone fence and thought with fear that this could end badly. If he had not twisted the sword halfway through, he would have killed her. The skill of fencing of the mist, thick fog, consists mainly of techniques designed to kill immediately. It is difficult for him to fight, controlling the pressure, because he does not have enough strength yet. When will these 3 minutes end? He compensates for his weakness by infusing his sword with mana, but he is almost at his limit. Alice, meanwhile, caught her breath and called upon the elements of earth and wind to help. He became nervous when he realized that she was going to use the magic of the sixth star, and she, meanwhile, crouched down and pulled the sword to the side, and the blade was covered in water magic. Poor Siam thought that she was trying to kill him, and he saw in her eyes that it was over. She kept saying that she could not lose to him. He swung his sword and realized that he would fall off the roof even if he blocked it, so he had to believe that it would work. After that, he pushed off the fence and ran to his sister, who had already started using magic, and in his thoughts he turned to Yulkin, asking him to come. He was almost close to his sister, and when she swung her sword, a knight appeared between them and ordered them to stop. He blocked the girl's attack and grabbed the boy by his clothes and lifted him up, after which a bright beam of light shot into the sky. Once everything had calmed down, Yulkin told Alice that she was being too harsh with a much younger opponent. Cyan let out a sigh of relief, glad that he had appeared so timely, and his sister came to her senses and, realizing what she had done, immediately hugged her younger brother and apologized to him, saying that it seemed like she had lost her mind for a second. She began to cry and explained her behavior by saying that she had wanted so much to prevent him from going to the battlefield and had been too obsessed with it. He smiled nervously and thought that this was exactly like her. She always tried so hard in everything. His sister was an elite of the elite, who had received the highest marks in all subjects at the Royal Academy, where children with unique talents in fencing, magic, or other subjects gathered. In addition to all this, her beauty was striking, for which people nicknamed her the Divine Child. She was trained in swordsmanship from a young age, and along with her older brother Ashel, she was called the future guardian of the continent. However, she was killed shortly after joining the Knights of Light. Since he missed her so much, he hugged her tightly and swore that he would definitely protect her this time. She suddenly remembered that Yulkin was the Duke's guardian knight and wondered what he was doing here, since her father had just left for the front. He told her that he was following the Duke's orders to protect the young master, although he shouldn't have said it since he was obliged to do it in secret. Now Xian understood why he had been feeling someone's presence ever since he left the Duke's office. Wouldn't it have shown itself if he had continued to ignore it? But why did his father tell him to secretly monitor it? Without realizing it, he fell asleep from fatigue, and his sister was slightly surprised, then smiled and said that he was still very young. The next day she returned to the academy. Apparently she came for a short time, only to see her father before graduation. Xian realized that he needed to become stronger, so for the past 2 weeks he focused on strength training, and every morning he started with push-ups. But 10 times is his limit. All this time he just hits the wall. Imagining his body after training, he was confident in his strength, but his expectations were deceived, and he decided to find at least some kind of solution. Emily came to him and told him that he received a package from his sister, and showing him a vial of foul-smelling liquid, asked what it was. He immediately realized that it was the blood of a hellhound, which he asked her to get for him. It is a rare item that can only be found in the Lamea Valley, but it seems that the rumors about it being found on the black market were true. He poured the blood into the bowl, thinking that it was considered poisonous because of its stench and the burning sensation when consumed, but in reality, it instantly increased the mana and strength of the one who consumed it. Most people thought it was a stupid story, but he knew from his past life that it was true. He nervously brought the bowl to his mouth, and Emily asked if he was really going to drink it. He confirmed her words and closed his eyes as he drank it and overcame his disgust, mentally telling the maid not to worry because he was the only one who could adapt to her cooking skills. He still remembers the first time. Was that purple, monster-like liquid really mushroom soup? For one long second, his heart stopped after one drop of that concoction. After drinking every single drop, he put the bowl down with a slam. Compared to that soup, this blood was very tasty. Feeling the strength overwhelming him, he stood up and told Emily that he was going to go for a walk to check something. After a while, he ran to the mountains near the duchy and, looking at his house in the distance, thought that it had been a long time since he had come here. He had been waiting for this day for the past 2 weeks, when Yulkin would be gone because of his regular reports. Previously, he often looked here when he wanted to be alone. One day, Ashel received a divine revelation from the god of light Lumendel. It said that somewhere in these mountains an ancient temple was hidden. He did not fully believe it, but there really was a place with a high concentration of mana. Of course, the divine revelation had not yet descended, so for now only he knew about it. Having reached the right place, he used his powers and with a wide smile on his face broke the ground, mentally telling Ashel that he could not even imagine what he was doing now. He opened a secret passage and went underground. Everything here was different from how it was when he first came here. This place is an ancient temple that served the god of light, Lumendel, until all history from this land was erased due to the war of the gods with the demons that happened 300 years ago. As he went down, he noticed a bright flash in the very center of the temple, and a thought flashed through his mind that no one would have thought that this place existed in the mountains right behind the castle. Having walked all the way to the temple, he finally approached that shining thing. It was the sword of the owner of this temple. On August 12, 999 BCE, humanity finally managed to drive out the army of the demon king from Velius. His army was very strong, but people found ancient relics, weapons of the gods, which allowed them to gain the upper hand. One of the relics was the sacred sword Duran Dark, blessed by the god of light Lumendel. It was recognized as the decisive factor in humanity's victory over the demons, and he met his miserable death from this very sword which Ashel wielded. He came closer and thought that this particular sword had something to do with his regression, but this was just an assumption. Touching it, he tried to sense something, but as he expected, nothing happened. Because of this, he kicked the weapon in irritation and headed to another part of the temple, thinking that it had ruined his mood. Now he needed to sort out his business and leave here. As soon as he passed by the sword of light, a shadow from it appeared, seeming a little extraneous. He came closer. At first glance, one might think that it was the shadow of the sword, but the angle was wrong. It was not a shadow. Where there is light, there must be darkness. He bent over the shadow and it immediately began to distort, and a path appeared that led to another room, hidden by the altar of light. Opening the door, he found himself in another part of the temple, where the sword of darkness was kept. He took it gladly, because it was the weapon he used before his regression, the demonic sword Karam. The sword immediately responded to his touch, and began to emit an aura that was familiar to Cyan for a long time, and he greeted Karam with a smile. Not hearing an answer, he swung the sword several times and asked in confusion, "Has she woken up yet?" Feeling such a familiar hilt in his hand, he was very happy, and even wanted to destroy something right now. But suddenly, Karam's shadow appeared and asked, "Isn't he afraid? Doesn't he know that it's dangerous to disturb her?" He didn't react to her threats in any way and said that this sword was now his. The shadow grew, ominously looming over him, and she said that he had awakened the sleeping demonic sword, so it was too late to regret it now. She immediately rushed to him and exclaimed that his body was now hers, but he grabbed her by the neck and said that she hadn't been so reckless before. Not understanding how this little boy could stop her and why he wasn't afraid at all, she decided to ask who he was. How could he touch her? He answered her with a smile that he had said that he had the sword, after which she decided to use her claws and waved her hand. In this way, she broke free from his grip and immediately jumped back. After which she asked again who he was. Is he the successor? Seeing the black and red smoke coming from him, she asked why she felt Eru's aura from him. He answered her that he was Eru's successor, after which he told her to bow with a smile. Her master had returned. She gritted her teeth in rage. Since he was still just a child, she couldn't accept this and rushed to attack. He parried her blows several times and thought that words wouldn't do. The purpose of the demonic sword was to take over the owner's body. Since he had no choice, he decided to slowly begin to control the demonic sword. After parrying her next attack, he stepped back and took advantage of it with a smile. After which, Karam was pressed to the ground and he offered her to acknowledge him as her master while he was still kind. Trying to get up, she exclaimed in bewilderment, "How can he use this? He's just a snotty boy." He used the control of the demonic sword again and her head hit the floor. In order for her to acknowledge him as her master, he continued to use it until her head broke through the floor. He asked, "So she agrees?" She answered him that she will accept a human, but he did not like this, and as soon as he wanted to use control, she immediately called him master. After that, he left the secret room. Now that he did it, it was time for him to go back. He was gone for too long. Once outside, Karam happily said that she had not breathed fresh air for so long, after which she turned into a dark haze and appeared in front of him, saying that it was so refreshing. "What is his name?" He said his name, and she said that she had never heard of him. Did Eru really choose a child like him? He confirmed her words and clarified that it was in his past life. She did not understand what he was talking about at all, and he told her that he died once. She still did not understand anything, because he was standing right in front of her, alive. But she decided not to dwell on it. Seeing the sword of light, she asked, "It is still sleeping, right?" He told her that it will have to wait for its owner for another 20 years. She noticed that he spoke as if he knew in advance, but he suddenly cut off the pommel and the sword immediately fell. Karam was very surprised, and seeing that he took the pommel, asked what he was going to do with it. He said with an ominous smile that perhaps this will make the future more interesting. Days passed, and it was time to set off. The carriage brought Cyan to the place where he was already expected. Getting out of the carriage, he thought he couldn't even believe that this day had already arrived. Time was flying by. He bowed to the Duke, and he decided to ask him one last time. Does he still intend to go to the front? If he wants to refuse, he won't stop him. But he was confident in his desire and even said that his heart was on the battlefield. After which, his father ordered his knight to open it. Yulkin took out a magic scroll, and Cyan immediately suspected that they would summon something, after which the knight used a spell and a monster began to appear from the magic circle and sparks. When its body completely appeared, it released smoke from its mouth, and Cyan realized that it was a hellish beast in front of him. He immediately took out his weapon, and thought with a smile that he was given a fight with a low-ranking demonic creature from the Leme Valley. It seems his father and the knights carefully prepared for this test. Noticing that they had their hands on their swords, he realized that they would intervene if things got too dangerous. And his father said that he had to answer for his actions, so let him prove how strong his resolve was. Let him pass this test and show them what he was worth. His words made Yulkin think and squeezed the battered scabbard in his hand. Remembering Cyan's recent request, he had been very surprised by his desire to fight him back then, and Cyan explained that there were only 3 days left before his contract with his father expired. He couldn't just swing his sword in the air, so he wanted to know what a real fight was. That was why he was asking him for help. Yulkin, confused, said that someone his own age should fight him, like young Master Krantz. Remembering how the boy now ran away screaming every time he saw him, he told the knight about it with a smile, and he thought that he was nothing but trouble. He agreed, but in return he would only fight him with his scabbard. He would focus on defense, so let him attack as much as he wanted. Sion thanked him and said he had one more request. His gaze instantly became serious, and he ordered him not to tell his father, no matter what happened here. Yulkin remained silent, after which Xian jumped up and approached him, delivering the first blow. The knight immediately blocked it, and a chip appeared on his scabbard, and he himself could not believe that this 10-year-old child could deliver such a heavy blow. Suddenly the boy abruptly moved to the side, and he noticed how fast he was, but when he looked at the place where he should have been, he was no longer there. At that moment, Xian was already above him, and he did not understand when he managed to do this. He immediately turned around and blocked a powerful blow that Xian delivered from the air, but then several more followed. Yulkin did not miss a single attack and parried each one, and Xian was so focused that his eyes were burning. After delivering the last powerful blow, he stepped back and said that, as he thought, he could not win against him yet. He thanked the knight for his help, and he, catching his breath, said that he did an excellent job, and thought that he could not believe that such a weak child had grown so much. Now, watching him, he thought that if his guess was correct, then he would be able to overcome any test that fell to his lot. The hellish beast grinned viciously, and then rushed to attack. Faith Sion saw the perfect moment to strike. Before the beast had time to approach him, he immediately cut its eye with just one swing of his sword, causing it to fall and roll past him on the ground. He turned around and thought that with his current strength, it was still quite difficult for him to fight the monster, so he needed to finish this battle as quickly as possible. Covering one eye, the beast rose, and then he decided to use the attack to kill. Approaching, he immediately wounded the monster in the neck, and then jumped up and plunged the blade into its head with one well-aimed throw. The knights were surprised by this sight, and the duke smirked. Looking at the beast's blood, Sion thought that this was such a waste. This amount of blood would be enough for several bottles. He pulled out his sword and thought that if he decided to take this, they would think he was crazy. His father clapped his hands and said that he was impressed by him, then waved his cloak with the words that he would wait for him at the front. He left, and Sion thanked him, after which Karam appeared on his shoulder and asked displeasedly, "Does it look like a kitchen knife?" He did not understand why she had such thoughts, and she exclaimed displeasedly that he even uses it. She needs blood to gain strength. She flew to the corpse of the beast and asked her master to allow her to take at least a sip, but she was immediately drawn back to the sword, and he, taking it out, told her not to worry, very soon he would use it often. She angrily exclaimed that it would be better if he woke her up then. Sometime later, at the front, A fierce battle broke out between the ogres and the knights. They immediately rang the alarm bell, and the Duke ordered them to create a defensive line and immediately destroy them. They cannot leave anyone alive. Let them begin to show restraint and salvation. The knights raised their swords to the sky with a loud cry, and a huge magic circle appeared in the air, which created exactly the same ones under the feet of the enemies. The magic fettered the monsters, and the Duke ordered his warriors to attack, after which the knights began to easily kill the tied ogres. One of them screamed loudly, trying to break free from the shackles, and at that moment, a knight was just approaching him. With one jerk, he cut off the monster's head, and it fell right next to Sion and his maid, who screamed in fear from this. She looked at the young master with tears in her eyes and asked why he decided to go to such a place. Wasn't he scared? He calmly looked around the battlefield and couldn't believe that he had returned here. Such nostalgia. His father decided to ask him how it was to be on the front lines, and he told him that he was a little nervous. Vilius said that here you never know when you will die, so he should not let his guard down. Sion listened to his advice and thought that at the front, such situations were encountered at every step. Usually, there are 3 or 4 battles a day, and each one has a detailed response manual. The corps is made up of capable and advanced knights who deal with all the monsters trying to cross the front lines. Those who were in the camp guarded the tent, and the tent that Sion is attached to is in the farthest area where it is safest. He looked outside and thought that since the guards here are extremely disciplined, he would not even have a chance to feed Karam. Would he have to wait until dinner? Noticing Emily shaking in fear under the blanket, he wondered what she was doing, and she asked if the Duke had not told them that they would not know when and where they would die. He sighed heavily and asked why she did not pack her things and return then. She exclaimed in response that she could not. After all, he could not do anything without her. With these monsters everywhere, if she ran away in fear, then who would take care of him? She jumped out of bed and walked out of the tent, saying that it was almost time for dinner, and he asked her to wait, asking about the cloak he asked her for. But she ignored him, which made him angry, and thought maybe he should fire her. How dare she treat her master like that? Night came. He wanted to go out of the tent, and in order not to be suspected of his absence, he made his doll and put it on the bed. Emily woke up and asked, is he planning to go outside and train even in such a place? He confusedly confirmed her words and asked, did he really wake her up? Sleepily rubbing her eyes, she noted that he was very diligent. The Duke would be proud of him if he found out. He pulled his hood over himself and informed her that he was already leaving, after which he said that she should remember that for everyone he was sleeping. Going outside, he immediately went to a place further away from the camp and thought that since this was the front line, the night guards were usually reinforced. If he fails now, it will be difficult to move at other times. He used the technique of dense fog to quickly descend from the cliff, and thought that if he remembered correctly, there should be tons of monsters in this place. Seeing a small pack of hellhounds ahead, he said with a smile that this is the perfect place to use the sword, and took out Karam. Smelling a strong smell of blood, she was delighted and told the master not to think that she can hold back, let him quickly give her something to cut. Together with her, he rushed to the attack and encountered the first beast of the pack and, swinging the dagger, decided to do as Karam wanted. He cut the monster into 2, and then used the ability of Rapid Fog Storm and rushed forward, striking each dog in his path. After a while, he finally dealt with them all, and the first thing he did was collect the blood of the hellhounds. Pouring it into a mug, he drank it all in one gulp and sighed loudly, saying that it was a great thing. Karam was also very happy, because for the first time since waking up, she felt so fresh. He decided to continue in the same spirit, and she asked how long he thought it would take for them to become stronger. He turned to the monsters that were crowded around him and told her not to worry. The night was just beginning, and there were already more than enough monsters. This only delighted Karam. At the same time, the carriages of the Emperor and Princess Erin Severus, accompanied by knights, were traveling along the mountain road. Her maid shared with her her concerns about the front lines and suggested that she turn back, but she asked her not to treat her like a child. She was a princess of the Empire, and it was her duty to help her father in his campaigns. She would really be angry if she spoke about this again. She decided not to bring up the topic again, and suddenly remembered the rumors that the Vert family's youngest son was at the front. He should be about the same age as her. She asked in surprise. Duke Vert brought his youngest son? Noticing that she was interested, the maid was happy and said that the Duke wasn't actually going to take him. This guy volunteered himself. He was her age, so they could try to get along. She indignantly turned away to the window and said that she didn't care about such nonsense. Let her forget about it. The poor maid apologized to her. But Aaron's interest was not destined to disappear so easily, and she asked what his name was. She said his name, and Aaron, quietly repeating it, looked out the window, thinking about something. The creature fell dead, and Vilius ordered to check if anyone was hurt. He was told that everyone was safe. Vilius said that it was a good job and suggested that they go back. The knights answered, "Yes, sir." Vilius turned around and saw MC, who put his foot on the creature's body, and then put his sword back in its sheath. Vilius asked, "Is he getting used to life at the front?" Xian bowed and answered, "He learns something new every day." Vilius asked, "Is that true?" He thought that MC would want to go back soon. He lasted quite a long time. He is very proud of him. Xian looked at him in surprise and thought, "What?" Vilius turned away and started to leave, saying that they had something to talk about, so he should come to his tent in the morning. Xian was shocked, because he had never seen his father so kind. He answered, "Yes, father." After a while, MC started fighting again, jumping back and clicking his tongue in displeasure. He said, "Deathworm, they usually only appear in the depths of the valley." Karam said, "Master, it seems he can't handle it. Why doesn't he let her take control?" MC asked displeasedly. "Give her control? She thinks he doesn't know his plans?" Karam replied, "Nothing like that, she swears. She will use him for a little while and then let him take back power." The worm's body swelled, healing the wounds, and Karam asked, "Can MC see?" "It instantly regenerates any shallow damage. It is useless to continue the attack." Cyan thought, "She is right, at this rate it will go on forever." It has been a month since he came to the front. He has drunk the blood of countless demonic beasts, but he feels that it is still not enough. The monster opened its mouth, and MC said, he thinks he has no choice. He will agree with everything that Karam has planned. She said, "Well, let's go." She used dense fog, the ninth form of manifestation of the demonic sword. Cyan rushed at the monster, delivering rapid blows. He thought that he would tear the thick skin of this one like a hot water bottle. MC jumped, and Karam used the fog sword, 8 trembling petals, after which Cyan swung and cut the body of the creature. After a while, Vilius touched the blood of another monster, and said that not much time had passed since the murder. Yulkin said, "The mana seems quite impressive. Maybe the demon did it?" Vilius replied that they cannot ignore it if he was involved. He ordered to inspect the area and immediately burn the corpse. The knights answered, "Yes, lord." Vilius frowned and looked at the body of the monster, thought, the marks from the sword seemed familiar to him. Deja vu? At that moment, Yulkin called out to him and said, "His lordship, he thinks he needs to see this." Vilius came out from behind the rock and asked, "Is this?" Yulkin replied, "Yes, it is a deathworm." Vilius asked, "Who could kill such a huge one?" He frowned and thought, could it be that organization? Manifesting the demonic sword allows Karam to take over his body, so that she can use her true powers. However, this is fraught with the risk that she can completely enslave him if she lets down her guard. MC lay on the bed and thought, that is why using her to destroy one monster is complete madness. It is good that he drank all the blood of the demonic beast. Cyan grabbed his head and said, "Every cell hurts." He thought, if this happened a month ago, his body would have broken. Suddenly, Karam said, now she understands. It is just that he looks like a child, but he acts like an adult. The level he's using her at is too high for a beginner. Plus, he knows the entire geography of the Lemay Valley, and his sword technique is a mist skill, as if he's been training for at least 30 years. She recalls him saying that he's already died once. Now Karam is sure he's a regressor, right? MC looked at her puzzled and asked, "He said so, didn't he?" He thought it was obvious enough. Karam asked irritably, "Where is it obvious if he didn't explain anything?" Cyan replied that he was too lazy to do so. Karam frowned and said, "Anyway, killing someone like him must not have been easy. Come to think of it, he was killed by the owner of Durand Dark. There are two options. Either he was killed in a duel or betrayed, and something tells her it's the latter." MC asked where such a conclusion came from. Karam replied that he was looking at the sacred sword as if he had stepped in dirt. She would be a fool if she didn't put 2 and 2 together. So his goal was revenge. She didn't care, just let him mean it. If she caught him in a mistake or weakness, she would swallow it and he wouldn't notice. Cyan hit her and told her to know her place. She was not a fool. Karam fell to the floor, knocking over the books with her. MC smiled and thought, she hasn't changed at all, the same as she was in his past life. After a while, Cyan went outside and looked around and thought, what's going on? Everyone is too busy. Suddenly, Emily ran up to him and shouted, "Young master," he woke up. MC asked in surprise, "Yes, Emily, did something happen?" She answered, "Yeah, the corpse of a high-level monster was found at the entrance of the valley." Cyan's eyes widened and thought, is she talking about the death worm? Emily continued talking, "High-level monsters haven't been found near the camps for a long time." MC asked, "Is there anything else?" Emily was surprised and asked, "What?" Cyan shouted in displeasure, "What are they saying? For example, about a suspicious person." Suddenly Yulkin came up to them and said that the Duke wanted to see young Master Cyan right away. MC turned around in fear and thought, horror, he couldn't take care of the corpses because the soldiers appeared out of nowhere. His plan was to enjoy a quiet life before entering the academy. Horror. After a while, Cyan entered the tent and said, he, the youngest son of the Vert family, greets his father. He thought that his father would notice that it was him. Vilius turned around and said, yes, Cyan. MC thought that if he asked him about the incident, what excuse could he come up with? Vilius frowned and ordered him to sit down. After a while, Vilius suggested getting to the point and asked what MC did last night. Cyan replied that he went to bed early because he was tired. Vilius frowned and thought, went to bed early? But those marks on the monsters reminded him of Cyan's sword technique. Was he imagining things? MC asked, slightly confused. Why was he asking? Vilius didn't answer, but thought that it was hard to believe that such a small child could kill a deathworm. Cyan asked, Father, is something bothering him? Vilius replied, he was sure that he heard about what happened last night near the camp. They should investigate further, but it seemed to be the work of a secret organization of assassins. Mist. MC asked again, Mist? Vilius replied that it had existed since ancient times. Their goals were unknown to them, but they had exterminated countless nobles under the pretext of purification. They were notorious for leaving behind a black fog wherever they went. They disappeared one day and were last seen 300 years ago, but the corpse of the deathworm was shrouded in black fog. This was the trace left by Eru, the god of darkness, the very idol they worshipped, and the source of their power. If Vilius's guess was correct, it was the mist that destroyed the deathworm and other demonic creatures. Cyan was surprised and thought, amazing, he was able to pinpoint the culprit, even though the organization was last seen 3 centuries ago. Vilius said, they cannot guess the reason for their sudden appearance, but MC should be careful. Of course, he will report this to the Empire and conduct a thorough investigation. Cyan replied, yes, father. He calmed down and thought, does this mean he believed him? Vilius thought that Cyan had no reason to get involved with the mist. He said he thinks this will do for now. He thought that MC was still too young. Vilius asked, was he told who was coming? Cyan replied, he heard that His Majesty would be visiting them, but would he really be arriving today? Vilius replied, yes. In this regard, he wanted to ask him for a favor. MC asked again, a favor? After a while, the knights trumpeted, His Majesty the Emperor. Vilius bowed, kneeling down and said, he, Lord Velius, salutes His Imperial Majesty. Dion cried out joyfully, Vilius. He descended to the ground and lifted the Duke and said, they are old friends, let him drop the formality. Dion looked towards MC and asked, is this the same child? Cyan bowed and said, he salutes His Imperial Majesty. He, Cyan Vert, the youngest of the family. Dion put his hand on Vilius's shoulder and said, for such a kid to live in such a harsh environment, the Duke's children are completely different from ordinary children. MC looked at him with displeasure and thought he was wondering what favor he would ask for, and his father just wanted Cyan to be called his son. In his past life, during each visit of the Emperor, he would sit within the walls of the mansion. Now he was touched by his father's trust, remembering a moment from the past. At this moment, Dion said he also wanted to introduce someone. The carriage doors opened and Erin came out. She said the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire, Erin Severus. MC looked at her carefully and thought, Erin Severus, the tragic 5th princess. A while ago, Vilius said, Cyan will need to accompany Princess Erin for the whole day. MC asked, excuse me, what? Vilius said that there is no need to be so surprised, he will just keep the princess company. They are the same age, they will meet again when he enters the academy. Cyan thought about it. He remembers seeing her at the academy in his past life, several times during breaks between classes. Vilius said, there is nothing wrong with forming connections with someone from the royal family. It will not take long, but he wants them to get along. MC was not particularly happy, but he understands his father's intentions. Perhaps father wanted them to have a friendship like the one he had with the Emperor. But he chose the wrong person. Cyan is sure that she cannot become his friend. Although he can't say it, since only he knows the future. Currently, he was walking behind the knights and thought, this is annoying, but for now he must be obedient. Suddenly, Erin stopped and asked, why is this river so red? MC asked, does she mean the river of blood? Erin asked again, the river of blood? Cyan said that it is a stream that flows through the entire Lemay Valley. The color of it is quite simple. Demonic beasts that are old or injured and can no longer compete fairly with others for survival instinctively jump into the water. The corpses of the demonic beasts and their bodily fluids flow into the river, turning it red from decomposition by the mana. Erin cried out in confusion. So this is all? The blood and bodies of demonic beasts? MC replied, yes, they also drink from it and bathe in it. It's quite disgusting, no need to go there. Erin thought it was disgusting and asked what was at the end of the river. Cyan replied, the demon realm. Erin asked him again, the demon realm, the place where demons live? MC smirked and replied, yes, if she goes along the shore, she will even meet their king. He thought that, although no sane person would do such a thing, it was so funny to make fun of her. Suddenly, A bright light in the sky caught their attention, and Aaron asked what kind of light it was. MC replied, "It was the third watch post in the west." The yellow light meant that demonic creatures were approaching. Aaron asked fearfully, "Are there demonic creatures here?" Suddenly, Vilius ordered to protect his majesty. "A squad of guardian knights will go with him to the third watch post in the west." Dion interrupted him and told him not to start. Vilius turned around and asked, "His Majesty?" Dion asked him a question. "Does he think he is here to rest?" He was already bored. Vilius closed his eyes and answered briefly, "Okay, His Majesty." Dion turned around and said, "They will join the raid on the demonic beasts," and ordered them to focus on killing the creatures until they are done. The knights cried out loudly, "Yes, His Majesty." Vilius turned around and ordered Cyan to join too. MC replied, "Yes, Father." Aaron asked him in surprise, "Can he fight the demonic beasts?" Cyan turned around and answered, "Yes, although for now he is only supporting from the back. She should go to the shelter." Aaron loudly asked to take her along. Cyan looked at her puzzled and thought, what on earth was she talking about? The servant tried to calm her down, and Aaron screamed loudly. He said they are the same age, so she can go too. MC was unhappy with what he heard and said, "People die here. This is not a playground." Aaron continued to hysterically. She didn't care. She was going and no one would stop her. At this moment, Cyan irritably called out to Yulkin, who quickly ran up to him. He told the young master that he would replace the royal knights and escort Her Highness to safety. He asked Her Highness. Aaron pointed her finger at MC and screamed that she didn't understand. How dare they treat her, a princess, like this? Cyan leaned close to her face and said that dozens of knights could die because of her stubbornness. Every second of confusion on the battlefield could be decisive whether he survived or not. Was she capable of taking responsibility for all these lives? Cyan walked forward and told her to go back if she was going to cry like a child. Aaron remained silently watching him go. After a while, the battle with the monsters began, and Vilius ordered not to retreat. He swung his sword and ordered to return to the line, protect His Majesty, and destroy all the monsters. No one should be spared. The knights rushed into battle, shouting loudly. Dion Severus, the emperor of the Ushif Empire, had 2 wives. The first, Diana Quisil, died. The second was Cassandra Nepel, considered a prominent representative of the judicial power. The former empress gave birth to the first and second princesses, and the current one to the third and fourth princes. Aaron Severus, the 5th princess, was an illegitimate daughter of a peasant woman. People looked down on her because of her mixed blood, but Aaron did not care how others perceived her. She fulfilled her duty as a member of the royal family and devoted herself to her studies more than anyone else. However, the indignant nobles accused her of betrayal, and Aaron was then banished from the royal family outside the empire. It was rumored that she died alone from illness on some island. Therefore, people called her the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life if she had not been greedy. It would have been better if she had not had ambitions. Currently, Karam asked, wasn't this what his father told him in his past life? MC swung his sword and said, "This is different. This is the royal family." At this moment, the monster's body was struck by lightning, and Cyan thought that the emperor was skilled. He used holy lightning again, and slashed the sword on the ground, spreading its energy everywhere. MC thought, Emperor Dion is known for being an 8-star magician. If not for the throne, he might have become the head of the Magicians Association. Cyan is confident that a mid-rank demonic beast is no problem for him. I guess you could say that ruling is a hobby for him. After a while, the Duke and the Emperor were sitting in the tent. Dion said that he hadn't had a drink with Vilius for a long time, although he was sad that he was drinking alone. Vilius asked for forgiveness. He does not allow himself to drink at the front. Dion said, by the way, he remembered his question about the current situation in the empire. Recently, there have been more frequent cases of murders of nobles. This is causing unrest. Vilius frowned and asked if there were any patterns in these murders. Dion answered yes. All the murdered nobles were corrupt. In addition, there was a black fog at all the murder sites. He looked at Vilius's thoughtful face and asked if he had any ideas. Vilius replied that he found their traces here yesterday. It seems that the followers of Mist have become active again. Dion frowned and said, this makes sense, but he needs to study it in more detail. He appreciates Vilius cleaning up the mess, but he can't just sit back and watch people lose their peace. There's still something that's bothering him. Vilius asked, what is it? Dion raised his glass and said, some trashy nobleman was babbling like it was all the fault of the 5th princess. Vilius asked in surprise, does he mean that there are people trying to link Princess Erin to these incidents? Dion replied that he suppressed them as nonsense, but it seems there is a group that wants to use her. He asked to be allowed to ask him for a favor as a friend, not as an emperor. If he dies early, please let him take care of her. Vilius pressed his fist to his chest and said that he, Vilius Vert, will carry out His Majesty's order to the end. Dion thanked him. At this time, in the MC tent, Emily asked in surprise, "What, is that all?" Cyan turned around and asked, "What else did she expect?" Emily sat on the bed and screamed, "She is a princess, he just left her like that. At this rate he will never get married." MC thought that he did not seem to be going on a date. He walked towards the exit and turned around and said, "In any case, he will trust her to take care of things while he is gone." Emily asked a question. "Is he going to practice again? It is pouring rain there." Cyan asked her not to worry about it and not to wait for her. He opened the curtain, after which Emily screamed in fear, "Who is she?" Aaron took off her hood and asked where he was going. She went inside and apologized. "Can they talk if he is not busy?" Emily rushed forward and screamed, "Your Highness?" After a while, knights stood near the tent, protecting the entrance. Aaron looked around and asked how much time had passed since he arrived. MC answered that about a month. Why did she come to him? Aaron remained silent, then turned around and asked Emily if she could leave them for a while. Cyan ordered her to go out. Emily sheepishly went out and said, of course they would have a good time together. The guys looked at her puzzled, and then MC thought, is it a good idea to have a good time with a 10-year-old? No, he was 40. Aaron looked away and said sheepishly she was sorry about what happened earlier. She felt like she hadn't acted like a princess. MC ruffled his hair and said she shouldn't worry about it, he was apologizing for being rude. Aaron said no, she would have said the same thing if she were him. He is recognized by many, unlike her, and he is much more mature. Cyan looked at her thoughtfully and thought, this is what her personality is like. Aaron smiled and asked, right, he is also entering the academy, right? MC interrupted her and said he was sorry, but he didn't think he could be of use to her. If she was here to make friends, then she should leave. Aaron said sadly, she just wanted them to have a good relationship. He is cruel. Does he also think she is just an empty shell? Cyan looked at her and remained silent. Tears were streaming down Aaron's cheeks as she said that she knew it was useless to be friends with her. She apologized for wasting his time. Aaron walked towards the exit and said, perhaps she was stupid. She thought they could at least talk, but he was nothing like Mr. Ashel. These words enraged MC and he clenched his fists thinking, what did she just say? Cyan grabbed Aaron's hand, causing her to scream loudly. What's wrong with him? MC looked at her with his crazy eyes and asked, Ashel, no, how does she know his brother? Aaron replied that she met him when she was on a field trip to the Academy Kingdom last year. He advised her not to care what others think and just do her role as a princess. Cyan thought about it. Advised? No way. He knows that demonic idiot's character better than anyone else. It all started from the moment they met. The plan to destroy Princess Aaron. MC asked to let him warn her. Suddenly, there was a noise, and the guys looked around in confusion when Emily suddenly ran into the tent and screamed, young master, he must run. At this moment, the tent was blown away by a strong blow and a loud scream was heard. Horror, it is the young master's tent. The monster slammed his club on the tent, and the knights ordered to quickly check if he is okay. Emily was kneeling and crying loudly, calling for the young master. The monster swung his club again. At this moment, Dion cried out in confusion. What? What did he just say? The knight was kneeling and speaking. High-ranking demonic beasts have set up an ambush at the rear camps of the border areas. Apparently the princess was there when this happened. Dion waved his hand and ordered all the imperial troops to immediately head to the rear camps. They must ensure the safety of the princess. The knight replied, yes, his majesty. Dion wondered, was she in the rear camps? Who did she want to see there? At this moment, MC looked around and thought, the deathworm and the ogres, they should only live in the depths of the valley. But here, in the rear camps, something had changed. Was it him? Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Emily screaming, young master, she thought he was dead. She would never leave him again. Cyan remembered how quickly the tent collapsed and thought that he even killed the Demon King at one time. As if he would die because of some troll. Aaron looked down and asked, do they think the knights in the camp are okay? Emily told her not to worry. Your Highness, the knights are very strong. Aaron grabbed her face and said with tears in her eyes, this would not have happened if she had not come here. Those who came with her too. At that moment, the knights approached her and said, they are fine, Your Highness. It is their duty as knights of the Empire to protect her. The knight smiled and said, he is right, Your Highness. They will protect her with their own lives. At that moment, MC turned around and ordered, step aside. The huge monster extended its hand towards the knight, who did not understand his words. The creature grabbed the knight and raised him, clenching his fist. Cyan ran forward in displeasure and ordered everyone to step back. He squeezed the hilt of the sword and then looked at the smiling monster and thought, he thought so, the creature needs him. He said that he will distract the troll and the rest should leave with the princess. Emily replied, okay. She grabbed Aaron and asked, what is Mr. Knight doing? Go. MC frowned and thought, was she so eager to escape? The monster clenched its fists and swung it, screaming loudly. Cyan swung his sword and thought, why are the advanced ranked demonic beasts drawn to him? It felt like they smelled something in him. At that moment, Karam laughed and said that he drank the blood of countless demonic beasts to become stronger, so he reeked of it a mile away. It would be strange if things were different. MC asked irritably, what? So she knew? Why is she only talking about this now? Karam asked, did he forget? She wanted his body. Cyan squeezed her, forming her into a sword. To which she screamed loudly, what is he doing? MC told her to shut up, and Karam asked her to handle her more carefully. He replied that he didn't care how many monsters attacked him. He pushed off and rushed towards the monster. Cyan somersaulted and cut off the monster's heads. He sighed and suggested that now that no one was looking, they drink some of the blood of an advanced ranked demonic beast. Karam said that it would be a feast. Suddenly MC asked to wait and asked what it was. A huge demonic dragon appeared in front of him on the cliff. The creature opened its mouth and screamed loudly, to which Karam said that it was just a baby, but she thought it had come to him too. Cyan smiled and thought, it doesn't matter where it came from. He said, a demonic sword. What matters to him is that he will absorb it. Karam said that he must catch this dragon. No, he must eat it. At that moment, Dion killed the monster and asked, is this the last one, Vilius? He answered that it looked like it. Dion narrowed his eyes and asked, what about the princess and his son? Vilius looked down and said that he couldn't find any traces of them outside the tent. He was sorry. Dion said that everything was fine. He was sure that he was also worried about his son. Vilius assured him that MC wouldn't disappear. The main thing was to find the princess. Dion frowned and found his words cold. Was he really his son? Vilius replied that Vert should know to watch himself. Suddenly the knight said, Your Majesty, they have found her highness. Dion turned around and asked, are they sure? Aaron screamed, Father. He ran to her and asked, is she not hurt anywhere? Aaron, as if she had not heard his question, screamed quickly, they must save him. Dion asked, who to save? Aaron screamed, Cyan, because of her he. Dion asked her to calm down and tell him what was going on. Vilius approached Emily and asked, is she Cyan's servant, isn't she? Emily replied, yes, his grace. Vilius irritably ordered her to tell him what happened to him. Emily shook with fear and thought, she was scared. The Duke had never looked so scary. She replied that the young master had served as bait to buy them time to escape. The knight frowned and shouted, he remembered where MC was last time. If they just give the order, he will go with the others to save the young master. Dion asked, what is Vilius waiting for? Hurry. Vilius stood unsteadily and said, they will not do this. Aaron turned around and looked at him puzzled. Dion was also at a loss for words, so he asked, Vilius, is he serious? Vilius turned around slightly and replied, they must first deal with the problem. If these camps fall, the demonic beasts will invade the empire. We must restore this place immediately. This is the only way to prevent more deaths. Emily asked with tears in her eyes, what about the young master? Vilius replied that he did his duty, helped the princess escape. This is what it means to be a Vert. Aaron turned around and thought, what, but why? No, because of her again. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard and Aaron asked in fear, that scream? She looked up and saw a dragon, the sight of which made her cry. Aaron saw Cyan on the monster's body and called out to him. Dragons are creatures closest to the creator. They are very rare and noble creatures. Lower life forms like humans do not dare to approach them. MC thought, it is an honor to meet such a high and powerful creation, but why should it fly over those who should not see it? Aaron screamed in surprise, Cyan. Dion said, unbelievable, a dragon. Vilius, why is his son on a dragon? Why is he not doing anything? Isn't he going to save him? Vilius looked up silently, and MC thought it was a curse. He just wanted to drink the creature's blood. He definitely did not expect such an outcome. Some time ago, MC decided to eat the creature and ordered the goblins to leave him alone. He is not going to waste time on them. He used the fog sword, a swift fog storm. Cyan cut the monster's bodies and moved further towards the dragon. He landed in front of the dragon, who was breathing irritably. Karam said, this is definitely not an adult, the size speaks for itself. Suddenly the dragon opened its big mouth and sent a stream of energy towards MC. Karam said irritably, this is already rude. It spits in his face on their first meeting. Then it's nice to get punched in the face. Cyan dealt several blows to the monster when suddenly it jerked and threw MC forward. MC used a technique without a sword, 8 fluttering petals and grabbed the dragon's body, dealing several blows to the body. The monster fell, and MC warmed up and said, it seems he is not able to pull the dragon yet, his shoulders hurt. Well, it's time to finish. At that moment, the dragon took off, raising dust in the air. Cyan thought, he will not fall for the same trick twice. The dragon began to fly away, and MC yelled irritably, this lizard. It's running away. He can't let this creature go. Let it stop. Currently, MC was flying on the dragon's body and thinking, it seems like he has used up all his luck by running into this dragon. Well, how can he get out of this situation? Karam asked irritably, what's wrong with him? Why is he doing nothing? Cyan asked angrily. What is she talking about? Can't she see all these people below them? Karam screamed. She doesn't care about them. If he awakened her, he should do something. MC yelled. She wants him to use the demon's sword in front of them? He will be burned at the stake in an instant if they see him. Karam asked, is he going to stay on this dragon? Cyan replied, right now, he's thinking. At this moment, Vilius activated his magic seal, and Cyan thought, this is advanced 8-star magic. Is he going to use the secret sword of heaven, knowing that his son will be dragged in too? The dragon flew above the people, and Vilius directed his magic towards the creature. MC thought in fear, he really lives up to the title of the continent's guardian, father. The creature opened its mouth and flew past all the magic spears. Cyan cried out in joy, that's it, a good dragon. He ordered the creature to continue to avoid it, when suddenly a magical stream was directed at his head. MC said that there was no way to avoid this. He jumped off the monster's body and flew down, covering his face with his hands. Cyan screamed, damn it, he can't believe he missed the chance to taste such a delicacy. Karam asked in displeasure, what is he doing? Let him fly, or does he want to break into a pancake? MC replied that if he uses the fog, he will be burned at the stake. Karam screamed, so she will just let herself die? Cyan replied, he doesn't know, maybe he should stop thinking. Suddenly he turned over and asked to wait. It seems there is a way. Karam asked, Master, he is not going to fall down there, right? Into this filthy mess? Cyan stretched his arms behind his back and asked, what else can he do? Karam screamed no, very loudly and long, and MC had already plunged into the bloody river. At this time Valkyrian stood on the cliff and asked, is there a devil dragon flying around here? What a rare sight. The old man replied that the dragon was young, it seemed to have gotten lost and got into trouble. Valkyrian turned around and said, there must be strong demonic beasts there. The old man replied, no, they are people who live on the other side of the border. Valkyrian asked in confusion, people? There is no way a dragon would lose to some people. The old man looked at him and asked, is there something bothering him? Valkyrian said that he felt a strange energy from there. Something wild, but at the same time familiar. The old man said that if he was so worried, he should go and check. But please, let him refrain from killing everything he sees just because he is bored. Valkyrian spread his wings and replied, okay, he will not cause any trouble. He disappeared over the horizon, and the old man looked after him. At this time, MC emerged from the blood river, and then climbed to the shore and leaned on a stone. He clenched his jaw and said, no need for such a life. Cyan looked around and asked, Karam, is she alive? Karam said not to even talk to her. She is currently trying to decide on a way to commit murder. MC said that he will clean her when they return. No need to worry so much. Karam asked, is he going to come back? You need to keep your eyes open. This is the demon realm. Cyan told her not to worry. They will never run into a higher demon. At that moment, a loud scream was heard. He knew that something interesting was waiting for him here. MC's eyes widened, and he thought he remembered that voice. A voice that was so deeply embedded in his brain that he would never be able to forget it. Valkyrian asked if he was human? Cyan looked at him and thought, the Demon King, Valkyrian. In the past, everyone who saw him said that he looked like the embodiment of evil. This is who was standing in front of him. Damn it, why now? MC gripped the hilt of his blade, and Valkyrian said in annoyance. He asked if he was human. He was not going to answer him? The little guy wanted to fight him? Cyan clenched his jaw and turned around, managed to dodge the blow and deliver his own. Valkyrian looked at him puzzled, and then laughed loudly. He said that he heard that he had limitless potential. He decided to trim his ends? That seemed true. Karam spoke. She was not quite in time. But who is it? MC mentally answered, the Demon King. Karam asked again, the Demon King? How on earth was he going to defeat him in this state? Cyan knew it was impossible. He could only try to escape. But would he be able to stand against Valkyrian? Valkyrian suddenly told him to relax. What would he do to a child? He could calm down. Valkyrian fell to the ground and said to watch. He really wouldn't hurt him. He was a villain, but he wouldn't fight with children. MC looked at him in surprise and thought, what? Why did he suddenly lie down? Valkyrian asked to let him ask again. Is he a human? Cyan answered briefly, yes. Valkyrian asked the next question. How did he get here? MC said, by the flow. Valkyrian decided to clarify. So this is his first time in the demon realm. His aura is a little strange. Who is he? MC answered, he's an ordinary human. Valkyrian said again, an ordinary human, but he has a feeling that he knows him. Cyan said, they have never met before. Valkyrian sprawled on the ground and said, he was definitely telling him, he had never seen a human either. When would MC have met him? Cyan didn't understand this relaxed manner and decided to ask, why was he here? Could this be the same Demon King he knew? Valkyrian waved his hand and answered, he felt a strange energy while walking around the territory. MC asked again, walking around the territory? Valkyrian answered yes, as a Demon King. He is supposed to watch over the lands in his domain. Kid? What did he just say? Cyan said that he is given the task of watching over the lands he rules over as a demon king? Valkyrian pointed at him in confusion and asked, "Where is the shock?" "He is the demon king," he screamed. "He knew it. He knows him from somewhere." What kind of child would react like that? Didn't his mother ever scare him with a story about the demon king taking him away if he wasn't a good boy? MC grabbed his head and thought, there is no way this is the demon king. If things go like in his past life, the demon invasion should start soon. But this guy doesn't seem like someone who would do something like that. If this is his true nature, what made him change? MC said, if he really is the demon king, what does he want to achieve? Valkyrian smiled and asked, did he ask such a question to the demon king? He is very brave. Nothing special, he just wants his people to live well and eat heartily. However, if anyone dares to get in his way, he will kill them all. This is his duty as the demon king. Cyan's eyes widened in fear and thought, it was only for a moment, but he definitely felt it. The true nature of Valkyrian that he knew in his past life. It is suppressed now, but some incident must have released his chains. He must prevent this. MC wondered, the demon king, does he want to make a deal? Something bad was going to happen to him soon. Something that was going to threaten the people he ruled. Valkyrian frowned and asked what he was talking about. What nonsense. Cyan said he didn't know exactly what the incident was, but he was sure it would start a great war between humans and demons. Valkyrian folded his arms and asked smugly, did he mean he wanted to take over their lands? MC said that was why they should come to an agreement. He asked him to promise he wouldn't start a war no matter what happened. Valkyrian chuckled and said, what nonsense, okay, let's say he didn't start a war. But what would he give him in return? Cyan said he would help him. No matter what happened to him, he would do everything he could to help. Valkyrian leaned over him and said, he knows something. He laughed and asked his name. MC said he was Cyan Vert. Valkyrian smiled and said, okay, Cyan Vert. He promises him as the master of the demon kingdom that he will not invade his land no matter what happens. He flew up and said that MC better take responsibility for his promise. A deal is a deal, you know. Cyan nodded, after which Valkyrian said, okay, that's all. After making a pact with the Demon King, MC was found by the knights and shouted, he is there, young Master Cyan. The search party found him comfortably sprawled on the sand and he was able to return. After what happened, he was nicknamed the boy who survived the appearance of the devil dragon. They returned to the abbey on the border of Velius, which was temporarily used as a military hospital. After some time, MC woke up and asked, what? Erin was sitting on a chair next to him and asked to let her repeat herself. Cyan thought that everything was resolved smoothly. Erin screamed, will he her? MC was shocked and thought, what is she talking about? Erin asked, embarrassed, if he would belong to her. He refused her, and she hung her head, saddened. Her body began to tremble, and tears gathered in the corners of her eyes. She said, of course not, she was a talentless princess. The protagonist knew that she was getting on his nerves. He knew that she was talentless, but this attitude made her even worse. It was obvious what was going to happen, but he couldn't stop thinking that this man had something to do with her tragic end. Then he said that she was right. In the form she was in now, she couldn't bring any benefit to him or anyone else. She didn't even have any training in etiquette, let alone influence. If he were to be near her, it might end badly for him. However, he would watch her from afar until she turned into someone better. She clarified, watch her? He folded his arms over his chest and confirmed this, adding that she shouldn't be upset. She coughed into her fist and said that she understood what he meant. She just had to improve enough for him to acknowledge her. She then pointed her finger at him and smiled, saying that he should just wait and see. She didn't know how soon it would be, but she would be so powerful that he wouldn't be able to ignore her. He awkwardly replied that he was looking forward to it. He noticed that she cheered up quite quickly. Then she turned around and said one more thing. Turning to him, her cheeks flushed again with embarrassment, and she thanked him for being alive. He watched her go silently. A camp on the edge of the forest. The mage, hiding behind a tree, looked around, then took out a magic box. Looking at the glow of the object, he smiled and said that there was only a little time left. At that moment, the protagonist noticed that it was him, Reynold Crimson. The mage was surprised that his body did not move, as if invisible chains were binding him. The protagonist said, a small spatial box. He thinks that the sale of this has not yet taken place. An artifact imbued with spatial power and enough mana, allowing things to be stored inside indefinitely. This is the masterpiece of the Garam Kingdom Mage Association, isn't it? He had been keeping an eye on it for a year. He felt like someone in the Empire was smuggling it. Then he walked closer and picked up the box and said, so that's how he did it. He will take it. Reynold, a 7-star knight mage from the Garam Kingdom. The mage was surprised. Is it him, Cyan? Why is he here? MC shook the contents of the box onto the ground and, looking at the remains of the monsters, guessed that they extracted blood from the corpses of demonic beasts and brought it in carriages that are allowed to be transported across the border. He thinks that there are spies helping them in the supply department as well. Reynold nervously shouted, "What is he talking about? He doesn't know anything about it." The protagonist turned his gaze to him and told him not to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. He guessed that Alice might have gotten the Hellhound's blood through him. Reynold wondered who betrayed them? In any case, he couldn't let that person get away. He didn't know how he managed to capture him, but now he was able to act. The next second, he created a magic symbol in his hand using the breath of fire and commanded the protagonist to die. The consequences of letting his guard down are death, kid. A powerful flame of fire rushed forward. The mage gritted his teeth from the tension and muttered that he thought he would die. So the rumors about him were true. Then the fire dissipated, and the mage, tired, sank to the ground. Sighing, he noticed that he had lost the precious box. He didn't expect that something like this could happen during transportation. The next second, his arm was separated from his body. He grabbed it and exclaimed, "His arm?" Looking ahead, he wondered what kind of black fog was that. The protagonist didn't let him finish and grabbed him by the neck, pressing him right against the tree behind him. He explained that he had to choose between telling him about the smuggling route and the spy and then dying peacefully, or ending up in such agony that even Satan would pray for him. Sometime later, at a trading post on the western border of Velius, the mages saw each other in the crowd. One of them put down a box and, opening it, asked, "Are there 2 boxes today?" His comrade replied that they would earn more this time. "I wonder how much is in there?" Then they lifted the lid and, seeing a severed head, the mage cried out in fear, "Lord Reynold?" His comrade wondered who did this. The protagonist was watching them from the side. Karam, who was standing next to him, asked if he was not going to do anything about these fools. He thought that warning was enough. The Garam Kingdom's 7-star mage knight, Reynold, was smuggling demonic beast blood from the front lines behind the Ushif Empire. The goods were being delivered to the Garam Kingdom's Mage Association. The Garam Kingdom's Mage Association is a place where those who are madly obsessed with magic gather. They study the origins and foundations of magic, as well as the art of creating new ones. They aim to surpass humanity. Currently, they create useful artifacts like spatial boxes, but in the future, they will do crazy things with the blood of demonic beasts. Cyan needs to put a stop to this. Karam said that she thought he was going to live for himself. Isn't that a selfless act? He replied that he simply doesn't want anyone else to use the blood of demonic beasts. After some time in the residence in the Empire, Ushifashal looked out the window and asked, "Cian went to the front with his father?" The girl in his bed covered herself with a sheet and, adjusting a strand of hair, clarified, "Cian is his half-brother?" Turning around, he confirmed this. "He's pissing him off. He'll have to visit him." After some time, Emily happily threw down her suitcases and, raising her hands up, exclaimed, "Finally they left the front." She spun with happiness, repeating how happy she was. She was sure that the academy could not compare with the gloomy place where they spent time. The protagonist answered without emotion that for him this was only the beginning of the tests. He understood that the academy was unlikely to live up to Emily's expectations. This place is permeated with political games and machinations. An atmosphere of envy and jealousy reigns here, and communication is more important than education. Emily happily added that she had heard about many beautiful instructors and was very happy. Was there finally romance in her life? The protagonist wondered if she was here just because of him. Soon, the protagonist walked into the square. Kranz, seeing him, cried out in fear, "Cyan?" His body trembled with fear. The protagonist wanted to greet his brother, but he ran around the corner. Karam wondered who this person was. MC replied that it was Kranz, his half-brother, and she could ignore him. She gasped and said that it seemed like he didn't get along with any of his relatives. He replied that it wasn't like that. He knew he didn't get along with someone else. They walked up to the entrance. The huge doors opened, and the workers bowed and greeted young Master Cyan. As he walked forward, he noticed that they hadn't even looked at him before, but now they were suddenly very polite, as if his father or that idiot were here. A lot had changed in the past year. Sighing, he reached for the door handle and assumed that it was a reward for his efforts. He then turned the handle and found out who was behind the door. The one who made him shudder. Yes, that person was standing behind the door. Ashel smiled and remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. The protagonist knew that he needed to calm down. His brother asked if he remembered him. Still smiling, he thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and said that it was expected. The last time he saw him was before entering the academy. The protagonist thought. It seemed like he could remain calm. His eyes were burning with rage. He had already grabbed the devil blade with the intention of killing his brother. But the next second, Karam grabbed his hand and told him to pull himself together if he did not want to die. It was boring to kill him so early, didn't he agree? The MC actually calmed down and bowed. He said that the youngest son of the Vert family, Cyan, greets his elder brother. He was pleasantly surprised that he was remembered. The protagonist asked how he could not recognize his brother. Ashel ruffled his hair and happily stated that it made him happy. He was afraid that his brother would forget him. With these words, he stepped aside and, folding his hands behind his back, added that he heard how his swordsmanship had improved noticeably. Soon he would be able to help him on the battlefield. The protagonist, filled with anger, replied that he was also looking forward to this moment. His older brother said that he was glad to hear it. He came here only to see him. The protagonist understood that Ashel did not pay attention to useless people. However, the knowledge that his older brother was here for a reason strangely helped calm him down. Then he smiled and stated that he missed him too, older brother. Emily grumbled as she carried the suitcases, saying that he had no luggage. Why couldn't he help her? She then walked to the door, put the suitcases down, and sighed, noticing that she was tired. Opening the door, she exclaimed, "Young master, how could he?" Seeing his older brother, she was surprised. "First, young master," Ashel smiled and said that he heard that she was close to Sion and was comfortable with him. She could feel free to do her job. She didn't need to pay attention to him. He then walked towards the exit, and they bowed after him. Emily put her hands on her chest, sighing in relief, and said that she was very nervous. "Young master." He should have warned her that first young master would be here. In response, he only asked if she could leave him alone for a while. Then his face took on a threatening look, and he added that she shouldn't make him repeat himself. She asked fearfully, "Young master?" The next second, the protagonist was already sitting next to the toilet and emptying the contents of his stomach. Turning to Karam, he asked why she stopped him. She asked in response, shouldn't he thank her? He wiped his mouth with his sleeve and replied that it was a good chance for her to take over his body. She replied that he should not be mistaken, she just wanted his rage to grow. In this state, he would become even more delicious. He smiled and replied that it was like her. After a while, Kellen knocked on Ashel's room. He shouted that he could enter. Kellen bowed and announced that he had found the second young lady, as he had requested. The eldest son asked, "And where is she?" He replied that she is in the north, in the lands of the White Elves, Purina. Ashel thoughtfully said, "Purina, they are known for hating outsiders." He supposes it is because of her blood heritage. He must let him know if she seemed to be coming back. Kellen accepted his order and then asked if something good had happened. He asked why he thought so. Kellen noticed that he seemed more cheerful than usual. Was it fun meeting his little brother? He laughed. Funny? I suppose one could say that, but he was mistaken. He was in a bad mood. Kellen bowed at that moment and asked for forgiveness. Ashel remembered the look his little brother had given him, as if he were looking at a sworn enemy. Or had he misunderstood? He then said that the little one was getting on his nerves, and that he needed to be kept an eye on him so that he would not get out of hand. Kellen said that he would entrust this to someone, and then asked permission to take his leave. Ashel looked out of the window, wondering what Sion was hiding. After a while, Sion took his place in the carriage, and Emily, who was standing outside, indignantly shouted at him that she was very disappointed in him. He protested that it was not his fault that he could only accept knights into the academy. Emily insisted that he should have warned her in advance. In response, he simply waved at her from the window and asked her to be a good girl. She folded her arms and pompously said, "Goodbye, young master." Sion chuckled and then ordered the coachman to drive off. Emily wondered, was he really just going to leave like that? Then she shouted at him not to be upset if they made fun of him. She waved her hand after him and wished him to take care of himself. The protagonist thought that this was very much like her. When he was 8 years old, he was terribly ill. He had such a fever that he constantly lost consciousness. But there was no one nearby who could take care of him. Emily, carrying him on her back, went to the nearest doctor. She walked in the pouring rain and called for help. A kind man opened the door and said that they could come in. There, Amelia was taking care of a sick child. If it weren't for her, the protagonist would probably be found dead somewhere in the mansion. Currently, he leaned out of the window and smiled, shouting at Amelia to behave well, otherwise she would die by his hand. He treasured her much more than just a servant. In response, she only shouted that she couldn't hear him. He took a comfortable position and thought, anyway, 6 middle-class knights just to escort one person? It seemed like everything would come out before he even reached the academy. Soon, the sun began to disappear behind the treetops. The knights stopped. One of them approached the entrance of the carriage and, turning to the young master, announced that they thought it would be a good idea to set up camp here. The protagonist asked where they were. He replied that they were in the central city of Safran and would most likely arrive in the city tomorrow morning. The MC looked out the window and told them to let him know when they were done. The knight agreed with him, but the protagonist knew he was a liar. There was no such forest in the Seyfern region. They weren't staying near some village, they were in the middle of nowhere. Their intentions were clear as day. The knight then said that the young master could come out. The protagonist went outside and said that it was cool here. He looked at the knights and asked who the customer was. The knights started to get nervous, and the protagonist noticed one of them smiling. He repeated his question. The knight smirked and said that children shouldn't know much. He was going to die soon anyway. He then reached for the hilt of his sword, and his companion added that he was sorry it had to come to this. He asked the protagonist not to hold a grudge against them, and he would be kind enough to make it as painless as possible. He just needed to close his eyes, and then they could say goodbye. With that, he swung his sword and charged, but the protagonist nimbly dodged the blow. The next moment, the knight's head flew off his shoulders, and MC, holding Karam, irritably reminded him that he asked a question. The knights looked at him in horror, and he asked, "What are they waiting for?" They did not expect such a turn of events. Brian could not believe his eyes. His partner also attacked, swinging his weapon, but the protagonist easily decapitated the enemy by jumping forward. He then delivered a few more slashing blows. The next knight received a demonic sword right in the back. Tears were already streaming down Brian's face. He was perplexed. Was he really only 11 years old? No wonder he survived the battle with the dragon. The next second, the protagonist caught his sword back in his hand, and the knight realized that this mission was doomed from the start. He fell to the ground when the protagonist turned to him and demanded that he speak. He shouted that it was all Mrs. Margaret who had arranged it. The protagonist remarked that it was too easy. After a while, Brian took the coachman's seat and they set off. He said that he had heard young Master Krantz ask Mrs. Margaret for a favor, so he thought she had ordered them at his request. The protagonist said that it was Krantz. He was sure that he would teach him a good lesson next time. Then the knight asked what would happen to him now? Was he going to kill him? The protagonist remarked that he didn't seem to mind. Brian said that they had attacked him first and that he had no right to blame him if he was in a hurry to cut off his head. Folding his arms across his chest, the protagonist decided that he was of more use to him alive than dead. The knight thanked him with tears in his eyes, and after a while, the protagonist announced that they had arrived in the central city of Seyfern. Meanwhile, Margaret, filled with anger, smashed a vase of flowers and turned to her subordinate, demanding to repeat what she had said, one missing, the other 6 found dead. He confirmed her fears and added that young Master Cyan left Seyfern 10 days ago. Margaret, horrified, pressed her hand to her mouth and exclaimed, "He told her it would not be a problem. Why did things turn out like this?" In response, the subordinate only bowed and explained that they underestimated the young master. She exclaimed indignantly, "How could they not handle a small child?" He replied that, in his opinion, there was someone behind the scenes that they did not know about. If she gave him another chance, he would send someone to the academy. Margaret shouted in irritation, "Enough! If they do this, if he lays a finger on Kranz." She remembered the protagonist's threat and said that everything was fine, he should not interfere with anything. The subordinate agreed with her, and then she added that no one should know about what happened, and he should eliminate all witnesses. After that, the subordinate left the room, and Kellen, who was hiding behind the wall, continued to watch him. It had been 10 days since they left Seyfern. All this time, Brian had been acting as his subordinate. He figured that they already knew about his survival. If they continued like this, he would safely reach the Royal Academy, and he would have to decide what to do with Brian. At that moment, his new subordinate opened the window and announced that they had arrived. The protagonist replied, "Okay," and then thought that this was just like the good old days. He could not call these memories pleasant, but the academy had changed him in many ways. Walking up to the reception desk, he handed over his badge and introduced himself. The worker smiled and said that he was on the list, and all he had to do was go to the designated dormitory and wait. In 2 days, he would have to attend the entrance ceremony and the elemental test. He wondered if he had heard correctly. He then took out a letter and a key from his inside pocket, asking the worker if she was sure she hadn't made a mistake. After a while, Cyan put the suitcases in a luxurious room. Brian opened his mouth in admiration and exclaimed, "Young master, this place." The protagonist knew that this was the royal hall. No one in his family had ever been assigned to the royal hall. Someone was behind this. He then asked the subordinate, "Is this all the luggage?" He replied that this was all he had. MC, reaching for the inside pocket of his jacket, noted with satisfaction that since he had reached the academy and his things were with him, his mission was accomplished. Brian, scared, asked him to wait, but the next second, a bag filled with money appeared in his hands. He was confused about what it was. The protagonist explained that it was a reward for all his work, and it should be enough to start a new life wherever he went. He warned that he was probably wanted, and therefore he was not allowed to return to Velius. Suddenly, Brian knelt down and declared that he, Brian Kendrick, a recognized knight of Velius, would like to be allowed to serve him for life. Cyan was surprised. A knight? Brian confirmed this and added that although he held the position of the Duke's charioteer, his father always told him that if he met a person he could trust and was willing to give his life for, he should not hesitate to ask for his service. The protagonist laughed, thinking it was a stupid idea. The knight was surprised, but the protagonist, exuding an ominous aura, asked how he knew that he would never stab him in the back. Brian, confused, said that even if he did, it did not matter. Cyan placed his hand on his shoulder and advised him to never allow the thought of betrayal. He then headed for the exit, adding that to hell with the ceremony, they would just take the elemental test. The knight agreed with him. Meanwhile, in the dean's office of the Royal Academy, Quasiel, resting his head on his hands, noticed that there were many talented students gathered within their walls this year. Aaron Severus, mana rank 2 stars, physical rank B, element light 52%. Seth Jaharkhan, mana rank 3 stars, physical rank A, element sand 71%. The rector, stroking his beard, looked at the results and said that these children were truly amazing, but Cyan. His mana rank is 1 star, physical rank S, element darkness 92%. The academy instructor, Sarika Negriti, adjusted her glasses and noticed that the even Alice Vert, who was summoned by the Child of God, had 88% water by the time she graduated. Kundal noted that it was interesting that the girl who was praised for her outstanding talents could not compare to her younger brother. The instructor confirmed this, adding that his element was darkness. The principal guessed that under such conditions, his abilities could fade. By the way, did she know that Cyan was assigned to the Royal Hall? She confirmed this, explaining that she heard about it from the other teachers. The principal announced that this was an order from the Emperor. Sarika was surprised, and he explained that Cyan saved the young princess from monsters on the front lines, and he was even thinking about marrying them. The union of the 5th princess, who was considered a failure, and the most loyal Verts, who have been raising geniuses for generations. What consequences could this have? Sarika suggested that the struggle for the throne would reach a new level and the empire could fall into turmoil, leading to a civil war. He looked at her and told her not to exaggerate. All they could do was watch. They were the ones given the opportunity to see if this child would become a hero of the empire, or if his actions would lead to collapse. Meanwhile, he walked down the hallway of the academy and thought about 92%. It seemed like it was around 80% in his past life. Was it because of his experiments with the blood of the demon beast? Then he saw Kranz and greeted him, to which his brother recoiled in fear. The protagonist was sure that it was difficult not to be shocked to see someone alive who he thought was dead. Popper Penneron asked if he was the one being treated as a slave. Kranz fearfully confirmed this, explaining that it was Cyan. The protagonist, looking at his brother's companion, thought that he was the son of the Marquis of Penneron from the kingdom of Garon. He said that he heard that he didn't even know who his mother was. The protagonist understood that this was the one who had mocked him along with Kranz. What a lucky meeting. Popper told his comrade to move over. Such rumps need a good rag. His comrade asked him to stop. Popper was surprised to see the protagonist's eyes. Kranz confusedly suggested that they go to the cafeteria. But the next second, the protagonist, without thinking, kicked the chubby guy with all his might, slamming him into the wall. Kranz worriedly called his comrade. Then the protagonist, putting his hands in his pockets, suggested that Kranz talk. He, frightened, asked, "Forgive me?" The protagonist walked closer and put his hand on his brother's shoulder, saying ominously that he didn't care what he did behind his back, but if he ever saw him again, he would graduate from the academy in a wheelchair. His brother's eyes filled with tears, and he fell to the floor in despair, while the protagonist walked in the opposite direction. He smirked, knowing that life here would be full of adventures. In the library, Sarika walked past the shelves and wondered if he was a hero or a villain. They would have to keep a close eye on Cyan. She climbed the small stairs, reached for the right shelf, but was surprised when she didn't find the book she was looking for. The protagonist stood behind her with a book in his hands and asked if this was what she was looking for. Sarika awkwardly scratched the back of her head and asked how a student got here. Students aren't allowed here. She was surprised that she couldn't sense his presence. She then walked closer and clarified, he was Cyan. Wasn't he? Can you give this to her? She needs this book for research. He asked, oh, this? Of course. He held the book out. Sarika took it, but the next second the book split into two. The protagonist asked, was she looking for something else? The instructor, no. The Mist Master Sarika? In his past lives, his first impression of Instructor Sarika was unremarkable. She only asked him in a friendly manner how life was at the academy and supported his thoughts that the discussions were boring. At that time, he didn't understand. Was she expecting him to grow? From a man who was bullied by his own brother? It sounded like a joke. Then she said that she was actually very interested in him. It was rare to meet a person with 84% of the dark element. He replied that he had been told that it was not a particularly important element. She smiled and explained that humanity knew little about it, and in fact, she believed that its growth potential was limitless. He was confused, and she declared that she was looking forward to working with him. Maybe this person could help him. He knew that this was an incredible misconception. He was being deceived. He should not fall for this innocent face. Her job as an instructor was a cover. In reality, she was an assassin. The leading master of the Mgila organization, hiding in the academy where all the monarchies and nobles of the continent came to gain knowledge. Then she took off her glasses and said that she would listen to him in her lab. He was surprised that she did not react as sharply as he expected. After some time they came to the right place, and the protagonist, looking around, noticed that this place had not changed. He took a sip of the offered drink and smiled, and noticed that this tea was poisoned. He understood that everything was going too smoothly. She said with a smile that this was not the strongest poison, and there was no need to worry. It would just melt his organs. MC understood that it had no effect on him. He, a man who had tasted countless portions of demonic beast blood and Emily's culinary masterpieces, was confident in his own abilities. He then asked if she could use something stronger next time. She offered to talk, and asked how he knew about her identity. He knew that she received orders from an unpopular book in the library. He remembered its name and location exactly. Perhaps he was trying to make her understand that he was also part of the fog? He asked if any more proof was needed. She chuckled and noted that after a simple test, he had become too arrogant. He replied that before leaving for Chatron, he was asked if one night escort would be enough, considering that nobles were being killed everywhere lately, especially after the purification project began. She asked, "What is this about?" With that, she released her energy, and the protagonist followed suit, explaining that he meant murder, of course. Sarika added with a smile that he might regret his words. The protagonist smirked and asked, "Is she threatening a student?" Then she kicked the table in front of her, and the protagonist swung his fist and asked, "Is that her answer?" The next second, he destroyed the table, and the instructor was already in the air behind him. He said that he thought he passed the two-factor. Sarika swung her weapon and said, "Even if he really is part of the fog, there is no member that she does not know about as the leading master." She landed, preparing to strike, but the protagonist jumped to the side and she shouted in anger that he will not escape. He took out his sword and noted that he had no choice. He swung the sword and she stared at him in surprise. He said if she does not believe him, then he will show her. After that, he struck a few more times and she shouted for him to wait. She jumped aside and turned her attention to his blade, asking, "Is this the demonic sword Karam which only the chosen one of the Eru wields?" He asked, "Are they still playing the Doubting Thomas?" He believes that the darkness is currently looking for a successor. She wondered how he knew that. He replied that the one she was looking for was in front of her eyes, and she had to bring him to air. After some time on the streets of Leuven, they arrived at the right place. The instructor, using a magic seal, destroyed the lock on the door, opening the passage. She noticed that he was not even surprised that the darkness's base was in such a place. She showed the way to the altar where he wanted to go, and said that he could handle the rest himself. The protagonist entered inside and found that this was a unique place created by the power of the god of darkness. It turned out to be much larger than it seemed from the outside. In short, 2 at 4 o'clock, 3 at 11. The next second, swords flew at him, but he quickly swung his sword, throwing it away. He had foreseen this, and such a welcoming ceremony seemed a little unnecessary, right? Several assassins surrounded him, but he dodged multiple attacks, and then pointed his sword at the masked assassin. Sarika was amazed that he blocked her dagger. In such a short moment? Amazing. She then used the secret technique extension, Deathhorn Formation. The other assassins rushed to attack again, but the protagonist also used the secret technique extension, Bloodlust Wave. The instructor exclaimed, "This technique!" Her colleague exclaimed that it couldn't be, such a child could do this. The next second, a powerful force was released. It was Bloodlust Wave, a secret technique only available to assassins, allowing one to manifest bloodlust into physical form to attack others. The next second, the assassin fell to the floor, gasping for breath. The protagonist looked at the bodies and noticed that they wouldn't be able to get up for a while. Although this one, he is still standing, of a higher rank. The next second, he used a technique called Great Tree Mist Sword. In response, the instructor also charged, and the protagonist noticed that she managed to stop his technique in mid-air. "Who is this?" Then Sarika threw back her mask and said that he possessed her ultimate skill. She couldn't hold back any longer, Cyan. Their swords clashed, and the protagonist was surprised. "Master Sarika?" She looked at him with admiration and told him to show her his true power. He used the attack of the dense fog of the eighth form, directing it forward. She jumped back and noted that he possessed the dense fog and the sword of fog. This intrigued her even more. He had to reveal his true potential to her, but the next second, the protagonist rushed towards the doors. He understood that the thirst for battle was driving the instructor, and intoxicated by this desire, the master of the hall would fight until one of them fell. Only someone who had experienced it himself could understand how unbearable it was. Sarika, chasing after him, screamed for him to come back. Isn't that what he wanted? She used the mist sword, a swift mist storm. The protagonist dodged the attack, realizing that he was not like her. She said that this was a space created by Eru, and its energy would not be detected from the outside, so he did not have to worry. He thought that here he could use all the techniques he wanted. He might end up killing her, but he would definitely not cry. Suddenly, the next second, he fell to the ground, and Karam, who began to manifest, said that she knew it. He could rest. Sarika was surprised. Her? Karam replied that she did not want to interfere, but she knows her, right? Sarika knelt down and confirmed that it was Karam's demonic sword. She asked, what kind of business is this? She should worship Eru, but instead she attacked her master. The instructor replied that she was just checking if he was who he said he was. Really, the successor or not. Karam was indignant, explaining that she could have simply summoned her god. If she wanted to, could she take it as a direct challenge? She replied that she thought they should first turn their attention to the successor. Karam asked why he was dying. Sarika explained that she had manifested in her true form, but it was a very ineffective method. It absorbed the life force of the owner. Karam grabbed the protagonist by the collar and shouted that this was nonsense. Then why did he have to drink all that blood? The instructor then said that she, a master of the mist, does not refuse duels, and with such an opponent, she cannot refuse. Karam, frightened, noticed what was wrong with her. She then looked at the protagonist, who was already on his feet, and asked if he was okay. He asked where she was going. She replied that he should just stay behind her. She must teach this brat a lesson. Sarika declared that it would be an honor. Her rival told her not to cry and not to beg for mercy. She replied that she would be happy if she could bring her to such a state. The next second, Eru's voice was heard, ordering them to stop. A portal appeared in front of them, and the voice ordered the successor to be sent to the altar. Sarika knelt down and said that she obeyed. The protagonist thought that he would finally meet Eru, the god of darkness. People claim that the god of darkness is the embodiment of evil. He kills without hesitation, justifying his actions with good intentions. To this, the god replies that this was destined by fate. He is not inclined to decide for others what is good and what is bad. If he needs to die to defend his beliefs, then he is ready to take this step. Someone may call this crazy logic, but the protagonist does not agree. He believes that this god is only trying to protect the weak, and although many consider him short-sighted, the protagonist is convinced that he is on the right path. Meanwhile, the protagonist exited the portal and found himself in front of a tall staircase leading to the god of darkness. Eru asked him if he knew who he was. The protagonist replied that of course he knew. He was the god of darkness, Eru. The god asked if he was Cyan. What proof did he have that he was his successor? The protagonist assured that he was confident in his words because he had already felt the fog inside him. Eru said that there were two ways to become the successor. The first is if he himself passed on the mist stone, and the second is if the mist stone itself found a suitable person. Since he does not know which option is applicable in this case, he is inclined to the latter. It is also true that the mist stone, which should be at the altar, suddenly disappeared a year ago. It is surprising that the protagonist managed to find Karam, because even he could not track her down. He is doing a good job of this task. Eru noticed that the protagonist's eyes were glowing brighter than he did at his age. He saw that he came from a timeline he was not a part of. The protagonist was surprised, wasn't he? He thought that his presence here was not a coincidence. The god of darkness replied that if he wanted an all-powerful and all-knowing god, he had come to the wrong place, since he had long since lost his divine rights. The protagonist admitted that this was indeed the case. Eru added that this was quite convenient for him. The protagonist asked what he was talking about. The god replied that the ideal successor had come here on his own, and now he had less work to do. The protagonist noted that the god of darkness was lazy as always. Eru said that in any case, Cyan had brought something very annoying with him. Isn't the demon sword enough for him? Did he want to take the power of a saint as well? The protagonist reached into his inner pocket, pulled out a piece of the sword, and replied that he didn't want anything. He just thought that if the world didn't know about the existence of this thing, it could be useful. The god of darkness rose from his throne and noted that he had an evil hobby, but he wouldn't fish out anything else because this wasn't his body. However, he had to follow the rules. As his master, he would ask the question, "Dear successor, who inherited his abilities? What does he want to achieve with this power?" With these words, he raised his hand up and created a powerful aura around himself. The protagonist remembered that in his past life, he had already been asked the same thing, and his answer was, he would live for his brother. What an idiotic wish. But last time, the answer didn't bother him. How so? Didn't he want something more? Then the god told him to remember, there is nothing more dangerous than blind faith. The protagonist assumed that the god of darkness already knew about his pathetic end. Then he took a step forward and answered that he did not have any grand plans like a great body or divine worship. He understood that this time, things had to be different. He was going to use his power solely for selfish purposes, only for his beloved self. Eru said that only he could decide what is right and what is wrong. He asked the protagonist if he was sure that he would not regret his actions. Depending on the answer, the god of darkness could kill him on the spot. The protagonist answered that he did not care about the consequences of his actions. He was not going to follow anyone's orders, this was his path. Eru assumed that the protagonist had some kind of plan and asked if he would tell him about it. Cyan raised his index finger and shook his head. The god of darkness said that it didn't matter as long as he was going to clear his name. That was the end of the quiz. Now he was going to talk to his daughter. He grabbed Karam by the cheeks and said that she had changed a lot. Did she really like her master that much? Karam was indignant. What was he talking about, old man? Eru replied that he was very happy to see her like this. He then reached out to kiss her, but Karam indignantly screamed at him to get away from her. He said that he was trying to be nice to her because he had nothing to give her master. Karam screamed that he was a crazy idiot. The master should do something. The protagonist just chuckled. What a nice relationship between a father and daughter. She was angry. What? The lips of the god of darkness were getting closer and closer, and the next second, a magic symbol appeared between them. Karam didn't understand what was happening. Then she took on a humanoid form and looked at herself, asking in surprise, does she have a body? The protagonist noticed that it does not use up his mana. Eru used his own power to do this. She grabbed the god of darkness by his clothes and shouted. What did he do to her? Eru said that it was nothing special, he just gave her some of his life force. What's wrong? Don't you like it? She will need a physical form to save her master. Karam was indignant. What did he say? The protagonist noticed that they are similar. The next day in the student dormitory, Brian whispered in the protagonist's ear, what is going on? He replied that he does not know, they should leave them alone. The knight whispered that he does not think this is something that can be left alone. Karam twirled a strand of hair in her hand and said, my God, an instructor is visiting a student at such an early hour? She does not think that the others will start talking later. What kind of relationship do they have? Sarika smirked, of course, all to guide him on the right path, a completely normal relationship. Karam asked, shouldn't the master be a little more careful? The instructor asked, did she care? She replied that the master only needed her, she should stay away from her. The instructor countered that he was her student. The protagonist went to the door and said that he was going for a walk. Brian desperately asked not to leave him with them. Karam shouted for her to take out her weapon, they had to fight. She replied that she couldn't refuse such a request. Meanwhile, the protagonist went to a high point and, looking at the surroundings, thought that he could finally relax. Then he noticed the smell of blood. At that moment, Leximus Klein fell to the ground and spat out blood. Then she grabbed her hand. The bully suggested Barrett Louismal to try it. He replied that it was a good idea, we can do it right now. Their comrade laughed, what a weakling. The next second, Barry took out a sphere and turning to Leximus told her to look here, he brought her a snack. Then he grabbed her head and lifted it up in the air. He swung it and said that her friend tried so hard she would eat it, right? At that moment, Aaron came up to them and shouted, stop! He was being so cruel to a classmate? And isn't it shameful to consider yourself a noble? Turning around, he introduced himself and then asked who she was. She folded her arms over her chest and introduced herself as well. He smirked and replied that he thought she was a beauty, but she was just the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Coming closer, he said that it was a great honor to meet her. She indignantly replied that she was not going to shake his hand and that he should explain what was going on. He replied that he thought she had misunderstood something. Maybe she should ask the main character? She should tell her. Then he grabbed Leximus by the collar and pulled her towards him, asking if they were making fun of her. She replied that they weren't and that no one had bullied her. Aaron objected that he didn't need to hide it and that he needed to look at himself. Leximus replied in confusion that everything was fine and that she needed to leave. That was how they were playing. Barrett laughed and asked if she heard. She needed to leave or he would get angry. Aaron shouted that it didn't matter. She would take him with her. The next second, the bully grabbed her arm and said that she didn't understand. She was indignant. What did that mean? He asked if she hadn't heard Leximus ask her to leave. She replied that if he didn't let her go right now, she would swear on her name that he would regret it. He chuckled, saying that she was just a little brat. But before he could finish speaking, the protagonist swung his leg and sent him to the ground. Eren exclaimed in surprise, "Cyan?" He was surprised to see Leximus. This child was Leximus. Not long before, in Klein Castle, Garum Kingdom, the protagonist had fought Leximus, the best swordsman on the continent. Hailing from the Ushif Empire, for some reason, she had just graduated from the academy and entered the service of Count Klein in the Garum Kingdom, even changing her citizenship. Their impressive fight continued. She directed her attack forward, destroying the ground in front of her. The protagonist confidently looked at the sword approaching him, and the next second, he was behind his rival and pierced her chest. She fell to the ground, bleeding profusely and breathing heavily. The Empire had ordered her to be killed. Having infiltrated the castle, he dueled her, although there was no particular reason for it. Bu had reached the peak of swordsmanship without mana. He didn't want to hurt the man who was acknowledged as the best swordsman on the continent. Currently, Leximus was watching the scene with concern, and the bully ran up to his comrade, shouting loudly for him to gather himself and move. Barrett, slowly getting to his feet, asked, "Why are there so many curious people today?" He recognized Cyan and had heard of him. After returning from the front, would he like to join their little game? The protagonist thought. A game? This was ridiculous. Using the mana stone incorrectly could cause it to disintegrate inside the body. Then he heard him say, the game where he had to force-feed the mana stone to someone? Yes, he would probably join. After saying that, he began to concentrate energy in his hand, and the bully looked at him in fear, and the magic sphere grew larger. The protagonist asked, what is he doing? He should open his mouth. After a while, Eren explained that the external injuries were almost healed, but he needed to stay in bed so that the internal injuries could recover as well, so for now, he should rest. Leximus, bandaged in some places, thanked the guys. She did not know how to thank them. Eren asked if he saw how those people ran away, scared of Cyan. They just did what they had to do, so he does not need to worry. The protagonist thought, fractures and a slight concussion. It was surprising how she could endure this. It seems that the best swordsman of the continent is different from ordinary people. Leximus then asked him if he knew her. He looked at her in surprise, and she embarrassedly replied that she thought he was looking at her all the time. He said that he thought he knew her, but he was wrong. He then apologized, assuming that it was unpleasant. She lowered her head and replied that it was nothing to worry about. Eren then asked where his room was. What if those people came to bully him again? Leximus replied that it was in the commoner's hall. She was surprised. Was he a commoner? She confirmed this, explaining that she was accepted thanks to instructor Veltine, who promised to support her financially during her studies, but he was suddenly fired. The protagonist assumed that, in other words, there was no one to support her. She confirmed this, and he assumed that she would have to leave the academy. Eren worriedly said, "Oh no, poor thing." Cyan asked, "Why doesn't she just take her in as her person, princess? She can learn swordsmanship from her at the same time." Eren, confused, pointed at Leximus and asked what he was talking about. "Leximus is a boy?" The protagonist replied that she was a girl. The princess froze in surprise, and the student worriedly said that she didn't mean to deceive her, Your Highness. She awkwardly scratched the back of her head and explained that she felt more comfortable with short hair and boyish clothes, and that's why many people mistook her for a guy. Eren turned to her and apologized, saying that she didn't even realize it, but Xian saw through it right away. Leximus put her hands in front of her and said that she didn't need to apologize. Then the princess asked how she liked the idea. She thought it was great. If she lived with her, she would stop being bullied, she would be able to study whatever she wanted, and her life would be comfortable. She wondered, why her? The princess replied that she didn't really like being alone. Leximus thanked her and, putting her hand to her chest, added that she would try to become someone she could be proud of. Thank them so much. Eren returned to the protagonist and told him not to thank her. It was all Xian. And then she was surprised not to see him in the same place. Meanwhile, the protagonist walked out of the building, thinking that he had done enough. He was sure that the princess would take care of the rest. But now he understood the reason why Leximus left the Empire. She would never have lost mana if it weren't for Barrett. The best swordsman on the continent, and with mana, even he would have a hard time defeating her. In any case, he was currently concerned about something else. The order he had received from Master Sarek this morning. His first purification mission as a member of the Mist. He looked at the card in his hands in surprise, realizing that this was his first mission and it already seemed so difficult. The instructor he had recently met had said that she believed in him, but he thought, well, that was unlikely. As he walked through the academy's hallways, he realized that he was afraid that the subsequent missions would be just as difficult, considering how much she ordered him around. At that moment, the wall in front of him crumbled, and he wondered if a demonic beast had infiltrated the academy. Seth Chaharan stood in front of him and asked if he was Cyan. The protagonist was amazed. Did he know him? Seth answered, of course, magic rank, 1 star, physique, rank S. The youngest son of Vert Cyan, he introduced himself and added that he was also new to the academy. The protagonist was amazed. Was this big guy only 11 years old? Was there such a guy in his past life? Seth showed off his muscles and said that he had heard a lot about him. He fought demonic beasts and even survived a dragon attack. Plus, he received an S rank for his physical strength when even he was not given one. They must fight. Now the protagonist remembered that this mark on Seth's chest symbolizes Sparnia. So, the rumors about the Prince of the Sands getting into the academy were true. Sparnia is a country in the middle of the desert, located to the east of the continent. With a powerful army led by the first prince who was a genius in both magic and martial arts, even the Ushif Empire had a hard time trying to conquer it. But this powerful country collapsed due to the sudden death of its only heir. The cause of death was ruled to be illness, as he had focused too much on growing his muscles and had forgotten about taking care of his health. To think that he ran into him here. Seth grabbed his hand and told him to decide right now. The protagonist realized that he had not met him in his previous life, and this irritated him. He then asked, right now? Seth confirmed that they needed to decide who was better here. He would not accept defeat, he was sure that he wanted it too. The protagonist replied in the negative, and Seth exclaimed in surprise, how could this be? The MC explained that duels without permission were forbidden in the academy. They had to get an official request. Seth agreed with him and asked where they would do it. He replied, the 3rd floor of the main hall. Seth shouted that they were huddled, and then ran down the corridor, shouting that he was quick. He had to wait for him. The protagonist noticed that another rumor about his brain being made of muscles was true. Seth was walking in the opposite direction. He didn't know if it was really possible to request a duel, but he thought that they wouldn't see each other for a while. For now, he needed to focus on the purification project. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, the subordinates reported to Albus Sickerman that the preparations were complete. He ordered his subordinates to deliver it to the clients. He agreed with him. Albus, one of the 3 richest men on the continent, is known in society as a kind person who donates a lot to charity. However, behind his back, there is a secret. He runs a slave market and breeds rare species of animals. Today, he announced the upcoming birth of the masterpiece of his life, and his subordinates were obliged to ensure the safety of this event. The protagonist, hiding behind the back, thought that the target had finally been identified and he would be able to complete this task faster than expected. But then Karam, his companion, noticed a strange energy, which puzzled him. She said that the target was hiding something unusual. Meanwhile, Albus, approaching the bars, laughed and said that he could finally rest easy. His milk cow should sleep peacefully. However, at that moment, he felt the presence of fog around him, and the next second there was an attack that left his subordinate without a head. The remaining knight shouted, "Who is there?" Albus was indignant. Why was he frozen? He must catch him. The knight shouted that he must show himself. The next second, the protagonist walked towards him, cutting his opponent's tendons with his sword. He made his opponent fall to his knees and put his sword to his throat, making a cut. Albus shouted, "Damn it! Where did everyone else go?" MC replied that he would find out soon, he would send him to them. Albus, trying to crawl away, asked what he wanted. Money? He had all the money in the world. But the protagonist, without thinking, cut off the opponent's hand, forcing him to shrink on the ground. After which he said, "Albus, all possible inhumane experiments and cruel tortures, maintaining a slave market is also illegal. His death is deserved, isn't it? He will give him a minute to repent for all the sins he has committed so far. After which all his pain will disappear." Albus realized that he would be killed. He was just trying to make ends meet by selling slaves, because there were people who needed them. These are the ones who buy them. Sinners. What bad did he do? The protagonist realized that he was not even going to repent, and said that the minute was up. Have a nice trip to hell. Albus asked him to wait, but the protagonist had already used the thick fog of the 9th form, destruction. A few powerful blows straight into the enemy's body, and that's all for purification. Then he said that before leaving he should look around. He approached the bars and asked, "Here?" Karam confirmed it. She felt a combination of 2 different energies. The next second, the protagonist destroyed the bars and was surprised. "Is this a woman? It seems that she is dead. It is just a person, nothing special." Karam objected that he should look at what she is holding in her hands. It is a dragon egg. Sometime later, in the protagonist's room, Brian looked at the egg in surprise and asked where he got it. He replied that he just picked it up on the street on the way. The knight was surprised. Who picks up such things on the street? He replied that he was serious, he was just walking and found it. Looking at the egg, he thought, was he going to sell something so dangerous? Or deliver it to someone? Brian was worried. What if it hatches? Cyan assured that this will not happen. He does not need to worry. Dragons are like a large lump of mana with different elements. Even if they constantly pour mana of the right element into it, the dragon may not hatch. So dragon eggs separated from their mothers are nothing more than funny stones. The next second, the shell of the egg cracked. The boys looked at it in surprise, and then the egg began to shine. In the blink of an eye, Nana, an adorable half-human, half-dragon, hatched from the egg. Brian grabbed his head and exclaimed, "Hatched, young master! What should they do?" The protagonist realized that this creature was neither a dragon nor a human. So the woman was carrying a dragon man? A cross between a dragon and a human is a much more serious problem than he thought. Nana looked at the protagonist with admiration and said, "Dad." Pushing off the table, she jumped into his arms, making him wonder, "Dad? Does she really think he is her parent?" Karam laughed and congratulated the protagonist, noting that he would give all pregnant 16-year-olds a run for their money. He thought that it was all her fault. Not long before, he asked if she wanted him to take the egg. She replied that it would be bad if something like that fell into the wrong hands. He agreed that she was right, but could an egg hatch? She assured him that she had never seen a dragon born after losing its mother, and now it was just a dangerous stone. In the present, she laughed again and said that she never thought that she would ever see something like this. He exclaimed indignantly. She said that it was impossible? She awkwardly replied that that was exactly why she said it. Who would have thought? In any case, such a hybrid, her mere presence could pose a threat. The protagonist knew she was right. Things were very bad. The baby fell asleep on his lap, and he thought that this was not an ordinary mixture of a human and a beast, but a damn smoothie of a human and a dragon. The world they lived in was too dangerous for such a creature. If her existence became known to the Academy, the director could harm her in order to eliminate external threats. Dragons are very strict about blood relations, and if they found out about the existence of this child, they would try to destroy everyone who knew about her. Did he really need to risk so much? If she was still destined to live a fate full of pain, it was better to end it now. Then he reached out his hand to the child's neck. Karam asked where he was reaching his hand. Although, what did she think it would be better this way? If her fate was to experience suffering, it was better to end it now. When the protagonist's hand fell on the baby's neck, she opened her eyes and asked in surprise, "Daddy?" She happily climbed up to hug him and said that she loved him. He noticed that she was warm. What kind of emotion was that? And then, he picked her up and said that he would manage somehow. He just needed to raise her, Karam. She wondered, was he going to make her his servant or something? Meanwhile, in Castle Vert, Margaret was pacing, not understanding what to do. Crayons would be bad if she did not do something. At that moment, Ashel approached her. She was surprised, and he asked her to talk to him if she could not do something. He put his hands on her shoulders, and she, embarrassed, thanked him. However, then she abruptly pulled away and said that she was fine. There were no problems. After that, she left the room, and he told Kellen to report. His subordinate, putting his hand to his chest, reported that 6 of their knights were found dead in the Velius Mountains. They assumed that the remaining one had ended up in Leuven with his younger brother. As he had expected, Lady Margaret was behind all of this. Ashel asked if there was anything else. He added that the last he had heard was that the youngest son had been placed in the king's hall and that the informant had not contacted him since. Ashel said that he already knew that. He grinned, realizing that he had been unable to learn anything more from his brother. Kellen realized with horror that he had disappointed him. He did not keep subordinates who disappointed him. But he could not give up his position after so much effort. Then he shouted that everything would go well. Please, he must trust him. He would not disappoint him. Ashel put his hand on his shoulder and said that he knew how hardworking he was. Okay, he must hurry. His brother was definitely hiding something, and he must find out what it was. The subordinate agreed with him. Sometime later, Sarika nervously walked to the royal hall, holding a scroll in her hand. When she walked inside, the protagonist said that there were no classes today. What brought her here? She wondered. Where did the child come from? He replied that it was a long story, and she should just say what she needed. She adjusted her glasses and said that she would listen to it later. Right now, she had more urgent matters to attend to. He had caused a lot of trouble. He looked at her in surprise, and she unrolled the scroll, explaining that it was a request for a duel. What was he thinking? Staying in the shadows was the least he could do. And in the end, he was an attention seeker, huh? The protagonist wondered, Seth actually found a way to submit a request? Karam asked. What's all the fuss? It was just a couple of 11-year-olds fighting. Cyan asked when the duel was. She replied, in 2 hours. After some time in the arena, the protagonist grabbed his head and realized that it was much sooner than he thought. Seth, grinning, said that he had been waiting for this moment. He was sure that he felt the same way. He wanted a combat duel, but apparently the only options here were fencing and magic. Was he going to use magic? The protagonist replied that he would do the same as him. He smiled and said that he liked him. The next second, Seth jumped up, ran to attack, and swinging his sword, shouted that they would see how good he was. The protagonist watched his actions and noted that he was fast despite his size. His sword also had a lot of weight, but such a weighty attack was quite easy to parry. The next second, he put his rapier behind his back, parrying the enemy's attack. He understood that in order to defeat such an opponent, it was not strength that was needed, but dexterity and accuracy. Seth swung again and declared that it wouldn't work. His sword met the rapier again, and he realized that the opponent was trying to deflect his attack using the force of a downward strike, and this despite the fact that he only had a rapier. Seth then jumped to the side, swinging from behind. The protagonist put away his weapon and grabbed the opponent's leg. Seth wondered, did he have eyes in the back of his head? With these thoughts, he flew straight to the floor. He grabbed the ground with his hands and then sharply spun around, trying to attack the opponent with his foot. The protagonist was amazed. How did he manage to counterattack in such a short time? Incredibly fast for his size. The students watched in amazement. What was happening? Was he even a man? The next second, Seth rose to his feet and bursting into mad laughter, declared that he lost the fencing match. His sword lay on the ground, but he was determined to win at any cost. He was going to give it his all in this fight. The protagonist supported him, thinking how tiresome the guy was. Seth took a fighting stance and shouted that he wasn't going to give up either. He released a powerful energy, destroying the ground beneath him. Kundel, who was watching this, stroked his beard and asked, "Are they going to fight with magic now? What impudent children! They don't use magic and swords at the same time." Sarika guessed that Cyan won the sword fight. The principal confirmed this, thinking that Seth's physique rank was A, while Cyan's was S. A completely natural result if we consider only ranks. However, physical fitness is only the basic condition for being able to use higher-level spells. Seth has a 3-star mana rank, the strongest indicator among all the students. What will he do now, Cyan? The instructor was mentally indignant at this moment. Cyan, he's begging everyone to pay attention to him, right? Meanwhile, a huge sand hand appeared on the battlefield for Seth. He used a technique called Death Fist. The protagonist thought that they were fighting with magic now. He jumped to the side when the attack landed right next to him. His opponent shouted that he would not let him escape. He then threw a few more punches, which the protagonist also dodged. Infuriated, he used a technique called Desert Teeth. The attack surrounded the protagonist. He thought that his opponent was rated as a 3-star, but judging by this attack, he should be able to use even 4-star magic. The instructors maintaining the barrier will have a hard time. Seth was indignant. How long was he going to run around and avoid his attacks like a garbage rat? The protagonist asked if he should have just taken the attack himself. His opponent shouted that a warrior would not dodge. He is a child. The protagonist noted that he is a child too. His opponent got angry and yelled at him to shut up. He then used Sandstorm. The rector continued to watch the battle with interest, and Sarika yelled at him to stop. She thought Seth's mana rank was 3-star? It was a 4-star spell. Seth said that Cyan wouldn't be able to dodge it. A powerful stream of energy burst out from his hands, and the protagonist, looking at it, said that, in that case, he would take the hit himself. Meanwhile, Brian checked the temperature of the milk in the bottle and noted with a smile that this was also perfect. Great, it's good that he has experience taking care of a child. When he had to take care of younger siblings, it was sometimes annoying, but who would have thought that it would come in so handy? He then called the baby and said that it was time to eat. However, when he saw her, he was surprised. No way! Has she grown so much already? Nana looked at him and asked, "Eat." Meanwhile, in the arena, the battle was gaining momentum, and the spectators were confused about what was going on. The instructor shouted that the protective barrier was about to collapse, and that it needed to be reinforced. His colleague was confused. How could ordinary students be so strong? What was the dean doing? Couldn't he see how serious this was? Sarika just then shouted that they had to stop the duel right now. Kundal said that she had to wait. Something was going on. The protagonist used an extension of the secret technique, the Sphere of Emptiness. A dark aura began to appear in his hand, and the instructor was confused. He had to stop. The dark aura grew larger and began to suck in the enemy's attack. Kundal stroked his beard again and said that Cyan had surprised him again and again in this fight. Sarika didn't understand why he was using it. The next second, the protagonist clenched his fist and the enemy's attacks seemed to dissolve. The audience was confused. Did the spell just disappear? And that black sphere was magic too, and they heard what that is? Cyan asked his opponent if he wanted to continue. He replied that he lost. He fell to his knees and shouted that he couldn't believe it. He lost both in fencing and magic. He was upset. MC thought that he even felt a little uneasy. Then Seth punched the ground and shouted, "Good! Great!" He was so tired of fighting weaklings, and now he was motivated to train. After that, he walked forward and extended his hand, saying that he didn't know when it would happen, but they needed to fight again. He would accept the challenge, right? The protagonist shook his hand and replied, "No, thank you." After a while, Cyan returned to the room and, seeing the baby, thought about it. He knew dragons grew faster than humans, but she looked like she was about 6 years old. She ran up to him with a happy smile and said, "Welcome back, Dad." He wondered if even a dragon-human hybrid grew that fast. Maybe she would look his age soon. Brian added that she was still growing that fast. The protagonist said that at this rate, it would be harder to raise her in secret. Sarika said that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to hide her anymore. She could hide the demon sword, but she couldn't help with the hybrid, especially if he went on a rampage like he did today. What the hell was he thinking? Sarika said that she was growing up at an alarming rate. She had only seen her recently, but she had already grown up a lot. It was up to him to deal with what he had taken during the mission, but it would be difficult to handle. Cyan said with a calm expression that Brian was in charge of taking care of her. There was also a barrier set up in the dorm, so he and Karam had to be present. He didn't have time to finish speaking because she handed him a letter and said that it was on the condition that he didn't cause any trouble. He looked at the letter with a smile and said that it was somehow not respectable for a reward for winning a duel. Sarika opened the door and said that he should be careful for the near future. He shouldn't expect anything good if he attracted too much attention to himself. Brian approached him and asked the young master what this was. The protagonist looked at the note and said that it was a warning letter. He turned around with a smile and said that it said that they would be kicked out for bad behavior. This surprised everyone present, and the child loudly asked what they should do in this case. Will they really become homeless? MC looked at her and wondered where she learned such words, and does she even know what it means? It seems that she really is growing up very fast. He patted her head and said that they are not being kicked out yet, so there is nothing to worry about. Brian asked if he is sure that everything will be okay. He was about to say something else about Velius, but stopped because Cyan said that he does not need to worry because he will solve everything. He thought that it was from the dean, not from the administration. This means that he wants to talk to him personally. He remembered the past when Kundel asked if he wants to join the Knights of Light, decided to live for his brother. The protagonist agreed, and he said that he does not think that this path suits him. Perhaps he himself understands this, then he should allow him to give him advice. Nothing good will come of this. Whether it's trials or cruel fate, he won't get anything. That's what it means to live as someone's puppet. No matter the outcome, in the end, he'll just blame his brother. In the present, MC was really angry about that memory and thought that this is what he told him in his past life. I wonder what I'll say this time. Brian called the young master and asked if they should give this child a name. They can't just keep calling her a child. Cyan turned to him and asked him indifferently what he thought of the name Nana. He was surprised by that and said that he didn't really think about it for long. He didn't have time to finish because she happily said that she liked the name and wanted to be Nanavert. The protagonist was surprised by that and wondered how she knew his last name. Nana started running in circles and Brian was depressed and thought that it was over. Now she would be bullied by other children. At the same time, in the dean's office of the Royal Academy, Kundel was sitting inside reading Cyan's documents and thought that he knew that he had great potential, but he was able to absorb the 4th star's spell with the black sphere of the 1st star. His talent is even a little scary. It doesn't seem like it took much effort from him. He wants to know his limit. The protagonist walked down the hallway and thought that Kundel Quesel taught the current Emperor Dion Severus, and is also the father of the first Empress Diana. Being one of the few 9-star mages on the continent, after the death of his daughter, he focused exclusively on teaching students. There is one thing he wants to know about him. He always thought that he was a pacifist, but in this life, he unexpectedly intervened in the fight for the royal throne. He felt something from the door to his office, and thought that, however, it seems like his personality hasn't changed. MC swiped his finger at the air and found a magical barrier that was placed in this hallway. A smile appeared on his face, and he said that it seems like he knew he was coming here, and still placed a 9-star barrier. If this is a test, then he has to pass it. Kundel looked at the door with a calm expression and thought, What will he do now? Only a great magician can break such a barrier. He was very surprised because Cyan jumped through the window behind him and landed in front of him. He turned around, called out to the dean, stated his name, and said that he was a new student and came here to express his disagreement with the complaint. Kundal thought that he ignored the barrier and flew through the window. It seems like he lost this time. He asked with a calm expression, did he come to express his disagreement? The protagonist agreed and said that the letter said that it came from him. However, when he saw this barrier from the outside, he was convinced of one thing. This warning was just an excuse to test his talent, wasn't it? The dean agreed and said that he was quite aggressive, but he successfully proved his abilities. Still, he will not withdraw the complaint, but he can try to convince him to do so. MC asked if there was something he could learn then. After receiving the consent, he asked if he wanted to expand the empire, or if he wanted to restore the honor of his family. Kundal looked at him with a very serious expression and said that this was a rather bold question. Neither of these assumptions interested him. Cyan asked then, after Emperor Dion's death, if the third or fourth princes tried to take the throne instead of the first prince, he would not take sides? The dean became very angry because of this and said that he was not just impudent, but arrogant. The protagonist wondered if he was a puppet for Ashel. He doubts that this old man is any different from the one he knew before. In his past life, during the struggle for the throne, Kundal had a huge influence on the first prince Lionel Severus to become the emperor. He was a cruel, evil monster. He killed all of his brothers and sisters, and when Kundal spoke out against him, he framed him as a traitor and sentenced him to death. He worked to give another a bright future, and in the end he was betrayed by that very man. The dean slammed his hands on the table and loudly said that this was nonsense. He thinks that the world of the last century will fall so easily? He thought of him as a genius, but he turned out to be a real idiot. MC asked with a calm expression, did he really think so? The mother of the first prince and second princess died of illness, and the third and fourth princes are worthy matches for the first. The Nepal family, where Empress Cassandra comes from, are notorious for their greed for power. They are willing to do anything to maintain their position. In his opinion, the peace in the empire is already on the verge of collapse. The day it collapses, the academy will be finished. Kundal looked at him with a surprised look and wondered if these were the thoughts of an 11-year-old. He knew all the details of the current political situation. He stood up from his desk and asked for what purpose he was telling him this. Cyan calmly said that he was doing this to negotiate. He wanted to help him for the sake of the peace of his family and the academy. That was why he was asking him to take back the warning. Kundal created a magic circle on the ceiling, laughed and asked if he was sure he had enough strength for this. He waved his finger and said that he should feel the weight of his arrogance. He used the chain of justice skill and bound the protagonist with magic chains. He raised his head with a wide smile and wondered if the dean really wanted to fight. Kundal stood at a distance from him and said that despite his best efforts, he would not be able to avoid his 9-star spell, the Tower of Chains. He must have overestimated his abilities. MC continued to smile and said that he should let him show his power then. Dark energy began to emanate from him due to the Void Sphere technique. Kundal was very surprised when he saw this and thought that this was impossible, since the Void Sphere was only a 1-star spell. But it was absorbing his spell? The Void Sphere continued to grow, sucking in more chains that he had created. He looked at this with a shocked expression and wondered how talented this boy really was. Cyan broke his spell, shook his shoulder and asked, has he proven his usefulness now? Kundal agreed and said that he would take back the warning. Is that really all he wants? The protagonist agreed with a smile and said that he just wanted a quiet student life. He thought that all he wanted was for the academy not to fall apart again. At the same time, Brian was walking down the street with bags in his hands and wondered if it was because he had a child at home. He ended up buying a lot of sweets. However, he was still happy thinking about how she would eat it all. He was confused by the fact that there were practically no people on the streets at all, and he wondered if maybe he was just winding himself up. He looked into a dark alley and said that they should go out. At that moment, someone came out of there, and the people he saw surprised him very much. Someone attacked him, and he left his purchases abandoned on the road. At the same time, Cyan was sitting in the classroom and thought that after talking with the dean, he agreed to go to class. This was his last class for today, but he was very bored. He left the classroom and thought that going through what he had already learned 30 years ago was some kind of torture. Since he had no homework, he could go practice. He was about to leave, but Aaron saw him and asked in an angry voice where he was going. Lessons had not ended yet. He turned around with a worried look and told Her Majesty that he was going to the toilet. She saw through his lie and said that the toilet was on the wrong side. Is he sure that he was going there? Leximus called her by name and said that as a princess, she should behave better. The protagonist asked if she really allowed her to call her by her name. Aaron was surprised by this and asked if he was changing the topic. She allowed her to do it alone. Besides, why is he still addressing her like that? Aren't they friends? MC turned away with a confused look and said that he is just a civilian and she is a princess. How can he call her by her name? They continued to argue, but a guy who was coming down the stairs noticed them and called out Aaron's name. She looked at the one who called her and started shaking with a worried look. Two guys were walking towards them, and one of them said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She saw that it was Fabian and Nerovian, bowed and said that they really hadn't seen each other for a long time. They approached her and asked if she was really talking to commoners. Was she seriously hanging out with the servants she grew up with? Birds of a feather flock together, right? Cyan looked at them and thought that they were from the Nepellis family. They make it clear that they don't like her. The two noticed him and remembered his name. He said his name with a calm expression and said that he was the youngest of his family. Nice to meet you. They went to him and said that there was no way he didn't know the son of Duke Vert. He was impressed by the duel he participated in. He would definitely invite him if there was a party. They offered to be friends with him, but MC looked between them at Aaron, who was standing with her back to them. Nerovian put his hand on his shoulder and asked, "He understands that this is a rare opportunity, right?" The protagonist calmly agreed and thanked him. Immediately after that, he scared Aaron by putting his hand on her shoulder and said with an evil smile that it doesn't concern her. She should know her place, she shouldn't be too arrogant. Nerovian said with a wide smile that she needs to have more self-criticism. After that, he and Fabian left, and Leximus looked at them and asked, "Are these princes? What's wrong with them anyway?" Aaron didn't turn to face them and said that they were still family. They say that blood is not water. Cian said that he wasn't sure about that. In his opinion, they were even worse than strangers. Be it blood or water, it was all meaningless in the face of power. Therefore, if they were treating her like this, it meant that they were just afraid of her. They were trying to tie her up, but she shouldn't feel depressed. Aaron's face turned red from embarrassment, and this worried Leximus a lot, and she tried to bring her to her senses. After a while, the protagonist returned home and warned about this. He started looking around and asked where Brian and Karam had gone. She climbed out next to him and said with a displeased look that she couldn't even rest anymore. MC looked at her and asked why she was in such a form. She said it was because it was more convenient when she needed to hide her presence. Why did he call her? Cyan pointed his finger at her with a calm expression and said that she should find Brian. Karam got very angry because of this and asked loudly, "Is she a dog to him? Why should she look for a human? She is sure that he will find his way back just fine." Suddenly, her mood changed. She sniffed and said that she smelled blood. Cyan was surprised when he heard this and looked at her with a worried look. At the same time, Brian was knocked to the ground with a very strong blow in a dark alley. Barrett stood among the strong guys and said that this is why he should have listened to them. They were kind to him, but he ruined everything. He thought he was a capable guardian knight, but he turned out to be just trash. He will cut him into pieces and send it to his master as order. This is all because he wanted to make fun of him. He feels sick just thinking about it. Brian, despite having many wounds, laughed at him and asked what he was going to do. This is all just funny. This angered Barrett. He called him a crazy idiot and asked if he had gone crazy because of the bruises. He was bored with him. This so they could kill him. At that moment, Cyan found them, stood on the roof of a nearby building, and asked what they were doing here. Barrett was very scared when he heard his voice. The protagonist asked, "So this is his doing, right?" Brian looked at him and asked, "Is this the young master?" MC looked at him and said that it seemed like he was beaten up badly and his vocal cords were also damaged. Barrett looked at him with a crazy smile, laughed and said that he himself crawled into the tiger's den. Then he would start by cutting out his entrails. Cyan chuckled at his words and quickly ran towards him and used the skill Thick Fog Form 8 Kill. With multiple quick strikes from his dagger, he killed all the people standing around him in a matter of seconds. Barrett was shocked by what happened and thought that he had defeated all of his mercenaries in a matter of moments. Could they really not defeat him? He remembered the past and wondered how he could be so strong. He was about to use magic and said loudly that he would definitely kill him. He didn't even have time to finish saying the name of his spell because the protagonist kicked him in the stomach very hard. Because of the strong blow, he was thrown back a few meters. When he hit the fence with his back, MC said that he was the same as before. Is it really that fun for him to bully people who are weaker than him? Barrett chuckled and asked why he cares about his hobbies. Is he going to kill him for this? Cyan thought back to the past and thought that he was the eldest son of the Luisinal family, which could be considered the true authority of the Garam kingdom. He was known for his problematic behavior in his past life as well. Physical violence against others was the least of the evils he did. He would burn small animals alive for fun. One day, he did something that really went overboard, killing a classmate. His excuse was that she was practicing magic outside of class time. In the end, the fog ordered him to be cleansed. When he infiltrated the mansion where he lived after being exiled, he saw countless corpses of servants lying in the basement. After torturing him, he was going to kill him in the most painful way he knew how. Then he smiled and told him not to drag it out. That face still lingered in his memory. He said that he wasn't afraid of death because he had already had all the fun he wanted. Now that he thinks about it, killing was probably not the punishment he deserved. As he said, he got all the pleasure before he died. It won't be enough to make up for the amount of lives he took. The protagonist grabbed his face, opened his mouth, and created a ball of energy in his other hand. Barrett begged him not to do it and asked what he was going to do. Does he seriously think he can get away with doing something like that to him? He is from the most powerful family in the Garam kingdom. MC put the magic ball in his mouth and said that he talks too much. It's okay if he doesn't like him. He can move on and even hate him. He doesn't care what he says behind his back, but he shouldn't have laid his filthy hands on his man. He is pure trash that doesn't deserve to be called a human. Because of this, Barrett was engulfed in powerful energy and began to scream loudly in pain. Kellen was watching him from the roof and thought that he didn't know that he was hiding such abilities. He must inform young Master Ashel immediately, otherwise it may ruin his plans. Suddenly, Sarika covered his mouth with her hand, put a knife to his throat, and asked who she met here. It was the little stalker who had been following her student everywhere lately. At the same time, Cyan went to Brian, who was sitting by the box. He looked away guiltily and told the young master that he was asking for forgiveness. He never thought that they would attack him in a crowd. The protagonist looked at him silently for a few seconds and thought that he looked so ugly after what happened. He asked if he was sure that he was his subordinate. Why did he get into a fight that he was supposed to lose? Was this the loyalty he swore to him? He sat down opposite him and asked with a smile why he didn't run away. He understood what he wanted to do, however, maybe he was an idiot? He didn't need a loyal but dead subordinate, so he shouldn't do anything stupid that irritated him. In any case, he was in for a lecture when they got back. Brian lowered his head and said that he was really sorry. MC turned away and asked the teacher if she could come out to say hello already. There were many hooded people standing above him, and Sarika asked if he had noticed them. He asked calmly. How could he not notice when she had brought all the members of the hall with her? She jumped down next to him with Kellen and said that she had brought him a gift. She threw it to the ground. Cyan saw it and said that it was the guy who had been chasing him. Sarika was surprised that he already knew about it, took a deep breath and said that she admitted that he was talented. His powers were superior to those of the Mist Slayer. His intelligence allowed him to negotiate honestly with the Dean, his mental fortitude and his excellent handling of the demon's sword. He was perfect for the role of successor. However, this cannot continue any longer. There will be even more people who will find him suspicious. The protagonist said that he will be careful, but he does not intend to live like an idiot who will do nothing. If someone raises a hand against his people, he will definitely crush them. Sarika laughed and thought that it meant that he would protect his friends. She turned around and said that she was sure that he would take care of it and that it was time for her to go. She pointed down and said that he should not forget about him. She would take care of Barrett and his minions. Kellen looked at him with a displeased look and asked what he was going to do with him. Kill him? The protagonist looked at him with a sly smile and said that he thought that killing him would be too easy. Kellen, with a wide smile, said that he didn't even have to think about interrogating him. He wouldn't say anything anyway. MC pointed his finger at him and asked, "Isn't he Ashel's #1 subordinate?" He remembered him and thought, does he think he's really stupid? After all, he never left his side, and in his past life he was even jealous of him towards Ashel. This guy could be dangerous in a different way. He pointed his hand filled with energy at him and thought that it would be a good idea to take him out right now. However, this subordinate will have to be useful to him. He directed his energy at him and used the skill Shadow Persona Creation. His energy began to penetrate Kellen's body, and he began to scream loudly due to the pain. Sometime later at the training ground, Erin was fighting with swords against Leximus and swung her sword with a loud scream. Unexpectedly for her, she ran behind her, pointed a wooden sword at her, and told Her Highness that it seemed like she had won. Erin, looking upset, said that she couldn't defeat her. Besides, she asked her to call her by her name when they were alone. Leximus, looking confused, apologized to her and called her Highness again. She became very angry because of this and again said that she should call her by her name. Their attention was drawn to Brian's scream. They turned around together and Aaron said that they were training so hard. Cyan delivered several quick succession punches and kicks, pushing him back several meters. The protagonist thought that he had quite a bit of durability for someone who was more of a courier knight. He was also quite strong, so he could be useful. He asked if he was tired. Brian had blood flying out of his mouth, but he told the young master that he could still continue. MC was surprised by this, remembered the past, and thought that he would have decided to continue anyway, even if he was begging for mercy. There was no guarantee that an incident like what happened to Barrett would not happen again. He should be able to stand up for himself. Brian asked if Kellen was sure she was okay. Cyan said that he didn't have to worry about him since he was on their side now. He remembered what happened earlier. Then he finished casting the spell and thought that it was difficult. It had been too long since he had used this technique. He used 9-star darkness element magic, shadow personality. It creates a personality from the shadows to manipulate the opponent. He cut the rope that tied Kellen and thought that he had only used this once in his past life. He asked who he was now. He knelt down in front of him, told him his name and said that he was the guardian knight Vilius. He received an order to look after the young master, so he came to Leuven. MC noticed that he was very submissive and asked who the master he served was. Kellen said that he had served the young master Ashel, but now he wanted to serve him and asked to accept him. Sion agreed with a sly smile and said that then he should listen to what he was about to say and should convey it to Ashel. He should not miss a single detail, okay? He immediately agreed and called him young master. At this time, the protagonist thought that his eyes were overflowing with devotion, but he was not sure if everything would be okay. Aaron asked, "Did he come here to train with a bodyguard?" She did not expect to see him here. Brian was taken aback and immediately bowed to her in greeting, and MC calmly asked, "Did Her Highness come here to practice too?" She agreed, and said that she and Leximus spar every weekend. She thought it would be a good idea, considering the event that happened recently. He wondered, was she talking about what happened a week ago? Barrett was found in front of the nurse's office in a completely insane state. He was beaten half to death, but no one managed to persuade him to share who did this to him. He simply couldn't do it. Besides, he would never be able to use magic. However, Leximus's reaction was somehow strange. He thought that she would be happy. He looked up when he heard Nana loudly calling for Dad. Brian also noticed her and immediately warned the young master. Cyan was very surprised when he saw her and thought that he had left her with Karam. At that time, she was lying on the couch at home, sleeping peacefully. Aaron caught Nana and asked with a surprised look, where did she come from? She looked at the protagonist with a happy expression and said that she found Dad. Aaron was very surprised by what she heard and looked at him with a puzzled look. After that, MC explained all this and she asked, "So that's what happened?" Then it's not really his child. She had different thoughts about where she could have come from. However, she didn't even think that he could be so kind. It was unexpected. Cyan thought that this was bad, because she could blackmail him with this. Brian, with a worried look, thought that they would be kicked out if the academy found out. She even knows that Nana is a dragon man. Aaron said with a smile that he doesn't have to worry about it. She won't tell anyone. He was surprised by this and asked, "Is she serious?" She agreed and asked Leximus, "Is this true?" She turned to her with a happy smile, agreed and said that she had no one to tell anyway, since she had no friends. Aaron was very surprised by her answer, and the protagonist asked why she wouldn't tell anyone. She looked at him with a small smile and said that she just felt sorry for her. She wouldn't be accepted by dragons or humans, that is, no one at all, but he wanted to take care of her and that was good. However, could she come over sometimes? MC asked if she meant come to his room. Aaron was embarrassed by this and said that he shouldn't be mistaken, she just wanted to see Nana sometimes. Cian thought about it and said that he didn't really care. Then, it will be their shared secret, okay? She immediately nodded in agreement and said that she promised him this. After that, the protagonist said that it was time for him to go. Leximus bowed to him and told him that he should take care of himself. She turned around and called Aaron with a confused look. She thought with a red face and a smile, this means that she has become closer to him, right? Leximus was worried about her behavior and asked if she was feeling unwell after a while. Karam asked with a wide smile, did such fun happen while she was sleeping? Why didn't he tell her that he also lives with a demonic sword? MC, with a very displeased look, said that she should shut up and think about her behavior. She said with a calm expression that Nana just does whatever she wants because she imitates her father. Brian asked with a smile, why don't they take her for a walk? He's sure she's stressed out from being in the room all the time. Xian sat on the sofa and said that it wasn't a bad idea. He was very happy that he liked the idea and thanked him. At the same time, Lucien was flying through the sky, but he felt something strange and stopped and looked into the distance. Catalin noticed it and asked the master what was wrong. He said that he smelled a sickening smell. Where are they now? She said that they're not too close, but they're in the vicinity of Leuven. He asked if she was talking about Leuven Academy. Then they'll have to delay their return for a while. He feels an aura coming from there, and as a dragon, he can't afford to ignore it. At the same time, Cian went for a walk outside the academy with the others. Brian ran after Nana as fast as he could, as she flew, and said that she should wait because it might be dangerous there. She continued flying forward with a happy expression and said that this place was so big, she was happy. The protagonist looked at her and thought that she seemed to be having fun. They were 10 kilometers away from the center of Leuven. She could play here as much as she wanted. Karam flew next to him and said that he was just like a real father now. Why couldn't he find his mother, for example? That princess would have been suitable. Suddenly, they both felt a strong pressure, and she said that something was approaching them. Lucien gritted his teeth in disgust and said that it made him sick. Brian noticed his attack and loudly called out to Nana and said that it was dangerous. He managed to grab her at the last moment and jump aside from the powerful energy beam. MC asked with a worried look if she was okay. Brian looked at the energy beam and said that she was okay. Cian with a serious expression said that they both should stay behind him. He looked at the ones who just attacked and wondered why 2 high-ranking dragons appeared here. The high-ranking silver dragon, Lucien, looked at Nana and said that so that's what it was. This is the source of that nauseating stench. It's disgusting. Catalina looked down on her and asked, how could such a vile creature live here? She looked at the protagonist and asked that man, is he the owner of this misunderstanding? He even has a demonic sword. Karam was a little surprised by this and asked if she can see her. Catalina said in an arrogant tone that she should shut up. After all, she is a lower being who has humiliated herself into being a slave to a human. This made her very angry, and she asked, did she want to die? The red dragon also started to get angry, but Lucien stopped her and said that they don't have to worry. After all, he has no interest in them. He wants to fight lower beings unnecessarily. However, they must give him that half-breed. On the half-human, half-dragon he would like to experiment. He will let them go if they give her. Cian picked up the sword and said that he should shut up. Lucien looked at him with a displeased expression and asked what he just said. He looked at him with a serious expression and called him a lizard and said that he will say it again, he should shut his mouth. Lucien laughed at this and very quickly released a powerful stream of energy near him. Brian was very worried about this and loudly called out to the young master. The protagonist stood still calmly and said that he would be fine, they should just move away. He looked at the mark left by the dragon's attack and wondered what kind of strange technique this was. Lucien held his spear in his hand and said that this is the reason why they call them inferior creatures. MC didn't say anything to him and used thick mist, 9th form, demon sword manifestation, causing his appearance to change. The dragons were surprised when they saw it, and he said that this was the power of an exile. Tonight is full of surprises, but he is still an ordinary, incomplete human. He was very surprised because the protagonist ran up to him at an incredible speed. Lucien managed to notice him and wondered with a surprised look, when did he manage to get closer? MC began to make many quick strikes, which he blocked with his spear. He looked at him with a very dissatisfied expression and was about to say something. He swung his spear sharply, and this made the protagonist dodge. Immediately after that, he raised his hand and began to use the shockwave skill. He created a huge magic circle above Cian's head, who immediately noticed it. A very powerful stream of energy flew out from this magic circle, which hit the ground with a loud sound. The protagonist teleported behind his opponent using the skill Thick Fog 3rd form, Fog Slide. Immediately after that, he began to deal many fast blows with the skill Fog Sword, Swift Fog Storm. Catalina noticed this, stood between them, and used the skill Fire Barrier. She believed that she could block it, but Lucien loudly called her and said that she should step back because she was no match for him. She was confident in her strength and told the master with a smile that he could not worry because she would not lose to this insect. She thought that she had erected a dragon barrier created over 1,000 years of accumulating mana. A person who was not able to live even 100 years would not be able to do anything. Cian looked at her and used the skill Fog Sword, 8 Trembling Petals. He began to deal many very fast and strong blows, because of which Catalina's barrier was destroyed into many fragments. She looked at him with a shocked look and thought that there was no way he could break through this. The protagonist flew past her very quickly and dealt many quick blows using the double multiple slash skill. Catalina received many wounds and fell to the ground and tried to call out for her master. Lucian gritted his teeth out of anger and asked who he was. The god of fog doesn't have any power. How can he have such power? He has to answer him these questions. MC didn't tell him anything, so he created a large magic circle again and said that it seemed like he wasn't going to answer. He has to admit that he is a worthy opponent. He started using magic. Cyan looked at it and thought that it was polymorph. It is a spell that makes a dragon abandon its human form and return to its original form. Lucian finished his transformation into a dragon and let out a very loud roar. The protagonist ran towards him very quickly and thought that this means that he is at his most vulnerable now. He jumped above him and the surprised dragon asked what he was going to do. He looked at him and wondered if such a lowly species knew about the weakness of polymorph. MC struck a very strong blow with his sword on the dragon's head and he began to scream loudly in pain. Lucian was very worried about what was happening and thought that he should get out of here. Cyan used the skill Fog Sword, unshakable roots of the great tree, and said with a big smile that it was too late. The dragon's body began to receive very strong injuries because of this skill, and he screamed very loudly in pain. When the battle was over, Brian ran to them with Nana and called for the young master. He was very surprised when he saw what happened and immediately closed her eyes so that she would not see it. The protagonist handed him a piece of meat and said that he should eat this piece of priceless meat. Nana said that she wanted it too. He immediately refused her and said that she was not allowed to do that. At the same time, Ashel asked, so he thinks that some unknown force supports his brother? Kellen agreed and said that he guesses. The informants they sent were eliminated with the help of this. He asked with a serious look, is that all? He agreed and said that he apologizes for the lack of information. Ashel looked at him, felt something strange and thought that he did not observe the feeling of despair that he had before leaving. It was like a completely different person in front of him. He said that then he would like to ask him a question. Kellen was surprised by this, but quickly calmed down and thought that this was a test. He was starting to doubt him. He pressed his hand to his chest, bowed and said that Lumendel's blessing be with him. Ashel smiled and said that he appreciated this answer. He should not take it wrong, it was just a ritual. He was forgiven. After that, Kellen started to leave and thought that he should be more careful. When his doubts bloom in full force, he will not be able to get out so easily. He must make sure that he does not get in the way of young Master Xian. He opened the door and saw a girl standing in front of the door. Emily greeted him and he thought that she was his master's maid. He asked what brought her here. Ashel put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was the one who called her. Her name is Emily, right? She loudly agreed and called him young master. He asked with a smile if she could do him a favor. Her face turned red and she asked what favor he was talking about. After a while, the unknown people asked with magic crystals if Lucian and Catalina had gone missing. They had shown divine power on the outskirts of Leuven, but these were the last signs of their absence, even though they were above the 8 stars. As they could see, their mana stones had shattered into pieces. Such great destruction. This was the only thing left after the battle. So, the one who killed the 2 dragons erased all other traces with magic. For something like that to be possible, there would most likely have to be someone with dark elemental abilities. The only one who could kill these 2 is Kundal. However, he does not have the ability of the dark element. In other words, there is a 4th person that they do not know about. Although they know about a boy named Cyan, who is the only carrier of the dark element in the Royal Academy. Rumor has it that he survived the attack of the Devil Dragon on the front lines. Perhaps he has something to do with the deaths of Reynold Crimson and Sicklerman Albus. They both worked with them, delivering test subjects and materials. Is there some connection between them? They need to observe this boy. Let his granddaughter Luna Rainriver meet him. Sometime later, at the Royal Academy, in the dormitory. Erin happily took out a cake and said that this is a special cake made by the palace pastry chefs. She should enjoy it. Nana looked at it with a very happy expression and said that she likes it. She gave her the cake and said that she can eat it in peace. There are still many things. The protagonist looked at them and thought that they seemed to be having fun. They should keep a low profile for a while. If the dragon sensed her presence, she could set up an ambush again. He would make sure that no one could try to attack those he had. After all, this time he had decided to live solely for himself. He was also going to completely ruin that bastard's plans. Erin looked at him, saw that he was smiling and asked if something good had happened. He looked happy. MC chuckled and said that a good idea had just occurred to him. At the same time, in the garden of the Vert residence, Lionel Severus said that they hadn't met for a long time. He seemed to be doing well. Ashel told His Majesty with a smile that it was all thanks to him. He became more serious and asked, more importantly, how long were they going to rot in this wilderness? He had heard that Alice had gone on a journey. Ashel continued to smile and said that he was even worried about her, since he didn't know where she was or what she was doing. Lionel asked with a sly smile, wasn't he afraid that she might threaten his position? He looked at him calmly and said that it wasn't something they should talk about. In response, he said that they were friends after all. Is there anything they shouldn't discuss? By the way, his younger brother's name is Sion, right? The servant poured him some alcohol, and he said that his father was interested in him. So much so that it seemed like he was considering getting him engaged to Aaron. He didn't know why he was trying so hard to protect his little useless daughter. Ashel said with a sly grin that he shouldn't rush. The more attention she got, and the more power she gained, the more useful she would be for them. Lionel said with a smile that he liked the fact that he understood his feelings. The servant handed him a bottle and he asked if he wanted to drink with him. Ashel did not answer this question and said that he had not seen this guardian knight before. Lionel turned around with a smile and said that it was a jewel he found while exploring the slums. He looked at the man next to him and said that he seemed to have found the most exquisite of jewels. The knight said with a smile that his name was Boris Helm. It was a pleasure to meet him. 2 years later. Cyan thought that he tried to be as inconspicuous as possible and adjust to life at the academy. Alice returned to the academy. She came to the dean's office, and Kundal said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Did she enjoy wandering? She agreed with a smile and said that she had visited Pruin. He looked at her calmly and asked, is that really so? This is not a place where a person would be welcome. Alice took off her backpack and said that he was right. It took her a year to get used to it. However, she really wanted to find the meaning of harmony that he spoke of. Since he said that everything here would hold back her growth, so she needed to think about where her place was. Kundal said that it seemed like she had already made up her mind. She agreed and said that she was going to join the Knights of Light. He said that she wanted to continue her family's work. Alice said that someone had to take on this responsibility. She was also worried about her younger brothers and sisters, especially Cyan, because he was so timid. Suddenly, Kundal started laughing loudly, which confused her very much, and she asked why he was laughing. He calmed down and said that it was funny that she thought he was timid. At that moment, the protagonist came to them and said that he was too stern. Alice turned around at his voice and called his name with a surprised look. She looked at him and asked if it was really him. He told his sister with a kind smile that he missed her. After that, they went out into the courtyard of the academy, and she said that he had changed a lot. She compared her height with his, and said that they were the same height now and soon he would be even taller. MC asked with a smile. Maybe it was she who had shrunk, and not the other way around. Alice got angry because of this, pulled his cheek, and said that he should stop there. Cian thought that now was July 2nd, 1988. He remembered this day in his past life. After all, this was the last day he saw his sister alive. She asked, isn't he going home? It's summer vacation now. He said with a small smile that no one but her would accept him there. She was surprised by this and asked, so that's why he hasn't been home for 2 years? He thought that in fact there were many reasons why he wouldn't go. First, Ashel is there now. Besides, the Duke's wife tries to kill him at every opportunity, and his father does nothing about it. Going back there would be tantamount to suicide. He probably won't climb into that snake pit until he finishes school. Alice asked if he was friends with Krantz. She was surprised because the protagonist said that it was impossible. She asked what he meant by that. The MC looked at her with a serious expression and said that she knew very well how he treated him. He even tried to kill him once. She was very surprised by that, and Brian came up to them and said that he could confirm it. She looked at him and asked who he was. Cyan said his name and said that he was his guardian knight. Alice was surprised by this and said that she was just wondering why he was following them. They told her and she asked, is that what happened? She was traveling around Purina, completely unaware. The protagonist said that the fault lies with the Duke's wife, and Krantz, she has nothing to do with it. She looked at him with a very serious expression on her face and emitted an ominous aura. He noticed this and called her name, thanks to which Alice came to her senses. She asked if he had talked to anyone else about this. MC asked what the point was if it was in the past. He didn't seem to think about his actions. He stopped talking because his sister suddenly hugged him. She cried because of his story and said that he didn't have to keep it to himself. He could rely on her sometimes. She would protect him from now on. She walked away and said that she wanted to stay with him longer, but she had to go somewhere. He should take care of himself while she was gone. She suddenly hugged Brian, who blushed because of it, and asked if he would take care of her brother, right? He looked at Cyan, noticed that he was gesturing and thought that he hadn't even done anything. After that, Alice was about to leave the academy and the protagonist waved goodbye to her. He remembered her expression and thought that it had been a long time since he had seen her so furious. He remembered the past when he fought with wooden swords against Krantz. Then he pushed him to the ground and asked if this was the end. He called him an orphan with a big smile and said that he should get up immediately. The protagonist, with an indignant look, said that he should stop, he had already won. Krantz hit him in the face with a wooden sword and said that he was talking too much. He continued to mercilessly strike him many times with a big smile, but stopped when he heard Alice calling him loudly and saying that he should stop. He turned to her and she asked what he was doing here. She said with a very serious expression that he should apologize immediately. At present, MC was sitting on the sofa in his room and thought that he had seen this face in his past life. There would be an amazing commotion in the Duke's house. She should know the truth about her family, and then he would be able to protect her from a sad future. Brian brought him 2 letters and told the young master that these were for him. Cian looked at it and asked where he got these from. He said that one was from the academy and the other one he took from some cleaner. The protagonist took the black envelope and asked, "Is this all right?" Brian asked, "Is he not going to take the second letter?" He said with a calm expression that it was definitely from the palace. He started to examine the second letter and said that he was right. There was the seal of the imperial family here. Karam came up to them and asked what was in there. Brian said that he was curious about what they sent. The protagonist said that at this time of year, the crowned ones were holding a banquet. He saw the encrypted message and thought that he had an assassination order here. He had to eliminate Drenny and Nephilis. It was a pretty big incident that happened during the palace banquet. The current empress's dead younger brother was a complete shock to everyone. She asked if he would go there. MC agreed and said that he had some business there. He thought that if he thought about it, the mission was given to someone else in his past life. It seemed that he was the favorite of the Mistmaster. Karam took another letter and said that it was from Princess Erin. He didn't care much, and she said that she thought he was an ordinary teenager, but it turns out that he even received love letters. Cian looked at her with a calm expression and activated the demonic sword's restriction. Because of this, she fell to the floor, and he said that in any case, he should prepare to go to the palace. Nana came into their room, called her dad, and said that she wanted to eat. Brian was very surprised when he saw her, and loudly called the young master. The main character looked in the same direction and asked what happened. He was also very surprised when he saw the grown-up Nana and wondered if she had grown even more. After some time, Alice returned to the family house and all the servants who were in the corridor immediately looked at her. The old man who was standing among them asked if she had returned already. She asked with a very serious expression where the Duchess was now. As soon as she found out about this, then immediately after she found out this, she entered the room where Margaret was sitting. She smiled with a confused look and said that so much time had passed. How had she been? Unexpectedly for her, Alice came closer and hit her very hard in the face with her palm. The old man was worried about what had happened, loudly called the guard and asked where they all went. Margaret fell to the ground after her unexpected blow and asked, was she completely mad? In response, she told the Duchess that she was the one who had lost her mind. She looked at her with a very angry expression on her face and said that she knew that she had tried to kill Cian. Margaret was very surprised by what she heard and wondered how she knew about it. She asked in a frightened voice if she could provide proof that she really tried to do it. Alice, with an angry expression on her face, said that she had just confirmed her suspicions. Since she demands proof, it means it is the absolute truth. The guards came to them and Margaret asked, did she dare to raise a hand against her when she did not even have any arguments? Why were they standing there? They must take her away immediately. The guards immediately ran to her and asked her for forgiveness for this. Alice immediately noticed that the guards were running towards her, jumped up and dodged the one who first tried to grab her. She kicked him in the back of the head and summoned the elemental spirit Undine, with which she defeated the remaining guards. Margaret looked at what was happening in surprise and wondered, was it spirit magic? How did she manage to deal with the guards so easily? She was very scared, asked her not to come closer, and asked what she was doing. Alice walked up to her and said that the guardian knight Cian confessed everything to her. He said that she was behind the attempt on her brother's life 2 years ago. Did she seriously think that she could escape punishment if he remained silent? Margaret asked with a displeased look. Did she believe their words more than her? Maybe she had completely gone crazy? Alice stopped in front of her with a displeased look and said that she should shut up. She was going to tell her father everything, so she better get ready, because this was the end for her. After that, she left the room. Margaret called her a stupid fool and said that she still doesn't understand anything, although she's been through a lot. Duke Villius doesn't care about anything except this child. Right after that, he said that he knows that she made an attempt on Cyan's life. What's wrong with that? Alice asked with a shocked look. What did he mean? They tried to kill his son, and that's all he can say? Velius said that he wasn't going to make excuses. It seems like everything is fine since he's safe and sound. She said with a dissatisfied voice that he had to fight off 6 full-fledged knights. He would have died if it weren't for his guardian knight, Brian. Velius chuckled and asked, does she think that this fool saved him? This weakling was basically an ordinary courier. Alice was surprised by what she heard and asked, does he mean that Cyan did everything on his own? He went to her and asked her. She doesn't know him at all, right? He handed her an envelope and she asked what it was. Velius said that it was an invitation to a banquet from the imperial family. He can't go, so he wants her to go there in his place. She should have some fun, and she doesn't have to worry about Cyan. This child is stronger than she thinks, and now he will go back to the barracks. After that, Alice walked down the corridor and thought, she doesn't have to worry about him? But he is only 13 years old. Cecilia Rian was walking down that corridor, noticed her and called her by name. Alice was very happy when she saw her and called her by name. She immediately hugged her and asked her loudly where she had been all this time. She hadn't even received a single letter from her. She smiled because of this and apologized to her for this. She thought it was a high-ranking Knight of Light, Cecilia. She was her only servant, teacher, and friend. Alice pushed her aside and said that they should change the environment. She showed her the letter with a smile and said that they should go to the Imperial Palace. At the same time, the protagonist was riding in a carriage through the forest, and Nana was looking out the window with a very surprised look. She was happily wagging her tail because she saw a deer there. MC looked at her with a calm look and said that she should put her tail away. She began to concentrate on it, and her tail, along with her wings, disappeared. He thought with a smile that he didn't even suspect that she could hide her body parts like that. Now he feels safer going outside. He called her and asked if she had forgotten what he taught her, right? Nana told the young master, with a smile, that of course she remembered it. She said her name loudly and said that she was the young master's servant. Cyan looked at her with a worried look and thought that for some reason he was worried. He had a premonition that there would be quite a lot of problems. Suddenly the carriage stopped and he immediately turned around. He looked at Brian and asked what was the matter. He saw a group of people standing in the way and said that they were some bandits. One of them laughed and said that they should give everything they had. The protagonist calmly began to close the window and said that he should get rid of them. Nana called Dad and asked what was going on there. He turned to her and said that nothing happened. Just annoying insects appeared. At that moment, Brian very quickly ran up to the bandits and killed one of them with one blow of his sword. The rest decided to take revenge on him for the death of their comrade and simultaneously jumped towards him. He sighed calmly, used the multiple strike skill and defeated all the bandits who were going to attack him at once. He sheathed his sword and thought that the weakling Brian who was before was no more. He had become much stronger. The protagonist said, with a dissatisfied look, that if he was done, he should drive the carriage further. He agreed with the young master, climbed back and did as he was told. At the same time, the woman brought a large book, put it on the table, and said that it was a list of everyone present at the banquet. Sarika read the documents and thanked her for it. She said that this time there were many more people than usual. Maybe we should postpone the plans? She continued to do her work, refused, and said that the time had come. The woman asked if there was any reason why she was in such a hurry to kill Drenian Nephelis. Sarika said with a displeased look that it was because he was disgusting. He stalked married women and should die as soon as possible. Besides, that freak was her fiancé. One of the many dossiers caught her attention, and she asked, would that child be there too? She thought that she was a rare genius whose all elemental stats were 20%. Although she couldn't attend classes because of her fragile body. She was the granddaughter of the head of the Garma Mage Association, Regan's Rain River, Luna. That child had never shown herself in society, so why would she come to this banquet? The woman said that she heard that the head of the association had ordered her to attend. Sarika looked down and wondered what he was planning. She had a bad feeling about this. Something was definitely wrong with this banquet. After a while, MC along with the others reached the city where they had already started walking. Brian looked around and said that there was definitely more road here. Nana was not paying attention and crashed into a man who was walking on the road. He looked down with a displeased look and asked who she was. She should watch where she was going. She said worriedly that she was very sorry. What can she do to make it up to her? The man, seeing her, smiled widely, laughed and said that everything was fine. Nana pointed her finger at him and loudly told Dad that everyone here was very kind. Cyan looked at her with a displeased look and thought that he was not kind. She should move away from him immediately. He had already forgotten how little she knew about the world. She needed to be more careful with people. Brian looked at her with a worried look and told the gentleman that he should look at her eyes. The protagonist was also very worried when he saw this and thought, have her pupils returned to their normal shape? She is starting to emit an aura. People can find out about her. He waved his hand and said that they should go to the restaurant with her immediately. Brian immediately ran to her and agreed with the young master. He picked her up in his arms and ran very quickly, and MC thought with a dissatisfied look, was this just because of hunger? After some time at the restaurant, Nana ate a lot of dishes and said that she finally felt alive. The protagonist looked at the pile of dishes from the dishes she ate with a shocked look and thought that it was good that he brought enough money with him. Raising children is very hard. He felt something and wondered what kind of strange manna was this. Luna came up to him and said with a smile that she was pleased to meet him. His name is Cyan Vert, right? He looked at her and wondered how she knew his name. He agreed and asked who she was. She sat down next to him and asked, he doesn't mind if she sits down, right? He looked at her with disbelief and said that she didn't answer his question. Luna stated her name and said that she was a second-year student in the same academy as him. MC thought her name sounded familiar and said that he didn't know that. However, he doesn't care about students who aren't in his year. She said with a smile that it's okay. She's a loner compared to a popular guy like him. Nana asked Brian, is that person Dad's friend? He said that he doesn't know either. They don't seem like friends. Luna said that his guardian knight and maid are quite close. They also eat at the same table with him. It seems that he is a very kind person. The rumors are false. The protagonist calmly said that there is no point in eating separately. He was embarrassed by her praising him and wondered why she even approached him. Luna asked, did he come to the capital for a banquet? Cyan agreed and asked how she knew about that. She asked what other reason he could have for being here if he never leaves the academy. They will see each other again, since she was also invited. He looked at her and thought, did they send her a letter too? That means she is most likely an aristocrat. Luna got up from the table and said that they can leave the acquaintance for today. She is sorry, but it is time to go. She went to the exit and said that she asks to remember her full name, Luna Rain River. The protagonist was surprised when he heard this and thought that now he understood. She is the granddaughter of the head of the Mage Association Garam Regions. Did this crazy old man really send her? In his past life, she died while studying at the academy. It seems like it happened because of her fragility, or maybe it is because the association conducted experiments on her. He continues to encounter people he has never even met in his past life. However, this means that the future is constantly changing. Why did everything have to happen on the day of the banquet? A feast that will later be called Bloody. Sometime later, Aaron finished preparing for the banquet and asked Leximus if she thought she looked good. She loudly told Her Highness that she looked great. She was the most beautiful she had ever seen. She cried and thought that she had tried on enough dresses and hoped that she would let her go already. Aaron picked up another dress and said that something was wrong after all. Leximus calmly said that she didn't have to worry. She was sure that young Master Sion would like this look. Aaron turned to her with a red face and loudly asked how he would see her. She calmly sighed and said that she had literally sent him an invitation. She didn't have to pretend to be stupid. She tried to think of some excuse, but a maid came up to them and called Her Highness. She opened the box and said that His Highness Lionel had given her a gift. He said that it would look good on her. Aaron was surprised by this and asked if her brother really sent her a gift. Leximus looked at it with a smile and said that it was beautiful, probably for the young master. She didn't have time to finish because Aaron asked her to stop and said that she already said that she didn't like him. After a while, the banquet began. Many people were walking around the royal hall and chatting with each other. The protagonist stood by the wall and thought that there were a lot of people here, but he couldn't see the target yet. Kellen, whom he immediately noticed, came up to him and said that if he was here, then Ashel must be here too. He agreed and said that he was with Prince Lionel now. However, he had something to tell him first. Can he leave this banquet? MC wondered if the information about the purification mission was leaked. He asked if something happened. Kellen said that he had a bad feeling. It seemed that many people, including him, might be in danger. Ashel ordered him to leave the palace before the banquet began. He also said that he had prepared a small event. Cyan wondered with a shocked expression, was the one behind the bloody banquet this freak? Kellen said that he couldn't let him get hurt. The protagonist said with a smile that he understood him, he was justified. He asked the young master, will he be okay? MC agreed and said that however, he might be in more danger, so he should leave. Kellen agreed and started to leave, and said that he asked him to take care of himself. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he thought, he called it a small event, right? Ashel was even crazier than he expected. Karam appeared next to him and asked if he was worried about innocent people dying. Cyan thought that he was not, he just thought that he was cute. More importantly, the mission will have to be postponed. He used the psychological influence skill on Sarek, and telepathically told the master that this dress suits her. She was a little surprised by this and asked him what was this. He said that it seemed like they would have to postpone the purification mission. She asked calmly, what was the reason for this? MC said that he had just received information that very soon this banquet hall would turn into an ocean of blood. There was no time, so he would explain everything later, but for now they needed to check if there were any monsters nearby. Sarika asked with a worried look, was he sure this information was trustworthy? The protagonist said that he knew very well the person who could be behind this. His intuition was screaming that this would happen, but he had just received confirmation. She didn't need to worry. The target, or rather her freak fiancé, would also die. She was indignant because of this, and asked how he knew that he was her fiancé. She looked at Cyan with a displeased expression, who left and said that in general he had to work. Sarika said with a displeased look that he would have to prepare an explanation. Alice noticed her and called her by name. She was surprised when she heard this voice, turned around and called her by name. She happily went to the instructor and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Sarika stood in front of her and asked what brought her here. Alice said with a smile that she came here to get some fresh air, and it was also her duty. She worriedly thought that this was bad, she would be dragged into an incident. Drenian noticed them, called them by their names, and said that it was as if he had entered a greenhouse with two beautiful flowers. Sarika looked at him with a displeased look and thought that she was already busy. Why was she so unlucky that even the target showed up? He bowed, said his name, and said that they should let him introduce himself. At the same time, Cyan entered the corridor, called Brian, and said that he wanted him to do something. He agreed with the young master, and with a serious look, said that he would carry out any order he gave him. The protagonist asked him to stop talking like that, and thought that lately he had been too active. Maybe it was because he felt like a real guardian knight after taking dragon blood. He said that he should inspect the underground passages of the palace. Brian was embarrassed by this and said that it was dark and scary there. MC, with a displeased look, said that he should just go, because it was necessary. He called the young master with a surprised look and said that he should look behind him. There was a suspicious man spying on him. Brian ran very quickly to that man and said loudly that he would destroy him. He pushed the girl to the floor, and she screamed loudly in surprise. Cyan said that everything was fine because they knew her. Brian was confused because of this and asked for forgiveness. Emily lay on the ground with a confused look and sighed heavily. At the same time, the hooded man went down to the dungeon, called his friends, and said that it was time for them to rise up. Immediately after that, many people in old clothes started walking in one direction with burning eyes. At the same time, Aaron walked around the hall and said that she tried very hard to invite him, but she could not find him anywhere. Luna came up to her, called her by name, and said that it was a great honor for her to meet her. Aaron looked at her and asked, "Isn't she a second-year student at the academy from the Rain River family?" Luna said that it meant that she remembered her. It was a great honor for her. She said with a smile that she could never forget the genius of the Garam kingdom. She was glad to welcome her to the banquet on behalf of the Empire. Luna stood in front of her with a smile and said that she was really very kind. She hoped that Mr. Xian also understood this. Aaron was a little surprised by this and asked, "Are they acquainted?" She agreed and said that she was with him yesterday. The princess was surprised by this and asked, "Does this mean that they are close?" She was embarrassed because she asked it too loudly. Luna smiled and said that it was as she thought. "She is in love with him, isn't she?" Aaron's face turned red because of this question, and she thought about this question. A loud female scream attracted the attention of all the guests. The woman loudly asked to call the guards, but a man in a mask caught up with her and cut off her head with one blow. Everyone was shocked by what happened, and Aaron asked how the monster got into the palace. The guests began to run away and loudly call the guards for help. The monster looked at the princess and said that he finally found her. At the same time, Nana with a kind smile said her name, said hello, and said that she was the servant of the Master Cien. Emily was very surprised when she saw her and thought that she was younger and much prettier than her. She began to cry and asked the master, "Did he leave her for this girl?" The protagonist refused and asked, however, is she sure that Ashel brought her here? She agreed and said with a joyful look that he wanted the incredible her so much that he even offered her a job. At their first meeting, he asked if she would like to work as his servant. Since Sion's departure, she looks very lonely. What will she say about this? At the present time, Emily said with a satisfied smile that of course she refused since she had to be there when he came back. MC asked with a serious look if she was sure about that. She agreed and said that although looking at how Master brought her here, it seemed like he hadn't given up yet. He turned around and called Brian and said that it was dangerous outside and he would guard her and Nana. He immediately agreed and asked if he was going to leave already. The protagonist agreed and thought that she wasn't here in his past life. Ever since he found Kellen spying, he knew that his brother was up to something. However, he wouldn't let him touch the people dear to him. Immediately after that, he left the room and Emily called him. She took out a red bow tie and said loudly that it was the bow tie that Mr. Ashel gave her. He asked her to give it to him as a gift. How could she forget about it? She can't believe she came all this way to not even remember the assignment. Nana saw a small stream of energy coming from that tie. Her eyes changed and she asked, "What is that smell?" At the same time, Ashel was standing in the office and said to the prince with a smile that it seemed to have already begun. Lionel looked at him with a wide smile and said that the day had finally come. He knew that he had put in a lot of effort. Ashel said with a smile that their gift had to be delivered too. This man, Boris, was very useful. The prince said with a wide smile that now they would use him as they wanted. To change this empire that was stuck in peace and quiet, he agreed with him and said that it was time to show them who the country needed. At the same time, Aaron was showing the people the way to the exit and said loudly that they should come here and evacuate quickly. They could leave the rest to the guards. Luna called her and said that she should leave first. She said that she was fine. First, they needed to take care of the others. In response, she offered her help, and Aaron thanked her for it. At the same time, the monster attacked the guards very hard, and one of them said loudly that they must stop it at any cost. He looked into the corridor where these monsters were coming from and wondered, are there so many of them? A very large monster held a guard by the head and brutally killed him in front of the others. One of the guards called the captain and said that there were mandrakes, high-level demonic beasts here. He looked at this and wondered, where did the monsters that can only be seen at the front come from? He began to cry out of fear and thought that this was impossible. They would all die. Sarika destroyed the demonic beast with one attack, and this surprised the guards very much. She turned around with a serious expression and said that they should use this time to evacuate people as quickly as possible. The captain was shocked by her appearance and did not notice the monster that quickly ran towards him. Alice used the supersonic sword skill and saved him by killing that monster. She stood next to the instructor and said that they can leave the monsters to them. The captain immediately turned to the other guards and said loudly that they should all listen carefully. They will be supervising the evacuation. At the same time, the demonic beast began to swing its roots. The girls looked at it with serious faces and expected this attack, but unexpectedly the monster did not pay attention to them. They both turned around and Sarika thought, aren't they the ones they need? They looked at the direction of the roots and realized that it was moving towards Aaron, who was helping with the evacuation. She called out to the princess with a worried look and said that their target was her. The roots of that monster almost reached her, but at the last, the guard captain cut off that root in front of her face. He said with a serious look that they must protect Her Highness. Immediately after that, many more roots pierced Captain Maurice's body. Aaron was shocked by what happened and started crying and called his name. After this attack, he fell to the ground. She took his shoulders and told him that he should wake up. He did not answer her, and she thought that it was all her fault. Luna stood between her and the monster and used the skill Double Attack, Water Blast and Wind Spear. With this, she released a very strong stream of water towards the monsters. Aaron noticed this and thought that she combined her spells so easily, and she is only a second year. This is amazing. Luna turned to her with a serious look and told Her Highness that he has no chance of survival. She should evacuate to a safe place. Soon, this monster will attack again. The guards stood around her and said that they will take care of this beast. They must make sure that the sacrifice of the guard captain was not in vain. There must be some way to stop this. Luna called Her Highness and said that they need to escape from here. Aaron stood up and agreed with her. She looked at him with a sad expression and thought that she would never forget Captain Maurice's sacrifice. She used the heavy armor spell and the guards noticed the magical energy that engulfed them. She said that she created a temporary barrier with her mana. The roots of the mandrake contain a deadly poison. Just touching it can kill them. Her barrier should protect them from the poison. So they must definitely survive, that's an order. This raised their morale, and they loudly agreed with Her Highness. Immediately after that, they all ran together to attack that monster that had released roots at them. They cut the roots of that monster and fought their way forward, and the monster began to scream loudly due to the damage it had received. The monster began to swing its roots more actively and threw the guards in different directions. Alice told them to retreat and immediately used a freezing spell. She ran to Aaron and told Her Highness that she should leave here. She looked at her and asked who she was. Alice said her name with a serious look and said that she should come here. The demonic beast was about to attack her again, but Sarika ran closer and cut the roots with quick sword strikes. She seriously thought that she was an alchemy teacher at the academy. If she fought with a dagger, it might give her away. However, that didn't matter right now. She used the skill Mist Sword, 8 trembling petals, and dealt a lot of quick hits to the monster. The guard said that the mandrake is not moving. They need to recover their strength and attack again. Suddenly, another monster jumped on him from the side and was about to attack with its weapon. Sarika killed it and said that there are still monsters here, so they cannot let their guard down. She looked to the side and thought that Alice should take the princess out safely, and they will deal with the attackers in the meantime. However, why is she so worried? At the same time, Aaron looked at Alice and wondered, if she is from the Vert family, does that mean she is Cyan's sister? I wonder if he is okay? Suddenly, a large golem destroyed the wall, causing them to stop, and Alice asked, was there a monster here too? She thought that they seemed to know where they are. Will she be able to defeat it alone? Is it a high-level crawler? Aaron and Luna used the spells Chain Trap and Fire Spear. With their attacks, they distracted the attention of this huge monster. Alice was surprised by this and turned to them. They continued to use their magic and said that they would help and she should attack. She smiled and thought that she could not look defeated in front of her juniors. She had to do this. The monster made a loud sound and swung his huge hand. He dealt a very strong blow and released a powerful stream of energy. Luna used the skill defense and stopped this attack. Alice jumped above the head of this monster, filled her sword with energy, and said that she is the one who protects the Empire. She will make him regret standing in her way. She used the skill Water Blade and dealt a very strong blow with her sword. At the same time, Sarika killed all the monsters that were in the hall and asked, was this the last one? She started to remove the mask of one of them and thought that he looked like a monster, but she had a strange feeling about it. She was very surprised when she saw the face under the mask and wondered, was it a puppet? It was a spell that resurrected the dead to control them like dolls. It was a forbidden spell. It was also very difficult. Making so many puppets required a huge amount of mana and time. In that case, it couldn't have been one person. Are they trying to start a war or something? At the same time, in another part of the palace, Dion defeated several monsters with his sword and asked, is that all? For something like this to happen on the day of the banquet? He fell to his knees due to fatigue, and Ashel and Lionel came to him and called out to His Majesty. He said that it was okay, he just overdid it a bit. He looked at them with a smile and said that he was glad they were here though. Ashel said that he should let him help him up. He put his arm over Dion's shoulder, helped him to stand up, and he said that he was fine. They had to take care of the others first. Ashel said that the knights in the castle would take care of it. His Majesty didn't have to worry, they would be by his side. At the same time, Alice held the sword in her hands and asked with a slightly tired look, where did all of them come from? She looked at the puppets walking towards them and said that they were still coming. Brian looked at the bow tie in Emily's hands and asked in surprise, did young Master Ashel give this to young Master Cian? She confirmed his words, and he thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said, this is strange, he has a bad feeling about this. Emily looked at him in surprise and asked, is something wrong? He answered, not really, he just never sent gifts to the young master before. Brian knew that this was just his assumption, but it always seemed to him that young Master Cian held a grudge against young Master Ashel, something more serious than banal family problems. At that moment, Nana approached them and, turning to the knight, said that they needed to run. He asked in surprise, why? She answered that something dangerous was approaching. The knight looked at her in surprise and Emily asked, what happened to her eyes? The next second, the wall behind them collapsed. Brian grabbed his sword and told the maid to get out of here. She wondered what it was? He replied that it was a high-ranking monster, Vegemot. People ran to the exit in fear. Drenny and Nepilis, running forward in fear, understood that this was the end. He did not expect these monstrous creatures to be at the entrance. He had to get out of here alive. Return alive and unharmed to see his sweet maid Lily. He could not die in this place. A lewd smile appeared on his face. The mere thought of the maid made him move, and he also longed to see the broken Sarek. The next second, he turned to the knight and asked he was sure that the back door was clear, right? He replied that he really thought so. The Marquis was surprised, he thought. Was he kidding? Didn't he know who he was? The next second, the killer cut his head in two. The people present screamed in fear. The dead body fell to the floor, and the knight assumed that their end had come. Suddenly, he saw clots of water in front of him. Alice appeared in the center of the corridor. She used an ability called Water Explosion, thereby killing several villains at once. Turning to Luna, she shouted that it was time to act. Luna did not lose her head and used Freeze, freezing all the released water and also the bodies of the killers that fell into it. The knight could not believe his eyes. They killed all the monsters in an instant. Who are they? Alice turned around and introduced herself, adding that this is not the end. They must protect Her Highness. The worried knight called out to Aaron, shouting, "Is she okay?" The princess was standing next to Luna at that moment and answered that everything was fine. Unlike her. Turning to her, she told her not to worry, she would recover soon. The next attack would begin soon, she needed to get out of here. The knights surrounded the princess, and one of them shouted out loudly that they would protect her. Alice declared that she would provide backup. The guards should use barriers to protect the nobles. They must hold out until the battle was over. The royal knights should protect the princess and support her if she went. She would do everything in her power to stop these creatures. She knew that even if she continued to destroy them, they would only appear more and more. It was as if they knew where they were. She then declared that the enemies were here again. They must prepare to attack. The necklace on Aaron's neck radiated energy that attracted killers. Meanwhile, Brian held out his sword in front of him, preparing to fight the monster. Emily hid behind him in fear, begging him to do something. He shouted that she should stick with him. He knew that the appearance of a high-ranking monster in the palace meant that something was going on, just like the young master said. Until now, his master had been there and had always come to his aid, but now he had to learn to protect himself. Besides, he was the only one who could protect these two, and Emily was standing so close to him that he felt uneasy. She had said that she believed in him. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and let out a loud roar. The maid shouted that it was approaching, and the knight asked her not to move away from it. At that moment, the monster swung its huge paw, but Brian deflected the attack with his sword. He realized that he had blocked the blow and felt that he could handle this creature. But before he could finish his thought, many beams of energy were directed straight at him. The maid asked in fear, "Is he okay?" He replied that everything was fine and there was no need to worry. He would not let the monster even touch her. The next second, the monster's mouth was very close to them. Brian wondered, is this the end? "I'm sorry, young master." But at that moment, Nana jumped to attack the monster, and Cyan's subordinates were surprised by what was happening. She pushed the monster away, slamming it into the ground, and her body became like a dragon. Brian called out to her in fear, and she turned around. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Erin created magic symbols on her hands to strengthen the guards who were decisively going to attack. Alice fought several assassins, controlling her weapon and releasing water energy at the same time. She understood that it would never end like this. She did not know who was behind all this, but they planned everything very carefully. The knights will soon get tired too. They need to find another solution. The next moment, one of the assassin's mask flew off, revealing a terrifying rotten face. She was surprised. Is this a dead person? Are they puppets resurrected by dark magic? She must think. Remember the magic opposite to dark. The first thing that came to her mind was the god of light Lumendel and his light magic. If someone could create light magic, they would have a chance to win. It was the only way out. Then she turned to the princess and asked her to imbue her sword with her mana. Erin objected that she could not do this because the protective spell on the knights would be destroyed if she did so. The knight, cutting another dead man, assured her that she could rely on him. They could hold out for a while. She had to trust them. She agreed with him and used a technique called Blessed Light. Alice's body began to sparkle. She looked at her sword and realized that it was working. Although it was difficult to combine two types of mana, if she added spirit magic, everything would go like clockwork. Well, she was still not sure of success, but she was not against taking a risk for this. After some time, the protagonist noticed the dead men and determined that they were a puppet and a mandrake. He picked up the mask that was lying on the floor and guessed that Boris might have already joined Ashel. Kairam explained that it was dark magic similar to necromancy. Could it be that in their time, people still used such an ancient power? Protagonist confirmed her words and added that Boris often resorted to such magic, strengthening monsters with the help of numbing stones. Apparently, the mana in these stones attracted them, and she noticed that she felt an emanation of it from them. The protagonist said that this place was turning into a bloodbath and they needed to leave, but first he needed to change his rags. Meanwhile, Marian broke out of Alice's body, heading straight for the dead. Luna was surprised. Was this Marian's spirit? Did she use light-type mana to temporarily cause this? Luna understood that mana cannot be mixed with others, and it would not last long in such an unstable state. She stated that they must stop her or else the body would collapse. Marian, addressing Alice, put her hand on her head and asked why she was sacrificing herself. Alice thought that she could not think of another way to defeat them. The spirit replied, "What a pity, such a cruel fate for the one blessed by Pruina. How disgusting." Away from this child, Marian's hands released the most powerful energy, which was directed directly at the dead, who seemed to disintegrate into small particles. Aaron was perplexed. One wave of her hand has such power. Luna declared that this will not do. The dead are rising. The princess told Alice to stop. She will die if she continues to press on herself. But Alice knew that the situation will get worse if she stops, and she must finish. Then she used a technique called the Authority of the Spirit King, Rongominiad. Marian began to concentrate the energy in her hands, when suddenly the protagonist grabbed Alice's hand. She did not understand who it was. Another puppet? No, his aura is completely different. And what is this black fog? She can't move. The protagonist's face was covered by a mask. His sister desperately tried to stretch out her hand, screaming that the fog was swallowing her. The next second, the spirit said goodbye to her. She said that she thought this was the end of her journey. Farewell can be sad but at the same time joyful. Then the protagonist let her go, and Alice sank to the ground, leaning her hand on her sword. She didn't understand. Was it because of the fog? She had no strength left. Finally, the spirit told her to remember. Pruina will always accept her into her arms. Alice turned around and called Marian. Aaron asked what was going on. Luna explained that he blocked the mana to nullify the spirit's manifestation. She did not know whether he was even human or not. Alice said that it was over. The dead were coming again. Several dead indeed appeared near the protagonist, but he resolutely began to deal with the monsters. His sister watched in surprise and wondered, was he on their side? The protagonist, continuing to attack the dead, understood that if he took even a step back, they would follow the princess's group, as if it was strongly attracting him. Then he asked if she felt any special mana from anyone in this group. Karam clarified if he meant the girl Luna. He confirmed that this was the case, and from her too. She replied that she felt mana similar to that emanating from the monsters, as well as from the princess's necklace. He said that he could overcome the distance between them in one fell swoop, and she should help him with this. Karam was surprised and exclaimed, "Is this really all he needs her for?" The protagonist put his hand on the floor, using the technique of creating space. The red barrier began to spread wider, and it activated the fog area. The monsters tried to escape, and the knights warned everyone to be careful. They didn't know what could be hidden inside the fog, and one of them added that it was like they were in a different place. Alice noticed with surprise that the black fog was absorbing the puppets. She saw how the hands stretched up, continued to disappear into the floor. She noted that it became very quiet, as if nothing had happened. Aaron said that he killed all the puppets. Who was this masked man? Then she turned to the side and was horrified to find Luna lying on the ground. She told her to hold on, but the next second the protagonist put his hands on her shoulders and she screamed in fear. The knights began to call her anxiously and asked the protagonist what he was doing. He must let her go immediately. Aaron grabbed his hand and didn't understand who it was. He seemed familiar to her. The next second, the weapon in his hands destroyed the jewel in the princess's necklace. The knights looked at him with anger, and one of them ran into battle. But a black fog met him on the way, enveloping his weapon, and he did not understand what kind of fog it was. Then the protagonist approached Luna, and the princess screamed that he should get away from her. He extended his hand to her, but the princess used a technique called Divine Sting. A powerful white beam burst out of her hand, which pierced the protagonist's body, as if forcing it to dissolve. She was surprised. Did he turn into fog? MC said not to be afraid, he would not harm them. He destroyed the jewel, so that the monsters would no longer chase them. Aaron put her hand on the necklace and was surprised. Does he mean that the necklace her brother gave her was the cause of all this? He replied that they should go through the main gate and exit the palace. He cleared the way. Aaron looked around and realized that everything was returning to normal. The knight asked if she was injured. She wondered who this person was and then replied that everything was fine. After that, she asked what happened to Alice and Luna. Alice, holding the girl, replied that they were also fine. The princess was happy about this, and she suggested that they regain their strength and leave through the main gate, as the stranger said. She understood that she wanted to save these children first and foremost, and she would think about him later. Luna's eyes lit up when she assumed that it was Cyan. Meanwhile, Emily grabbed the knight's hand and shouted, "Who is this child? Is he sure she is a maid?" He replied that he has no idea, he has never seen her like this. Nada? In MC's past life, there was a rumor about a blood banquet in which many people died. It was said that the fifth princess of the empire, Erin Severus, was behind this, blinded by the desire to seize power. This was probably due to the Stone of Numbness, which was believed to have been given to her by Ashel or Lionel. After this incident, they were known as heroes of the empire. Having benefited from the tragedy, Karam asked, did he mean to say that they had arranged this? They heartlessly sacrificed their relatives for glory? Sometimes she thought that humans were worse than demons. He sat down on the roof of one of the houses and answered that this was nothing compared to what they would do next. He knew that in his past life, he had participated in much worse massacres. Perhaps he was even more disgusting than these creatures. Then she took human form and, sitting on the roof next to him, asked, "Were they leaving?" He rose to his feet, shaking out his jacket, and answered that it was true. They were leaving. He was sure that Nana was waiting for them. The knights would take care of the rest. Karam noticed that something about the princess's necklace was bothering her. He asked what it was. She guessed that her name was Emily, his maid, and that she, too, stank of stone a mile away. He looked at her in surprise. Meanwhile, Nana, baring her sharp teeth, said, "That smell. Emily smells so sweet." The knight asked her to calm down, and the maid screamed in fear that it was not so. She tasted bad at all. Brian did not understand what was going on. She was acting like a monster. For some reason, she only followed Emily, and he had to stop her, but at the same time he could not harm her. Then she screamed that she had no strength to wait any longer. The maid screamed in fear. The knight closed his eyes and thought about the fact that he could not. The next second, a blow hit the protagonist right in the back. The knight looked at this in surprise and then called the young master. Emily also called out to him in alarm, and he ordered Karam to act quickly. She snatched the accessory and declared that she found it. Emily looked at her and shouted, "Who is she?" She then noted that it was the bow tie that young Master Ashel had given her. Karam then crushed it with her foot. And she shouted, "What is she doing?" She replied that she should get ready already. Her beloved father is here. Nana asked, "Dad? Dad?" She returned to her normal appearance and asked what happened. She saw a huge wound on the protagonist's back and asked, "Did she do this to Dad?" Turning around, he smiled and replied that it didn't hurt him. She didn't mean to, so she didn't do anything wrong. Tears welled up in her eyes and she collapsed to the ground. MC turned to her and replied that they needed to leave. What a mess they had made. Meanwhile, Lionel and his comrade came to the corridor. Looking ahead, he was surprised. What is happening? This place should be teeming with monsters, but it is so quiet here, as if they have never been. Dion Severus, supported by Ashel, noticed that there are no monsters around. He turned around and said with relief, "This is really a relief, Father. It seems that everything is over." At that moment, the princess ran out to them, calling for her father. Seeing his daughter, he was glad that she was safe. She threw herself into his arms and exclaimed, "She is so glad that he is safe." He replied that he is also happy to see her unharmed. He asked if she was hurt, and she was surprised to see Lionel. Dion said that thanks to Ashel and Lionel, he was able to get here safe and sound. The princess replied that it was wonderful. Lionel expressed joy that Aaron did not die. She was also happy to see him in good health. There were thousands of questions she wanted to ask in her head, but she had to take care of the others first. Alice knelt down and greeted His Highness. He extended his hand in gratitude for protecting his daughter and promised to reward her generously for it. Aaron noticed Lionel say something to Ashel. The next second, Lionel put his sword to Luna's throat and declared that he knew who was behind this incident. The granddaughter of the head of the Gara Mage Association. She would be arrested. Alice was at a loss. Arrest? What was he doing? Dion shouted that this was too much. He had to let go of his sword. The princess exclaimed that she had saved many people with Luna. Lionel claimed that it was a deception, and the Garam kingdom was always ready to strike at the Ushif Empire. He was sure that their goal was to sow chaos in the empire. Luna said that he spoke as if he had evidence. Ashel put his hand to his chest and reported that suspicious mana had been detected at the place where Luna had stopped the previous night. Dion was surprised. Was it true? The princess tried to call him, but he said he had to be careful with his words. Lionel explained that he had invited them to convey his desire for peace, but as a precaution he kept an eye on them. He promised to provide confirmation if he was given time. Father agreed with him and offered to leave it to him. Luna wondered, was this a trap? Or had her grandfather foreseen this turn of events? Luna Rain River, along with the group and the Garam Mage Association, was placed under arrest, pending the results of the investigation. Leximus, separated from Aaron, was protecting the nobles along with the other guards. The funeral of Marquis Strenion, the Empress's younger brother, and many others were taking place in the streets. The protagonist managed to prevent many more deaths than in his previous life, but he could not change the fact that the banquet was popularly called the Blood Banquet. Sometime later, Alice was bandaging her brother's back and said that it could have been much worse. He said that she didn't have to do that. She said that it was necessary. He shouldn't move, she was his sister. It could have been very dangerous. It was good that he had escaped. He replied that he had, and that he was a good man for that. She admitted that if it hadn't been for that person, she could have died too. She wondered who it had been. His height was remarkably similar to her brother's, and now that she thought about it, she noticed that he had become much more toned. The scars on his body showed that he worked out a lot. He replied that he did. She asked who was so embarrassed. She reached out to him and asked if she could touch his muscles. He ran away from her and shouted at her to stop making fun of him. At that moment, Ashel entered the room and noticed that his brother had quickly recovered. They seemed to be as close as ever, and it almost makes him jealous. He asked if the protagonist was okay, and the protagonist confirmed that everything was fine, thanking him. Alice noticed that Xian was wary of him. MC asked how the investigation was going. Alice was surprised. Did he also know that Ashel had a dark side? He replied that this was exactly why he came. A bracelet with a numbness stone embedded in it was found in Lun's room. She claimed that she was given this bracelet as a gift. The protagonist noted that in that case, the giver should be on the suspect list. The brother praised him for his insight. He asked if the protagonist received gifts during the banquet. The protagonist looked thoughtful and replied that he did not remember. Does he know who gave Lun this bracelet? Ashel replied that he heard that there was a merchant in the palace who was found dead today. That is why he is looking for those involved. He then decided to ask again if the protagonist received anything that day. The protagonist understood that this was not an investigation, but an attempt to find the culprit. Meanwhile, Emily was sitting on a bench when someone approached her from behind. The protagonist felt that she was in danger. The protagonist grabbed his head, and his sister Alice ran to him worriedly, asking, "Is he okay?" He apologized and said that he still did not feel better. Alice, supporting her brother, turned to Ashel and said that he had lost a lot of blood, and the doctor said that he needed to rest. He needed to lie down immediately. Ashel agreed that he needed to rest and headed for the exit. The protagonist added that he did not remember receiving anything. Even if someone tried, he was sure that they could not survive in this hell. His brother understood him with a smile and thanked him for the answer. Ashel knew that it was true. The monsters could kill them, and this suited him, since he had no one else to destroy. But what a pity that his brother was nearby. He hoped that this was his chance to get rid of him. Alice called Sion, and he looked at her in surprise. She hit him on the back and told him to lie down immediately. At this time, in the corridor, Marilda fell to the floor, bleeding from a wound. She asked why he was doing this. She did as she was told. She gave Princess Aaron the necklace. She would never know what purpose it served. Please, he must spare her. Boris smirked and put his sword to her throat and said that she had indeed fulfilled her role, but unfortunately, he still had to play his, so he had to do it. The more he thought about it, the more unpleasant it became for him, because he had prepared so carefully. Then he plunged the sword into the maid's throat, and her blood stained the walls. He turned in the opposite direction and said, "May she rest in peace." Then he added that he almost forgot, last time a corpse was found, and that was bad. He created a magic book in his hands and added that he must make sure that this does not happen again. A terrible monster appeared behind him and he ordered it to devour the corpse. After a while, Emily was sitting on a bench when Brian approached her. He took off his hood and held a bag of apples in his hands. He said that he bought it in the city. She gave him a thumbs up and thanked him. And then she bit into the apple, and the knight, sitting down next to her, noted that the weather was wonderful today. She confirmed this and asked how long they would have to stay here. He replied that the young master said so until he says so. Therefore, it is impossible to predict. Shortly before this, the protagonist picked up an accessory and asked, was it a gift from Ashel? The maid confirmed it and added that it was done to congratulate him on his first appearance in society. The protagonist realized that he tried to make everything as difficult as possible. After that, energy enveloped the accessory, breaking it into several pieces. Emily said worriedly, "Precious gift," and he told her to listen carefully to what he was going to tell her. The palace and the Verd estate were no longer safe for her, so she should hide until he said otherwise. Then he turned to the knight. Brian was washing the blood off Nana's face at that moment and turned to Sion. He said that he had things to do, but he had to protect her. Brian replied that he could rely on him, young master. Then the protagonist touched Nana and added that she also needed to be protected. He smiled and assured her that it would not be long and that she should not cry. Now Brian thought about the fact that he had never seen such a look. He had to be sure that he could support him at any time. Emily asked if Nana was okay. He replied that she had suffered for a few days, but now everything seemed to be okay. Emily asked if much had happened to the young master while she was gone. She never imagined that the girl she thought was a servant would turn out to be a dragon man. Now that she knew the truth, she was willing to help in any way she could. The knight looked at her and said that he had thought about it too. Suddenly, an image of her holding his hand popped into his mind. He thought confusedly, why did he suddenly remember that? Emily offered to do her best for the young master with a smile. Brian looked at her and then agreed. Meanwhile, Lionel shouted indignantly, "What do you mean, father? They have clear evidence, and he wants to let the suspects go?" Dion told him to watch his language, and he made a decision. His son shouted, "How can he take over the continent if he is so soft? Why is he so afraid of the Garam kingdom?" The next second, a blow flew past his head, smashing straight into the wall. Dion shouted, "Enough! Take over the continent? That is a good goal, though. Their empire borders not only Garam, but also the demon kingdoms of Spania and Purina. If they make an enemy of Garam, they will no longer be able to hold back the demons. The entire continent will suffer from the monsters pouring out from there. Even if he somehow manages to gain control of the continent, the casualties will number in the hundreds of thousands. Anyone who does this is a monster, not an emperor. Doesn't he understand these obvious things?" Lionel countered that letting suspects go when they have clear evidence is just stupid. Dion clarified. He was talking about the numbness stones? His son was surprised. How did he know? His people hadn't finished their investigation yet. Dion noticed that his face was eloquent. Ever since he was a child, he had never given up until he got what he wanted. His son screamed that it was not so. He didn't know what he was talking about. His father told him to stop. How did he end up like this? Aaron is more suited to be the ruler than him. He doesn't want to see him anymore. He has to go. Lionel's hands trembled in anger. He thought, Aaron? The veins appeared on his face. He thought, that damn fool ruined everything. After a while, the knight who was standing guard shouted, "Your Highness?" Lionel resolutely opened the door and shouted for him to get lost. Leximus said in fear that Her Highness needs to rest. He slapped her in the face and shouted that he already told her to get lost. Aaron called her out in alarm, and then turned to her brother and asked, "What does this mean?" He laughed and replied that he came to talk to his precious sister. Leximus, putting her hand to the bruised area, said, "Despite his high position, if he continues to behave like a subordinate of Her Highness, she will be forced to take action." He smirked in response, "Right? And what would she do, the worm?" He could destroy her and her entire family just for what she had just said, erasing her bloodline and any manifestation of it. The princess stopped him, saying, "Enough, he had come here for a reason, right?" He wanted to hear something from her. He was surprised. She was different from before. Was this the Aaron he knew? She asked, shouldn't she just say it? She, Aaron, hadn't heard anything from him. He stared at her in surprise. Dion had asked just before, was she sure there was no connection? She had confirmed it, and he had said that the necklace she had brought, the jewel in that, was unusual. It was a stone of numbness from the Black Blood clan. It was used to master illegal dark magic, and now the followers were looked down upon. The petrification stone is also said to be able to control monsters. Recently, there were reports that someone had brought this into the palace. The black market merchant Gilbert and the maid Marilda were apparently involved, but both are missing and presumed dead. Notably, they were often seen with Lionel. Was she sure she hadn't received anything from him? Hadn't he given her the necklace? She fidgeted nervously with her fingers and replied that that was not the case. He had never given her anything. It seemed he had figured out who had brought these items to the banquet. Luna should not be kept under guard. She asked him to release her. She had saved many people that day. He folded his arms and agreed with her, saying that she didn't have to worry about that. The princess knew that if she admitted that Lionel was involved in the incident, there was no telling what he would do to the people around her. She won't let this happen again. She needs to make sure she has no weak points. Then she asked, "Is this what he wanted, brother?" He answered that it was true. He never gave her anything. And she answered that she told her father the same thing. He asked, "But what kind of attitude?" He made a threatening face and asked why she was acting like he did something wrong. Shouldn't she take care of her servant? She apologized and said that she had a guest. Lionel was surprised. How? Who could be more important than him? In response to his questioning look, she answered that he was also important to her. At that moment, the protagonist, who was leaning against the wall, apologized. Lionel thought that he did not feel his presence at all. What is he doing here? The protagonist answered that he heard everything. Lionel asked how long he had been hiding there. The protagonist walked forward and clarified, hiding? He was just unnoticed. He pointed his thumb at himself, reminding him of the assassin's quality of stealth. His interlocutor was indignant. Was he laughing at him? Did he dare to open his mouth in his presence? The protagonist put his hand on the back of the chair behind the princess and asked what he would do. Take care of him too? Lionel wondered if the rumors about their engagement were true. He did not like the prospect of making an enemy in the person of Cyan. He was the son of his father's friend, and besides, he was worried about Ashel's words. Not long before, they had passed through the corridor. Lionel, turning to his comrade, said that he wanted to eliminate his sister because of the threat to the throne. But why did he want to get rid of his brother? His father already trusted him enough. Ashel explained that his brother irritated him. This brat was hiding something very big, but he could not figure out what exactly. Lionel felt a terrifying aura emanating from the protagonist and realized that now he felt it too. What the hell is he so terrifying for? He then waved his hand and said that he was just joking. Since they had cleared up all the misunderstandings, he would be going. MC thought that Lionel at this point was nowhere near as terrifying as the one they called the Mad Emperor. He was better than his past life version. And then Lionel left the room, and turning around, asked Leximus for forgiveness for what he had said earlier. She replied that it was okay. She was apologizing for her rude actions. He turned around and confirmed it, adding that she should be more careful. Then the door closed behind him. Leximus sighed in relief and said, "What a jerk." Thanks to him, Cyan. He thought, the best swordsman on the continent, that's what she is. He then said that the princess did all the work. She asked in surprise, what? All this is only thanks to him. Then he sat down next to her, and she pulled away abruptly, exclaiming in surprise, he sat next to her? He replied that his legs were numb and asked if he could sit next to her. She began to mumble something unintelligible in embarrassment while he looked at her questioningly. Leximus thought that he was really naive. The princess said that she was just surprised that he said that to the prince. The protagonist walked to the door and announced that now that they had convinced him that they were in a relationship, he would not be able to do anything to them for a while. He would go. Leximus said with an awkward smile, okay. He must be careful. She thought that he had served his purpose and left. Meanwhile, Lionel, placing his hand on the wall near Ashel's head, was indignant. How was he going to fix this? Didn't he say that the plan had to be perfect? Everyone they planned to kill was alive and well. He had lost his father's trust. This was terrible. He was supposed to be the savior of this damned Ushif Empire. He screamed in anger. At that moment, Boris approached them and noted that there were some advantages to this. Lionel was surprised. Who was it? He bowed, introduced himself, and said that he greeted His Majesty. Lionel, angry, shouted, where was he? He replied that he was following Lord Ashel's orders. Ashel said that he heard that Emily had gone missing. How are you doing? Boris replied that they underestimated the people around the princess. Then he stretched out his hand with a glowing object. Lionel asked in surprise, so what? Should he think about his mistakes now? He replied that there was nothing to think about. He should look here. This is a crystal with the mana of her friends that they used during the battle. Most of it is completely ordinary, but this one is very rare. The next second, a thick red fog began to come out of the crystal, and he said that it felt like something extremely ominous and creepy. This is the mana of the demonic sword. So, one of the princess's friends had a forbidden demonic sword. Meanwhile, there was a large plate of cooked centipede on the table. Brian looked at it in horror and assumed it must be crab stew. But what was that anyway? Why weren't these two embarrassed by anything? Nana was happily enjoying her meal, and Emily smiled and told her to take her time. Brian thought he swears it just moved. Then the protagonist sighed and said he was stuffed. The maid was surprised already? He needs to eat better. He refused and explained that if he lingered, Ashel might notice. She slammed the table and shouted in anger, "Bad Ashel!" He said he just wanted to check on them. It was not safe for them to go back yet, so they should send Brian if they needed anything. He had his men guarding them. Right now, this was the safest place on the continent. Then, he walked to the door and announced that he had flown away. Emily said that he had to promise to come back. He turned around and assured that they could not worry. For the main Brian, he agreed with him. Then, the protagonist walked outside. Sarika, who was hiding around the corner, said what a cute little family. How was he planning on explaining that he knew about the blood banquet and the death of her fiancé? All his actions screamed that he knew the future. He'd better think carefully about his answer. Depending on this, she would decide whether he was an enemy or a friend. Who was he, Sian? The protagonist explained that Drenian was the one he had to cleanse anyway. Does it matter? She nodded in the affirmative and voiced her guess. Perhaps he is a spy for another organization. He narrowed his eyes and asked, What if that is so? Isn't it obvious? Sarika instantly drew her weapon and rushed to attack, but she was stopped by Karam, who appeared out of nowhere. She was confused. Why was this girl bothering her? Karam replied, she can't get it, right? She already said not to touch her master. Sarika, with a wild look, rushed to attack again, claiming that she can't get it because she likes it. Karam said that she was irritated by her. She then easily repelled her opponent's attacks, then concentrated energy in front of her and said, okay, then she will show her something interesting. Sarika thought that something was about to happen. The demon sword used the power of the black fog, steadfast. A powerful blow fell on the ground. Sarika said, no matter how strong the skill was, she could just dodge it. But before she could say that, another powerful attack flew towards her. She was shocked. Was this Karam's power? If she had been hit by this attack or tried to repel it, she would have died on the spot. Now she understood why Karam stayed in her sword form most of the time. If she wanted to, she could destroy an entire city. To stop someone like her, she would need at least a demon king. A huge dent appeared in the ground in front of them. Karam licked her lips and said, okay, she should be ready, this was just a warm-up. Her rival, smiling sheepishly, said that she was delighted. She would try her best too. But at that moment, the protagonist said, demon sword control, and Karam seemed to be slammed into the ground. She indignantly shouted that she had only just begun. He explained that if they made noise, they would all be caught. He said that he would tell them to move to another place and that the two of them needed to do their own thing. After that, he entered the building and slammed the door behind him while the girls remained silent and watched him go. Once inside, he scratched his head and said that the plans had changed and they should get ready right now. At that moment, Luna, sitting at the table, said, here he is. She was surprised to find that the family was much larger than she expected. Brian apologized, explaining that she appeared suddenly. The MC was amazed. How was she able to overcome the barrier and the fog detection? He asked how she knew about this place, realizing that she was more skilled than he thought. Luna replied that it was one of her talents. She assured him that he should not worry, since she was the only one who knew about this place. However, judging by the noise outside, she thought that was no longer the case. What was that? Everyone began to look around in surprise, and the protagonist said that it did not matter. Why did she come? Luna said, thank you. That was all she wanted to tell him. He asked what he did to deserve her gratitude. She replied that she knew everything. From the moment he entered her that day, the subordinates were confused. What did this mean? The protagonist wondered, does she mean that time? He thought she lost consciousness. Luna then concentrated several types of energy in her hands and explained that she could use all elements of magic. She could combine it or change it, and she could also track a specific person's mana. Isn't that cool? It was a gift that her grandfather gave her. The protagonist remarked that it was more like a curse. Since her body was barely holding on, she asked sheepishly, it was him, right? In response, he suggested that she go somewhere else while his subordinates started gossiping. Angrily, he shouted at them to get ready. Emily asked where they were going. He replied that they were going to Leuven Academy. There was a flash of joy in her eyes, right? Now she could take care of him every day. Brian then imagined her cooking skills. Nana pointed at him and asked what was wrong with his face. He replied that he had mixed feelings. After a while, Luna explained that she spent most of her youth in a cold and dark place. There she had to go through all sorts of illnesses and experiments, but she had no choice but to endure it. It was her duty as the granddaughter of Raijan's Rain River. Did he have a duty to fulfill as well? They were passing a small bridge, and he replied that it wasn't quite like that. She wondered, then why did he save them without revealing himself? He sighed and said that he didn't want to become famous, as it was too burdensome. He was sure she knew why, but she stopped and asked why. She concentrated the energy in her hand and explained that it was part of his mana. At first she thought it was darkness, but then she gathered some when she first saw him at the restaurant. He realized that she could read people's mana information just by looking at them. Surprisingly, he didn't know about it. She then told him that on the day she passed out, he had put something strange into her. It felt like his mana, but at the same time it seemed out of this world. He said he now understood why she had come. Was she going to take it to Regions? She clenched her fist, dispelling the mana, and said it wasn't that simple. He asked why she was doing this. Was she rebelling against him or something? She went further and said she was sure he knew why. She came closer, pressing herself against his chest while he stared ahead in surprise. She thanked him for easing her old pain. He thought that her body resembled a boiling cauldron. A cauldron full of all sorts of mana elements, absolute chaos. But someone had closed the lid, probably to prevent the mana from escaping. This caused the cauldron to overheat, and the leaking mana began to extinguish the fire of life, bringing Lung to the brink of death. He accidentally made a hole in the lid of the cauldron because in his eyes, this child also looked like someone's puppet, and it was annoying. Then he pushed her away from him and said that there was no need for thanks. If she had nothing more to say, he would go. She must keep his secret. He walked in the other direction and, waving his hand, added that there was no need to overcome herself again. She must be careful. She silently looked after him and was convinced that he was a good person. Some time later, at the headquarters of the head of the association, Garam Rajan slammed the table and indignantly shouted, "What?" His subordinate bowed and said that, fortunately, no charges were brought, they should send a petition. He objected that they did not care. The moon was nowhere to be found. They must find it and deliver it immediately. After some time, the protagonist's team set off. Emily seemed to be completely delighted, and the protagonist could not help but ask what made her so happy. She replied that she was happy to be able to serve him again, but she suddenly remembered that maids were forbidden to be on the academy grounds. The protagonist assumed that the principal would make an exception for her. Soon, Kundel loudly declared that he was categorically against such a decision. The protagonist assured him that he would make sure that no one noticed her and asked for permission. The principal demanded to know the reason why he should make an exception for Emily. The protagonist replied that he would not skip classes, but the principal indignantly slammed the table and exclaimed that this was obvious. And 2 maids instead of 1? He should say, they have something to do with the blood banquet? He didn't think the protagonist was asking for his permission for some stupid reason, so what was going on? The protagonist assured him that he would tell him everything if the principal lifted the ban. The principal turned away and declared that he could do whatever he wanted. He would do his own way anyway. The protagonist said that it was hard for him to explain now, but he knew one thing for sure. It wasn't him who was behind the bloody banquet, because that was what he wanted to know. The rector, squinting, asked if he was sure. The protagonist replied that he didn't understand him, how he saw him, to think so. Kundal told him to try never to skip classes again. The conversation with the rector went well. Walking along the corridor, the protagonist wondered how he would react if he found out that the culprit of the tragedy was his grandson. Based on his observations, he assumed that it couldn't be Lionel alone, because he was not that meticulous. He believes that Ashel planned it, and Boris carried it out. This is a standard pattern of their crimes. After some time, the main MC went to his door and looked in surprise at Seth, who was doing push-ups right in front of the door. He thought it was him again. Seth turned his attention to him and, rising to his feet, suggested that they fight again to find out who was stronger. The protagonist thought that he had not missed a single day in the last 2 years. Seth shouted through the closed door that he must be busy. Then they can fight next time, Cyan. Walking forward, the protagonist looked in fear at his knight, who was lying on the floor in an incomprehensible liquid. He wondered if he was dead. Emily noticed his presence, and he pointed at his subordinate and shouted what was wrong with him. She thoughtfully replied that she did not know. Nana was enjoying the cookies, and the maid said with a smile that he fell asleep after eating the cookies she baked for him. Did he want more? He sternly pointed his finger at her and ordered her to never cook anything for Brian again. She was surprised and asked why. He replied that it was an order and she should not disobey it. She said that he was very stern. He sat down on the sofa, sighed, and thought about his worries about their future. Then he noticed a letter on the table in front of him and asked where it was from. The maid replied that it was received by Brian, so she did not know. Looking at the letter, he asked if it was from Loon. The next second she appeared in the room and called him. He looked at her in surprise and asked how she could come in. Emily, who was holding a plate, cried out in surprise, "Who is it?" Luna smiled kindly and asked how he was doing. She ran away from home. Meanwhile, in the sewers, an old man holding a lamp in front of him said that the guards from the Garam Association would be here soon. Nella Aronis, a teacher at the Louvain Academy, assured him that he did not have to worry, she had already taken care of everything. He added that this was the only way to stop Riggins. She sighed and asked if he was afraid that she would feel guilty. He replied that she was her student. She was surprised, her student? Then she put her hand to her chest and said that she was not so stupid as to pity this monster. He replied that it was glorious. She said that she was heading to the place. She was sure that their colleagues had already reached Lung. Then she left, and the old man, putting his hand to his chest, said, "Glory to the kingdom of Garam." The protagonist and Luna were sitting at a table in the establishment. Luna noticed that he was quite aggressive, and she did not expect that he would pull her out so easily. He replied that there was a barrier spell on the dormitory doors. How did she overcome it? She replied that she simply analyzed the barrier with her mana and cast a spell to cancel it. She then concentrated the energy in her hand and asked, "Cool, right?" He knew that was an insane ability. She could just analyze a spell and cancel it? That was stronger than just scanning. She then laughed and asked, "Did he read the letter?" He folded his arms and explained that she had come just as he was about to. She leaned her head on her hands and explained that she simply couldn't wait for his answer. He asked if Riggins had put her up to it. She remained silent. He asked if he had told her to contact him. She should have told him. She looked closely at the mug in her hands and said that at first that was the only reason, but not anymore. Although it was his decision whether to trust her. He replied that he wasn't ready to open up so easily and wondered what her intentions were. She told him that there had been some sinister events in the association recently. 2 dragons that were connected to her suddenly disappeared somewhere in the Leuven region, and the smugglers were found as cold corpses. She found out that he was involved in this. Until now, it was just a guess, but now she was sure of it. He had no idea that dragons were connected to this association. Then he asked her what she was going to do now. Suddenly, she said that she would soon die. He looked at her in surprise, and she said that he helped her, but she knew the state of her body, and it was already impossible to fix. She thought that she had about 3 years left to live. Thanks to his efforts. He said that he did not believe it. Why was she so careless about this? Didn't she care at all about the fact that she was going to die soon? Smiling, she said that she wanted to feel something. The protagonist thought about what an annoying creature. Then he stood up and said it didn't matter, it was none of his business, and she should go back. She asked if he was leaving, and he said yes, explaining that he didn't like getting involved in annoying situations. She waved and said they would see each other next time. At that moment, Karam appeared and asked if they could just leave it all alone. He knew it would be better that way, and the Garam Mages Association would be safe. At that moment, Luna was surrounded by several hooded men. She said that she thought she had done her best to get away, but they had arrived too early. One of them said that she needed to go, that Mr. Rygens was looking for her. She looked at the boy silently, and he asked her in confusion what was the matter. She replied that Victor always came to pick her up, and asked who he was. The boy, confused, explained that Mr. Victor was busy today, and he was here instead. They represented the 6th section of the security service. She chuckled and said that he was a liar, and she didn't know anyone named Victor. The next second, she used the power of the wind, and the attackers shouted that she was running away and needed to be captured. Running in the opposite direction, she wondered, were they extremists? She needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Suddenly, one of the hooded men touched her and used sleep magic. She fell to the ground, and Ralph laughed, saying that he didn't expect it to be so easy, but they were discovered too quickly. He ordered her to be taken to the carriage, and the others agreed with his decision. Meanwhile, Karam, turning around, assumed that they were fighting. The protagonist wondered, weren't they from Garam? Soon, the carriage arrived at the appointed place. Ralph ordered the others to wait here, and he went inside the building and announced that he had brought Lun. Nella sat with her back turned and said, "What a pitiful child." She had been experimented on all her life, only to be used and thrown away. They would use this child for a good cause. At that moment, Luna was lying on the carriage seat with her hands and eyes tied, and the guard noticed a black fog approaching them. They wondered what it was. Marcel said it couldn't be fog, but the next second his body split into 2. His comrade called out to him excitedly. He shouted in bewilderment, what the hell was going on? The protagonist, hiding under the mask, was currently on the roof of the carriage. At that moment, Ralph heard screams, and Nella, approaching him, asked if they had guests. He replied that he thought so, someone was watching them. She said, an enemy. Ralph, he must show them what happens when someone tries to get in their way. He assured them that he would deal with this noise. Meanwhile, Karam noted that it was much easier than she expected. The protagonist said that it was not the end. Strong guys are in the cathedral. At this point, Ralph came outside and remarked that it was not bad for a kid like him. Is he here alone? The protagonist knew that this would not change the situation for the better. He noticed that Ralph was like Luna, although he was more unstable than her. His opponent concentrated energy in his fists and rushed to attack with a scream. He claimed that he did not need help to defeat this boy. Sometime later, Nella appeared on the battlefield and asked if he was finished. She was surprised to see what was happening. Ralph fell to the ground, exhausted, and the protagonist asked, is she the last? Why do they need Luna? Nella, concentrating energy in her hands, said that he will not become popular with the girls if he is so persistent. Shouldn't he find out the answer to this question himself? The protagonist noticed that it was a free combination of elements. It definitely looked like Luna. The teacher used a technique called Thunder Flame, and powerful flames burst out of her hands, heading towards the protagonist. He dodged, thinking that now he had even more questions. He swung his sword, and Nella exclaimed that it was impossible. He blocked the attack with some kind of dagger? The next second, he was right next to her face and declared that she was caught. Nella screamed in fear, and then used a jump in the air, dodging his attack. She knew that this guy was dangerous. She could not let him live. She then used a technique called charged shot, but at that moment, Karam appeared behind her and told her to look there. The teacher was surprised. He was not alone? The next second, Karam grabbed her and she still released her attack, directing it forward towards the cathedral. The protagonist noticed that she definitely had a lot of mana. Nella was indignant. Didn't he hear her? Karam told her to stop resisting. No human could break free from these shackles. MC asked, who ordered Lun's kidnapping? How many more were there? She laughed and remarked, what an interesting boy, he would find out soon. Because they would look for him, and they would see each other in hell. Karam noticed that this was a reaction from the restraint of the heart. The protagonist, thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, said an artifact that keeps mana in the user's heart. That's why it couldn't circulate throughout the body. She assumed Lun had something similar. Nella was surprised. How did they guess? The protagonist said, the monstrous organizations that conducted all those vile experiments in the Garam Association, the path of evolution, right? Nella wondered, who are they? He placed his hand on her head and told her that she could find the answer to her question in hell on her own. Tears welled up in her eyes and she asked, what? It was wrong to die like this. But the protagonist punched her in the stomach the next second. He thought that in his past lives he had found ancient texts in one of the laboratories of the Garam Kingdom. It described how to use an artifact called the Harness of the Heart, as well as experiments related to it. It also described how to destroy this artifact if the use was unsuccessful. Then he looked at the stone he was holding in his hand and assumed that it still worked. The demon sword asked what he was going to use it for. He ordered her to pull Luna out of a carriage and she wondered why she should. He asked if she wanted to be controlled too? Then she silently followed his order, and he said that this was his first attempt, so he did not know if it would work. After that, he broke the stone in his hand and put his hands on Luna, thinking if she had something like that, this should destroy it. The next second, she opened her eyes. Sometime later, in the main building of the Garam Mage Association, Luna opened her eyes and wondered what this strange feeling was. She looked at her raised hand and felt her body become lighter, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Why did she feel Cyan's presence more strongly than usual? At that moment, on the roof of a tall building, Karam asked the protagonist what he was trying to do. He replied that he thought he could use her later, and it would be a shame to kill her. She remarked that he was being too merciful, and what if a knife flew into his back later? He said that it was funny to hear her say that. She said that his body would eventually become hers, and she just wanted him to take good care of himself. He then said that it was time for them to go, and there was no point in lingering here. After a while, Raijins tapped his finger on the table and asked if she didn't remember anything after the kidnapping, but someone had brought her here? Luna confirmed this, adding that she didn't remember anything except that. He was indignant. Did she think he would believe her? He slammed his fist on the table and said that the kingdom was in turmoil because of the bloody banquet, and she was so careless. At that moment, his subordinate put his hand to his chest and apologized, saying that it was his fault. He should have found her sooner. Regan stood up from his chair and said that this was nonsense. She was just acting on her own. The worker bowed, thanking him for his understanding. Regans approached him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he always had to work hard because of his granddaughter. He replied that he was simply doing his job. Regans confirmed this and said that he had done a good job so far. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, "Sir?" The next second, the hand on his shoulder caught fire, and Regans said that he had long known that he had betrayed them. Did he really think that he could get away with harming his blood? He screamed that this was a misunderstanding. He should give him a chance to explain, but Regans replied that he should remain silent and listen to him disgustingly. The next second, his subordinate was completely covered in fire. Luna covered her mouth and screamed that this was too cruel. Her grandfather said that he was one of those who ordered her kidnapping. Did she find out anything about Cyan? She thought he was asking her, but she already knew the answer. She was sure. She said nothing special. She knew an obvious lie wouldn't work. He asked what that meant. She said she was actually late because she was meeting him, but she hadn't found anything unusual the first time they met. He put his hand on her shoulder and said that wasn't the answer he wanted. She should tell him what the boy was hiding. He was sure he had something, or maybe someone was helping him. She said he was just a guardian knight and a useless servant. There was nothing to connect him to this incident. Why was he so obsessed with him? Regans leaned towards her and asked irritably, was she asking questions? So there was something to do with the boy. She shouldn't ask questions. She was born a rain river. All she had to do was do as he told her. She needed to leave if she didn't have an answer. She was forbidden to go outside anytime soon. Luna hung her head, realizing that she was tired of this family. Meanwhile, at the Leuven Academy, Seth was standing near the protagonist's door again, and he, approaching the room, thought that this annoying idiot was here again. He didn't even go to class. He would have to come later. Then he walked along the academy floor. A student asked if he was serious. Her friend answered that he was. All classes were cancelled. Their friend noticed that they hadn't even found her. The girl, hoping for the best, said that she hoped that nothing terrible had happened. The protagonist, puzzled, asked what had happened. She told him that the instructor Nella Aronis had gone missing. At that moment, Sarika approached him and turning to him, said that it was him. Surprised, he turned around and asked what she meant. She, whispering, asked why he had killed the magic instructor. He, recoiling, answered that it wasn't him, and that he didn't even know the instructor. Sarika put her hand to her chin in thought and said, "Of course he doesn't know. He skips all his damn classes." She was a very talented mage from the kingdom of Garum, and mages often came to Leuven, a neutral territory. However, there were rumors that she was against Regans, so they kept an eye on her. Adjusting her glasses, she added that Lung's kidnapping had taken her completely by surprise. They were going to act soon, but he had taken care of her earlier. The protagonist understood why she seemed so familiar to him. The instructor was indignant. Is he listening? Then, leaning against the wall, she said that she was the only one who knew, so he didn't have to worry. She was going to give him a task to go outside the academy a little. He asked, who would replace this instructor then? She assumed that the other teachers would work in shifts, but they needed a new mage to take her place. She assumed that the announcement had already been sent out. Meanwhile, Boris, sitting on the cart, turned to the old man and said that he liked the view. The old man laughed and assumed that it was because he was from the city. But what brought him so far? Boris replied that he wanted to find a job and heard that a place was already available. That's why he was in a bit of a hurry. The old man was surprised. A job in Leuven? Maybe he was a teacher? Boris laughed and said that it was not so yet. Meanwhile, Emily, lying on the couch, sighed and said that she was bored. Karam approached her and demanded that she leave, since this was her place. The maid replied that this was the young master's dormitory, and there was nothing here that belonged to her. Karam got angry. At that moment, the protagonist entered the room and saw the maid sitting on the floor near the couch with a huge bump on her head. He asked what was going on between them. She replied that Karam was scaring her. Then he walked up to the demon's sword and told her to get up. They had a mission. She asked, now? Emily asked him to take her too. He pointed at her and said that he had a more important mission for her, to make sure Nana didn't starve. She countered that it didn't matter at all, and they were just trying to get rid of her. At that moment, strange sounds were heard from behind the closed door. Emily thought that at this rate, she might change like that. The next second, Nana opened the door and turning to her father, said that she was hungry. Emily, without hesitation, shoved the bread into Nana's mouth and told her to eat. In response, Nana smiled and exclaimed how delicious it was. The maid assured him that she would take care of the bread, and that he didn't have to worry. The protagonist gave her a thumbs up and expressed his confidence in her. She replied that he could rest assured that she had no doubt in her cooking skills. He then added that she should not feed Brian since he was still recovering. Karam asked where they were going this time. He replied that they were going to the southwest of the Yushif Empire, to Lambaster, a city of crime where money and violence ruled. Meanwhile, at the underground club, the guy exclaimed that he had bet on Zelbard and he must not disappoint them. The host announced that Zelbard would be fighting against Zaber. Zaber looked at his opponent and said, "What a monster." His opponent asked how he should kill him. They said that he should crush him. What did he think? He told him to shut up and start attacking. Or did he want to warm up first, you pig? The battle was then announced and Zelbard charged forward with a powerful punch. His opponent jumped to the side and shouted, "That's slow." He would make him pay for underestimating him. But the next second, the opponent caught him with his hand and said that he had decided he would crush him. The host announced that Zyber had fallen. Blood gushed from his mouth, and Zelbard was declared the winner. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his companion were walking around the city. Karam, looking around the area, noticed, "What a hole." In response, the protagonist explained that Leuven is a neutral region created thanks to agreements between countries. However, this territory became independent because it got out of control. Karam asked, "What does this mean?" At that moment, bandits approached them, and their leader said that they had dear guests here. He offered Miss to join them, but the protagonist warned that these places are full of dangerous people. Karam pointed to herself and asked, "Is she miss?" The bandits laughed and advised her to be careful, they are a bit rough, he should leave. Then the MC walked on, while the beaten bandits remained lying on the ground. Shortly after, the protagonist entered the tavern and, placing a bag of money on the table, asked for a better room. Lisa apologized and asked how old he was. He replied that she had not heard him and repeated that he needed a better room. "Is this how they treat guests? Who is the owner here?" Lisa said, confused. "Welcome to the Lambester cage." After a while, the protagonist looked out the window and noticed that they had finally started arriving. It was time for him to go down. As he was going down the stairs, he asked, "Did she say her name was Lisa?" The worker turned around, smiled and confirmed it. How could she help him? He replied that he would like to use the cage. She hesitantly replied that new guests were not allowed. He asked, "Is that so?" He thought they were definitely pushing drugs. Then he asked, "What happened to everyone who was here then? Is he the only new one here?" After that, he used killing intent. The worker bowed, apologized, and explained that she was just doing her job. She was very sorry. He smiled and thought, what an interesting woman, let's see what she was so afraid of. He released his sinister aura, and she prepared several knives in her hand. Then she jumped to attack, throwing a knife. After that, she exclaimed in surprise, "This? A gold coin?" Lisa thought that she instinctively reacted because an unbearable killing intent was coming from somewhere. It couldn't be. The source of this was a child? The protagonist looked at the bent coin and said, "God, a precious gold one." The worker anxiously apologized, and he asked, was she trying to attack him? She countered that it was a misunderstanding. She didn't mean to harm him at all. He replied that he was extremely dissatisfied. Was she going to take responsibility? After a while, she led him to the stairs leading down and explained that he would be put in a cage if he went down. She then handed him a sign and told him to take it. He asked what for. She folded her arms and said that it was given to customers who used the best rooms. He would be perfectly safe if he kept it to himself. Although she did not know why he wanted to go to the cage so badly, it was better for him not to go there. Unless he had a few lives to spare, good luck anyway. He thought he preferred to mind his own business. He then said that he would take it as a threat and never forget. Lisa, embarrassed, turned in the opposite direction and shouted, "Whatever." Then he asked, "Well, are they coming?" Karam wondered why he did not ask the woman to bring the owner. She could give the order and take them to the owner of the Lambester cage, couldn't she? He replied that Linza Nahaloff was a very secretive person and the owner of this cage, and there was no information about her. His partner asked why she had given such a mysterious order. He assumed that they would soon find out the truth. Karam noticed that he spoke as if he knew this place well. He said that he had come here several times in past lives, at least before the cage fell apart during the Civil War. She asked how bad it was, but he repeated that she would soon see the real cage with her own eyes. Meanwhile, Gunther Lichtus, cigarette in hand, asked if this was a boy who did this to them. The bandit replied that it was, not far from the entrance to the city. He was kneeling, adding that this was not an ordinary child. Gunther clarified, so the boy was in a cage? The man confirmed this and explained that they had tried everything possible, but he had booked a VIP room. They were powerless, so they turned to Gunther. He thoughtfully propped his chin and asked, so the son of a noble family? The bandit replied that he was not sure but very upset. Please, he must help. He was ashamed of what was happening. Gunther rose to his feet and said, "Okay, this is very interesting." He flexed his fists and grinned, anticipating how he would see the boy. They would go to the cage immediately. At this time, in the cage itself, Linda Weasley struck her opponent with a knee to the face. The host announced her victory, and she, putting her foot on her opponent's head and clenching her fists, screamed victoriously. Watching what was happening, Karam said that now she understood why this city fell. The protagonist replied that bets on such fights attract a lot of attention, and that is why he is here. She was surprised. What? He replied that if Linza was difficult to get to, they could just make her come to them. She looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, Jason approached them. He called the protagonist and said that this place is not for children. The protagonist thought that now was the time and immediately punched the man in the stomach. His partner ran forward and shouted, "Brat, what the hell is he doing to him?" The protagonist grabbed Jason by the hair and he shouted, "Don't." But the protagonist still hit him in the face and then let him go and said, "So where is the registration for the fight for those who are tired of watching and betting?" After some time, outraged people began to shout that the situation in the cage cannot be that bad. Are there really that many participants? This is just ridiculous. Is this a joke? A child as a participant? At this point, the protagonist, wrapping his hand with a special bandage, looked around. Zelbar said that he did not know about such an event. He was delighted. "How can he kill him then, kid?" The man, folding his arms on his chest, began to be indignant. The owners must be crazy. This will be too one-sided a fight to be called one. His companion asked if it wasn't better that way, but the man said it certainly wasn't for this kid. Zelbar was a monster. People even called him a half-ogre. At that moment, the big guy laughed and said he had made up his mind. He would crush him. Then he pointed his finger forward, but the protagonist pushed off the ground and jumped on his finger, then pushed off of it and broke it, jumping forward, swinging his fist. His opponent screamed, wondering what was going on. And then the protagonist's fist landed right on his opponent's nose, causing him to immediately fall to his knees and hit his head on the ground. The audience gasped in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The host announced that Simon of LeMay had won. Karam was surprised by his nickname, and he replied that he couldn't reveal who he really was. She objected that his face was already visible, so what was the point? But he replied that he had a spell for that case. There was no need to worry. She asked, was that idiot God sharing his authority again, huh? They would know who he was if they met and talked to him, but they wouldn't be able to remember his face afterwards. Then she said she was going to bed. He said she shouldn't worry about him. She shouted that she hadn't thought about it. Gunther, who was watching the fight, asked, Simon from LeMay? Good. He had chosen him as his opponent. He mustn't disappoint him.